All right, let's get started here. Welcome, everyone, to the City of Delray Beach's regular commission meeting, scheduled for Thursday, January 4th, 2024, at 5 p.m. We are now starting at 5:11, a little late. Please call the roll.
Mr. Frankel?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Here.
Mayor Petrolia?
Here.
Motion to allow Mr. Boylston to appear via Zoom.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Okay, and just to note,
Mr. Long.
Deputy Vice Mayor has stepped in, so he is
You
here.
need your bike outside?
Okay, so at this point in time, if we can all stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're at agenda approval. Any changes, deletions, substitutions? Yes,
Madam
sir.
Mayor, I have
Yes.
one, and that is item 6M1, having to do with the strikers, and that's something that will be brought back at another time.
Okay, so 6M1 is being removed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else? I have a couple I kind of caught and I wanted just to kind of discuss, so that's off. I'd like to move 6C and 6L1, I believe it's 4. It's the Marina, the appealables for the Marina. I just wanted to kind of mention something. So 6C, and we'll make that, I'm going to make this a little different. I'm going to do it 6CC instead of, I'm sorry, 7CC instead of, because I know that the group is here for 7B, and I don't want to put anything more in front of them, okay? So if we can move 6C to 7CC and 6L14 to 7DD. Yeah, I guess. Or how about CCC? I don't know. It'll be the next one in line. All right. With those adjustments, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve the amended agenda.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Okay, so our first presentation is our it's Mr. Moore and Mr. Orris, but we're going to speak to our wonderful legislative representative, Mr. Matt Forrest. So, oh, there you are. I just turned and there you are. Very good. So did you want to do any introductions or anything, Mr. Orris?
Yeah, actually, if I could just
Sure.
do this, Mayor and Commissioners, one of the things I did include in your backup was a list of a number of items that staff had put forward to submit for allocation from the state legislature this year. Mr. Forrest and I have been working on these, and he has already secured sponsors for 5 of the items here. So for those of you who may be going to Palm Beach Days next week up in Tallahassee, he will certainly tell you what's going on with those and try to secure some meetings to try to push for those allocations while you all are there. So other than that, I'm going to turn it right over to Mr. Matt Forrest from Ballard Partners to give you the latest update.
Fantastic. Welcome. And Happy New Year.
Very, very nice to be here. Always nice to see you guys. Again, for the record, Matt Forrest with Ballard Partners. I always like to preface this as well. So I am your lobbyist, obviously. I am your main contact. At the same time, you have a whole firm behind you. The entire firm of Ballard Partners takes care of any of the issues the city of Delray Beach has. I'm your point of contact and your main guy and the main guy pushing them. At the same time, I always think it's important to remember you have a full firm, which is a lot of us actually armed up in Tallahassee, roaming the halls of the Capitol, including Brian Ballard himself. So always just remember, in case one of us goes down, there's somebody up to pick the flag up and carry things forward. And we definitely do work very much as a team like that. And so I just wanted to always make sure you guys, especially for clients like yourselves, I just happen to live up the road from you. It's really easy for me to walk down here and see you guys face to face, but always important to remember you have an entire firm representing you. The 7 pre-session committee meetings, committee weeks in Tallahassee have now concluded. They wrapped up in December. The next legislative session starts just in less than a week, on Tuesday. So January 9th is the 2024 regular session, which I always also think it's important to remember, because we always talk about things in terms of years, like what are we going to get this year, what are we going to push this year, and it's not a year. So the session starts on Tuesday, and it runs for 60 days. And even out of those 60 days, that includes all the weekends when it first starts. So really, I think of it as 9 weeks. And so the 2024 general session will take place over in the next 9 weeks, really, from Tuesday to March 9. And so that's really a concentrated time for not only all bills that are going to get to finally passed, need to get through committees and to the governor in 9 weeks. And the budget, of course, will get done in the next 9 weeks as well. So a very concentrated time to get done what people talk to as a year's worth of work. And then the legislature will be out of Tallahassee unless there's special sessions from starting in March up through the next November election, and it won't go back into regular session until March of 2025. So really, the next 9 weeks is a concentrated time in Tallahassee for things to happen. As I always say when I come to see you guys, this is a horrible setting to dive into legislation and talk about bills. One, they are complicated. Bills are very nuanced. Actually looking at the letter of the bill and the actual language that it says, what does it mean, what it could possibly mean. Even a bill that we maybe support, or even I know really, really well, could derail your entire meeting. We could be here for hours discussing it. With that said, I'm also going to talk to you about thousands of bills that have been filed just now, and I am not an expert on them. Some of them are the ink is still fresh on the page that's just been filed. And so I always like to stress that it's great to be here in front of you to answer any questions I possibly can. At the same time, you all have my number. Your staff and I talk quite often. When you hear of bills, when you see bills, feel free to make sure it's on our radar. We can get you a deeper dive into each one of those. So with that said, I'll dive into some highlights of where we are, things going forward, and of course then be ready to answer any questions that I can possibly helpfully answer for you. For starters, you should have a packet I provided to the staff on December 21st, which is kind of a pre-session report that kind of gives you, one, as Jeff said, a highlight of the projects we've filed from an appropriation standpoint, and also some of the most relevant bills that I think have been filed so far. I think it's a great example just to look at that. I wrote you that report on December 21st, and you might notice I said there's 1,044 bills that have been filed so far. As of 3 o'clock today, I updated that number. There's now been 1,329 bills filed. So when you were enjoying the holidays, the bill drafting department in the Capitol were very busy, and almost 300 more bills have been filed. And so I look at them every single day, what's been filed, sort them out, highlight and tag the ones I think are important, and of course then dive into them deeper with your staff to put them on their highlight radar. With that said, there's going to be probably several hundred more filed before the deadline, which is next Tuesday when the actual session starts. And so the truth is, what they don't tell you in Schoolhouse Rocks is the life expectancy of those bills on the steps is not good. Most of them are not going to go anywhere. So it's always important to tag the bills, make sure you're tracking, make sure you're reading them, make sure you know what they do. At the same time, do not light your hair on fire the minute you hear of a bill that was filed, because it's just been filed. It has to get referenced. And let's face it, most out of those thousands, only 10 to 12% usually on average make it all the way to the governor's desk, and even some of those then get vetoed. So it's important to be engaged. At the same time, a lot has to happen in the 9 weeks for those thousands of bills. So with all those prefaces, let's dive into some actual highlights. For starters, as Jeff said, we have worked extensively, not just with Jeff and Mr. Moore, but many of your department heads finding and kind of combing through ideas that we can hopefully draw down state dollars into the city of Delray Beach's budgets. We're not the only ones that have done that. Over 2,300 budget requests have been filed in the House alone, equaling about over $5 billion worth of projects. So it is very competitive up there to try to draw down dollars for your projects. At the same time, I think we have a well-rounded approach this year in terms of the projects we are pushing, and hopefully we'll be successful. We have filed 5 projects. The Delray Beach Citywide Crime Prevention Enhancements. It's a $1 million request. Rep. Gossett-Seidman has filed it along with Senator Berman. We have a roadway restoration project at Southwest 8th Avenue. Rep. Casello has filed that along with Senator Berman, requesting $1 million with $1 million for the local government match. Also, the North Swinton Roadway Underground Utility Improvements, Phase 2, a $1,500 request has been filed by Rep. Gossett-Seidman and Senator Berman. Delray Beach Emergency Response Mobile Traffic Barrier and First Responder Protections, a $612,000 request. also filed by Reps. Casello and Senator Berman. And finally, Orchard View Park improvements, a $100,000 request filed by Senator Berman and Rep. Gossett-Seidman. So I think those 5 projects kind of cover what I call the blocking and tackling of local government projects. You got some parks, you have some road work, some utility work. And so thanks to your staff for doing the due diligence and the work to kind of put together a decent package. I always joke that I'm only as good as the products I get to sell, so it's really hard to get up there and try to sell certain projects that don't have a real tangible core government function to them, but I think these look good. So we're cautiously optimistic going into the budget cycle that I think the projects look good, and so hopefully we'll be successful. Now I'll cover a few bills of interest, really just touching the surface so you kind of know that they're out there in case you come up in conversation. One is a bill, HB 267, residential building permits by Representative Esposito and also by Senator DeSigli in the Senate. Basically, it's expedited permitting. We've seen it for years up in Tallahassee. It's all legislation that will require local governments to speed up the processing of applications. It's continued. It's been around for many years and moved already in the House. I do think that's going to continue to move throughout this session. I've already sent it to the staff. We've already talked about ways to, one, that the city is already doing that, because I'm sure already processing applications in a timely manner is already is what you're trying to achieve. We just need to make sure the bill doesn't go to the point where you can't, you're not successful doing even what you're trying to do. Vacation rentals is a bill that's been around for many, many years and continues this year. Again, trying to navigate that thin line between property rights and, of course, the neighboring property rights to what is happening in a property next door to you, and, of course, the local government's ability to regulate what's happening commercially in their city. That bill is back and alive as well. The Senate has already moved it through one committee. I would tell you right now the cities aren't necessarily in favor of either version, but we've seen it for years, and we'll see how it works out through the process. One that I've tagged that most notably because I know it could have a huge fiscal impact on many, many cities, including your own, is HB 609, which basically eliminates a local government's ability to levy a local business tax. I don't know exactly what that number would be to the city of Delray Beach, but most notably, even if it's $1, it's also a way for most local governments to regulate or at least know what businesses are operating in their own city. And so for requiring, even if it's a minimal $5, $10 up to $100 or $200, there's a way to, at least for cities and local governments, to know what businesses are operating, and not only for one, so you know in compliance reasons if they're doing something that might need further permitting, but also at a minimum you know what operations you have in your city, so you know what's happening there. It has not moved at all yet, but I just know it's such a wide-ranging bill. The ability to remove all cities' ability to do that, I know could be problematic. Another bill that's been around several sessions, and not sure if this will be the year finally it gets across the line, is changing the sovereign immunity caps that local governments entertain. Right now, they're still capped at $200,000. There's been bills the last few sessions that change those limits. Some versions have made it unlimited. Some have capped it down to $600,000 or $1 million. It has been at $200,000 for a very, very long time. My own personal opinion is eventually that it's going to change. It's like any number. Eventually, time creeps up on it, whether it's minimum wage or something else, and you realize $200,000 is too low. Whether the legislation lands on a number that is best for local government still will be the factor throughout the session. Lastly, the last bill I'll mention, again, because like I said, I already could eat up a lot of your clock, and this is only a handful of the thousands that have been filed. HB 479, relating to alternative mobility systems. This is a bill that I know the city was in favor of last year. Mm-hmm. Representative Robinson had it. This year he has filed it again, and Senator Martin has it in the Senate. This bill essentially makes it very, very clear that for large projects that have impact fees associated with them, especially multi-jurisdictional impact fees that maybe the county is involved, it makes it very clear that the entity where the project takes place collects that fee and then distributes it to any extra jurisdictional impacts there may be. Right now, there's some gray area that says the county gets their fee and the city gets their fee, and developers are saying, wait, there's one fee, you guys decide exactly how it's spent. And so there needs to be legislation to at least dictate, does it go to the county and they decide who gets it, or does it go to the city and they decide who gets it? So it's HB 479. It also would give you more flexibility on how you're using those. I do know mobility projects are obviously important to the city. Was happy to see a big front page article, I think, in the Post just yesterday about all the new bike lanes that you guys are adding in. This would be a way to at least clarify and make it crystal clear exactly where those funds could come from. So those are the bills of highlighted note right now. I'll pause and, of course, answer any questions. And then I'll also just say, as we go into the next busy season, the more eyes and ears looking at bills and hearing about bills and legislation, the better. Always feel free to go, hey, I heard about this. Send it to Mr. Moore, send it to Mr. Orris. Make sure it's on my radar. I'm not going to be offended. I hope you won't be offended if you think Matt maybe hasn't seen it. Again, we have 9 weeks. All eyes should be watching for icebergs. The more out there, the better. And hopefully we'll have another successful session.
Thank you so much. That was a great recap or capping of what's going on. We appreciate that, and especially those that are going to be heading up to Tallahassee, I guess, next week to visit. So let's start with the Vice Mayor. Any questions, concerns, or comments?
Nope, not at all. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, very good. Deputy Vice Mayor?
No questions here. Appreciate the comprehensive update, and we had a chance to chat earlier on the phone and kind of go over some stuff in more detail. I'm really looking forward to being up in Tallahassee next week.
Commissioner Frankel?
Matt, you and Ballard Partners are one example of taxpayer money that is amazingly well spent. We appreciate everything that you do and what your office does, and we're very lucky to have you. So I look forward to seeing you next week.
Thanks.
And Commissioner Burns?
Yes, no questions. I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation and the information, and looking forward to my first time experience on the Hill.
If I may, for those of you attending Palm Beach County Day, yes, we are, as Jeff said, we are working on setting up meetings for you. We are at the mercy of the legislature, though.
Yes.
I'm waiting as you guys have come and realize the meeting requests are out there. We're bugging them. As soon as we get them locked in, I will get an updated schedule out to the staff, and they'll get it to you. I hope it's by end of day tomorrow. It might be over the weekend. It might be Monday at noon. The House agendas bills 48 hours in advance. So when I'm requesting meetings for next Wednesday, they honestly have to wait to see if they have a bill they have to present on Wednesday before they know if they can meet on Wednesday, and they won't know that till Monday. And so that's kind of the hurry up and wait problem that we have up there. But we look forward to hosting you there no matter what, and I promise you there will be stuff to go to. I just can't tell you what yet.
Well, I'm going to have to say this is going to be the last time that we're probably going to be meeting. I know it's been a long haul, and I have to tell you, when I first was elected, we did not have a lobbyist at that point in time, and you're up against a different firm. I remember we selected your firm, Ballard Partners, and I'll tell you, I didn't really understand at that point in time, and probably many in the audience don't understand how important it is to have a lobbyist for a city. This lobbyist of ours has really put pedal to the metal in getting money coming from the state that we would have never had access to had it not been for you guiding us. And I think that first year you came back with I don't remember what it was, $30,000 we were paying you for your services at that point in time, with $400,000 to the city. That is why my colleague up here is saying it was probably the best money spent for the city of Delray Beach. And year after year after year, it may, some years we don't get anything, it just happens that way, but in overall sense, we are way ahead of the game. And we appreciate everything that you have done all these years for us and guiding us and letting us know where we should be asking for the money, what's the best place to be able to. This year it's going to be water, next year it's renourishment of the beach, or whatever it is, that you are the person that basically can tell us where that money is going to be coming in and how we can tap into it. And it's made all the difference in the world. So thank you very much for your services. And it's been an absolute pleasure working with you all these years. So Matt,
My pleasure
I'm going
as
to
well.
miss you.
Thank you very much.
All right, very good. Anything else? Seeing no one, we'll move on to the next. Thank you again. Thank you. All right, we are at the comments and inquiries section, and we've got a few things that Mr. Moore is going to be bringing up. So we'll start with the manager's response, and then we'll move to public comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as indicated, and first of all, happy and safe and prosperous New Year to everyone. Welcome back to Delray Beach City Hall and beyond. So I do have a few comments and updates this evening. Number one is an update regarding water utility billing. And much of this is a function, Madam Mayor, of individual discussions I've had with each of you all as elected officials regarding the practice of estimating and why that the city of Delray Beach became somewhat dependent in that regard to some extent. And while estimating is a very common practice in utility operations all over Florida, all over the country, municipal utility operations, Florida Power and Light, and others, it is best to do as much as we possibly can as a utility operation to achieve accurate readings. And that's long been a sentiment of the city of Delray Beach long prior to my arrival. In essence, that was the case back in 2014 when the city of Delray Beach, so nearly 10 years ago, the city of Delray Beach made the decision to implement utility billing via the establishment of an advanced metering infrastructure system. I spoke to some of you all about that. Some had more questions than others individually. In essence, advanced metering infrastructure are being executed or implemented in cities across the country to minimize the need for staff to physically have to go out and perform actual meter reads. A principal feature of advanced metering infrastructure involves specific encoders utilized to specifically read individual meters and feed the data back to, in this case, Delray Beach City Hall, to the Customer Services Division, so that an accurate read can in fact be made available and bills can be made available accordingly. So the city of Delray Beach is a full-service operation. It's a pretty large municipality, despite many who consider it to be small. It is pretty good-sized utility operation, somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000 utility customers, so give or take a little bit more than that actually, factoring commercial, industrial, and residential, and that's quite a bit. So we've been in this place for coming up on 10 years, and the company that the city of Delray Beach authorized a contract for advanced metering infrastructure services is Badger Incorporated, nationally based firm with offices principally out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So the city of Delray Beach has been in business with this organization for that length of time, and for the most part, it does work very well in terms of creating efficiencies in operations. However, it's been recently determined that a number of the encoders had actually malfunctioned, necessitating estimating, and most recently, the need for staff to be reassigned to actually go out and perform manual reads so that accurate billing outcomes can in fact be achieved. In the case of estimating, that's resulted in some customers, not the majority, but some customers having to experience higher than expected utility bills. And in some cases, ladies and gentlemen, in some cases, customers actually received a credit in response to this. So there's actually a mix of both, and it's really important to point that out. Nevertheless, the goal is to achieve accurate billing reads. The malfunction of encoders is a most compelling factor in this regard, necessitating estimates and, most recently, manual reads. The reason I'm more comfortable with the manual reads piece because, of course, we were able to initially estimate last month that approximately 20% of encoders associated with the advanced metering infrastructure package had malfunctioned. That number, as of this week, coming into the new year, that metric, I should say, coming into the new year, is probably closer to a little bit over 30%. So what's good, however, is that the Office of the City Manager, Finance, Department of Utilities, all leadership in this regard, we began thoroughly engaging with Badger Incorporated to report to them the level of encoder failures that need to be addressed in a timely manner. Timely manner is operative, ladies and gentlemen, because the agreement that was authorized back in 2014, early part of 2014, resulted, past tense, in a 10-year warranty that is to expire in March 2024. So just in the nick of time, we were able to negotiate the respective repairs to get it fully functional so that we can once again achieve an environment of accurate reads based on the investment having been made by the city of Delray Beach back in 2014 prior to the expiration of the warranty. So over the next few months, that is to be accomplished. In tandem with that, for the encoders that have been failed or malfunctioned, manual reads will be executed and have been initiated over the last several weeks. So we are working to achieve an environment of manual reads where applicable, and again, the vast majority of the AMI system is actually functioning, somewhere in the neighborhood between 65 and 70%. So our job is to get all encoders repaired And Badger is working closely with us to accomplish that between now, January, into the next few months so that we can be fully functional. To achieve an environment of confidence, however, we will refrain from depending on estimates, as having been the case for the past little while, and actually mandate manual reads in the areas that are necessary. So we are in that place to get to that environment, and I think we'll be much better for it. But again, this is a practice that's been in the case in Delray Beach for nearly 10 years now, and therefore, given the repairs that need to be taken care of relative to encoders for the AMI system, Advanced Metering Infrastructure System, we look forward to getting to that place. However, in the meantime, given the concerns having been expressed by customers who are experiencing higher than anticipated balances, we do have a course of direction being executed as well. Likewise, I've asked Utilities Financial Administrator, Ms. Andrea Guerrera, to please be here this evening to talk a little bit about what that looks like and the level of responsiveness and attentiveness that's being offered to help us get to that place. Ms. Guerrera, if you would, please.
Good evening.
So, as City Manager explained,
Hit the mic.
is that better? Can you
Yep.
hear?
Speak clearly.
Okay. As City Manager explained, yes, we did have a increase in the amount of encoders that were going down. And the encoder, just so you know, it's not the meter itself, it is the radio device that is transmitting the signal to our towers. Okay? So when we go to bill, we grab those readings in from the radio devices. And we've been seeing a consistent amount, about 5% every month, going down. So our meter readers, which we have 3, have to go out and get these readings manually, but the boxes that meters are contained in are cement, and they're not made to be read manually. Back in the day when there was book and page and meter readers just went out and had the books and wrote down the readings, they could flip the lid and just get a reading easily. Now it's a whole process. And not only is the lid hard to open, it also is compacted with dirt sometimes. You have rain and it's flooded. And then you have the radio device that goes through the lid, through a hole, and then wires are, could be disconnected. It's a process. So it's taking longer for us to get the amount of reads that we need to reduce our estimates. So we have been working tirelessly to work with customers, that have been estimated during this time. But as City Manager said, it is a small amount of customers that were affected by this. And we're working to create payment plans with them. And for the mass majority of people that we spoke to, they understand that the usage was used, and we had to adjust the bill based on the tiered schedule.
Let's just talk about how we are working with customers and
Okay.
the flexibility that's being executed so that we can give them the opportunity to be well,
Okay.
financially and otherwise.
Correct. So for the customers that were overbilled, we did do a tiered rate adjustment, which is based on I'm sorry to see how to explain this. When we billed the customer for all the usage that was used all at once, we had to adjust it based on the tiers that we bill for water, and also for the sewer end that was not billed during the time, excuse me, that they used the usage. Does that make sense? Does anybody? Okay. And for the customers that we have explained this to, we've had good response. Is there additional?
Thank you. So to conclude, as far as any customers who have concerns in this regard, you have staff available to assist
Absolutely.
and
Yes.
review individual bills to make arrangements in terms of payment plans, and there's a great deal of flexibility we are able to offer in that regard. In
Yes.
some cases, 12 months, some individuals may go 6 or maybe even longer, but we
Right,
do
depends
incorporate
on-
that practice in.
The customer's budget.
That does go well, and again, my interest is to update the city commission to this effect. Although I've spoken to each of you all individually, I thought it was important to be open publicly about the opportunities in fact being made available so that we can get to the absolute best place. But my principal interest is more global, to acknowledge the work having been done by all involved, engaging with Badger to get the functions properly squared away, such that we'll be 100% in that regard in the next few months.
Correct.
So with that, Madam Mayor, Commissioners, I yield at this time. And
Okay.
thank you, Ms. Guerrero.
Let me just open it up to the commission. Anything, Vice Mayor, you want to say to this effect, or no?
Yes, Mr. Moore, we discussed the process. You showed me the letter to the vendor of what's going to be taken care of by them. Will they be also paying for the replacement of the equipment?
Yes, sir, that's an excellent question, and I'd like to point that out gladly. At no cost to the city of Delray Beach. Given the contractual piece relative to the warranty, we were able to get that squared away as well. In fact, the kickoff meeting occurred this morning, today.
Okay, great. And about how long will that take?
We're looking at the next few months, sir.
The next few months. My question to my colleagues would be that during that period, let's say a 3-month period, would we like to provide users with that 3-month grace period while we repair some of these communicators on the meters?
Why would we do that if they're using water? Just questioning.
Well, yeah, no, they would still pay. They would still pay for their water, but the ones that are going to see.
Oh, you're talking
the ones
about
that are
in a
gonna be
bill.
put on
bill.
a payment plan.
I gotcha.
Yes.
I gotcha.
Yep. The bill.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
that they're no.
If I may, Madam Mayor,
Yep.
so to support Vice Mayor Boylston, that is actually a function of the current practice in place. So an endorsement or support from the City Commission to be sure we incorporate that practice is consistent with the direction having been offered administratively. So, yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to give as much flexibility as possible to this. Even whether it's a small or a large, it's still an adjustment to your monthly financials. And obviously, we're all dealing with increases from gas to the grocery store to taxes. So I appreciate the approach that you and staff are taking with this.
Thank you, sir.
If the commission is inclined to do a grace period, I think you should vote on that, since it
Yes,
is a
ma'am.
policy direction and staff doesn't have the
All
authority.
right. We'll take that at the very end. Deputy Vice Mayor, anything?
No, just thank you for getting ahead of this. Appreciate it. And it sounds like this was just a fluke on behalf of Badger, and there's nothing we can really do to prevent this sort of thing. Is there anything we can do to try to ensure something like this doesn't happen again as a city, really, or is it just kind of one of those freak things that is unpreventable?
So the initial focus is to get the repairs squared away. And that's Badger's responsibility, as I just stated, responding to Vice Mayor Boylston's question at no cost to the city of Delray Beach because of the warranty piece. So with that focus, we will start to think more long-term in terms of what can be accomplished to ensure that we have a solid, well-functioning system. And what we've learned to date is technologies do evolve and change in that regard, and there may be some other investments that might become necessary as far as utility operations to ensure a more reliable system. So more to come in that regard. Right now, the principal focus is to get 100% with the Badger Advanced Metering Infrastructure System, which is underway as of today.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Frankel?
Sure, thank you. Do you have a recommendation on how long of a grace period would be reasonable?
3 months would be reasonable. I say that because that's also a function, or can be a function, of what we're already making available based on the needs of the individual customer. So each individual customer, one person may require a 6-month payment plan, another may require a 12. So that would not be unreasonable whatsoever. Therefore, I think it's something we can easily facilitate administratively with the support of the City Commission to do so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner
I just want to verify that a grace period is a payment payment plan. You say the 3-month grace period, you're referring to time period to pay the bill.
As a minimum.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then lastly, I hear you said that there was a mandate to do manual reads.
If I may, thank you, ma'am. So during the time that the advanced metering infrastructures encoders are being repaired, again, we talked about the metric of approximately 30% having been malfunctioned, as we were able to calculate as of this week. So we know exactly where they are not functioning. Therefore, staff in the Customer Services Division, as well as a couple individuals from the Department of Utilities, existing staff are being assigned to perform manual reads where we've identified the malfunctioned encoders. So that is currently underway. That's been initiated a few weeks ago.
Okay, I was going to ask, is Badger providing personnel to do these manual reads, but you just said that it's coming from utilities and other departments.
Yes, ma'am. And Badger's role, they are working with us to provide labor relative to the installation, and that's where the focus needs to be. It's consistent with the warranty package. It's consistent with what we've asked them to do in terms of the negotiations process a few weeks ago, leading up to the December 20th letter, of which I just provided you all a copy. So that needs to be the focus, and we look forward to getting that all squared away so that we can have a full functioning AMI system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not going to be so kind. So, first of all, I just want to say that we have you said about 20,000 meters in the city.
22,000.
Pardon me?
22,000.
22,000 meters. And we have approximately 30% that are affected now, or have moved into 30%. Is that correct?
The encoders.
The encoders.
Right.
Listen, just the problem with the meters is 30% now
Correct,
of the
yes.
meters.
Yes.
Okay. That did not happen overnight.
Correct.
Okay. And so what have we done in the last year and a half to be able to correct the system, and why is this commission being notified today, and also the people who are getting these bills through? I have received calls from people who have a $1,000 bill around Christmas time, $5,700 bill, $1,100 bill. I mean, this is on top of their normal water, and they've been estimating for the last year and a half. I'm not happy. And I'm telling you, I didn't get one of those bills, and I'm upset because I'm getting the calls from the people. And if 30% of this population is going to be getting those bills, oh, everybody else is going to be here about it too.
Technically, it's about 2%.
2% are actually having the problem?
Are having the bills that you're talking about.
Okay, well,
And the reason for us not changing out the encoders which is where I think.
I'm not saying about changing out the encoders. We have a certain number of people that are supposed to be meter reading. We have meter readers that we pay in this town, do we not? We've got 3, correct?
Yes.
What are they doing?
Originally, we had 6. And then when the AMI
I understand.
system came
Listen,
in,
I understand, but you're not answering my question. What are they doing now if they're not reading meters?
They are reading meters.
Okay, then why do we have 30% of our meters that have to be estimated?
It takes longer to read the meters now than it did back then.
Okay,
You have to open up the box. There's dirt. It has to be cleaned out. You have to
Okay.
pump it out as well.
okay,
and
but
it's a
that
lot
should
of-
all be part and parcel to the department. Are you the person that's in
I'm
charge?
utility billing, yes.
That should all be part and parcel to having these meters kept clean, and that we have a backup system, because we have 3 meter readers, what used to be 6 meter readers, but then we got the easy automated meter reader, the Badger. And so what we have done is we've fallen down. We have not been doing what we should have been doing. As soon as there is a problem with a meter, we should be handling that, not letting it go to where somebody's getting a $5,700 bill for a $200 per month average bill that they've been paying. To me, I don't get how you can allow $5,700 to accumulate before you're actually sending somebody at Christmas time that bill and telling them they need to pay or they're not going to have service. That's a problem.
Well, when they did get the bill, actually before they got the bill, we contacted them to inform them of what their bill was going to be and that there was an adjustment to be made because of the tiered rates. So we did contact these customers that were affected. And like I said, it was only about 2% of the customer base that were affected.
Okay.
So
First of all, I didn't get that message. I got somebody calling me because they were so upset, and basically it was just, you used it, so you need to pay it. That's basically what happened. Listen, there's no reason that somebody would call me and say something like that to me if it wasn't something that's true. And the fact that we're sending out a bill for $5,700 for a $300 or $250 per month bill, there's something wrong with that. Don't you think? I mean, I don't want to receive a bill that I think I'm paying, and even though it's being averaged, I'm thinking I'm paying the approximate amount, and then all of a sudden I get a $5,700 bill. I don't want to get that, so I don't want to get a call about somebody getting that in my city. I just don't. I think that this is absolutely unbelievable. And the fact that there's 2%, Listen, I'm not so sure that there is just 2%. If you've got 30% of your meters that are not reading, how do you know it's only 2% that are going to be affected by that? Do you have that information? Because I'd like to know it. I mean, you're telling me that there's 30% that's being averaged
Yes.
and estimated.
Currently.
And now we're only going to see 2% of the people
And
out there
now
that are
we're
going to
getting the encoders replaced in the next 3 months.
Yeah, but-
So
yeah,
it's going to even out. I mean, we are going to see
Okay.
it not increase.
Listen, I also learned a couple of other things with this that I don't understand. And Mr. Moore, I'm going to hold you accountable for this. This has been ongoing in your department. You've been here long enough to know that what's been going on has been going on. The fact that this city commission is getting this information around Christmas time and now, and basically it's been sparred on by somebody that's calling us, and I'm calling you, and then all of a sudden I'm learning about this, that's a problem. I should have known about it. This whole commission should have known about it as soon as you knew about it, and this has been ongoing for a while. Because we didn't get to 30% or however many meters that means, that means in that 20,000 number overnight. The problem that I have is that if we haven't been doing our job on our end as a city in billing for water properly, I don't think that it's really up to us to now come back to these people and say, oh, by the way, now you owe this money. I know they used it, but we estimated that. That's just not fair. So I say that we give them 100 years to pay it back. Or we just don't. We don't have them pay it back. This city doesn't even know what we've lost in that. I asked you that. No, they don't have a total. They don't know how much they've lost. So why do you need to collect it? To me, we made the mistake. We weren't on top of Badger when we knew that there was a problem. We weren't on top of the city.
I'm sorry, may I say something? We were on top of Badger the whole time. And due to COVID, when we noticed that the encoders were
Okay, so now we're
failing-
back to 2020. Let's get that straight, guys.
No,
So it's not.
From 2020 to 2022, we were on Badger to replace those encoders. However, their manufacturer, due to COVID, was not manufacturing.
Well, you know
And then
what
there was a
then? You want me to tell you what you
backlog
should have done then? You should have got yourself those meter readers to go out there every single month and be checking on the meters and reading them and properly, no, hold on, guys, come on. And properly be billing properly, not to all of a sudden catch up in years of not billing properly. To me, I'm sorry, we own that problem. The city of Delray Beach owns that problem. That is not for the residents to have to pay. That's how I see it. I know they probably may have used it, but the fact that we basically didn't do this for so many years, that's our problem. We should have been billing them properly. And you know what? If we didn't have the meter readers to go out there and do it, and I know we did, because I also checked on some of the neighboring, they can read 800 meters a day. Think about how many people you could actually get out there. Yes, you can't read the meters from our meters because nobody's taking care of those boxes. They used to take care of them when they had to go out there and do their manual reading, but now they've just let it go. This city has not done anything for probably 10 years with those boxes. So yeah, it is a problem to be able to read the meters. I agree. But that's not the problem of the residents and the people in this town. It's not. It's our problem. We did the wrong thing. So I'm not going to support anybody having to pay these bills. I think the city needs to take it on the chin. It's only 2%. It's only 2%. So that's how I feel about it.
Vice Mayor Boston has his hand up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would just like, is it Andrea?
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Yes.
Andrea, I would just like to give you the floor. You were asked quite a few questions. I think you were interrupted on every one of them.
I was not asking
So
questions.
Please.
You want to
actually
ask her a
did
question,
ask
Mr.
her-
Boylston? You can
you
ask her a
actually-
question. I did not ask. I was basically giving her
and-
information.
And now you're doing it to me. Andrea, I would just like to give you the opportunity to finish your explanation you were about to go into during COVID, and just kind of giving us the background that this didn't just come out of nowhere. So I'd just like to give you the floor because I would like to hear that. Thank you.
Yes, during COVID is when we found that the encoders were failing, and we reached out to Badger and we asked them to replace them because they are still under warranty. We were told that during that time they were not being manufactured, and We were put on a waiting list, as was everyone who uses Badger meters. So there was no physical way to make those meters read, without the encoder, and they were not being provided. So our staff did go out and read as much as humanly possible. They were doing about 400, 500 a day, considering that the boxes are hard to open. So we did do the best that we could to reduce the amount of estimates, and we kept the estimates low until just recently when the encoders started to increase and fail more rapidly.
And if I may, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, Vice Mayor Boylston and all, just to clarify, I became thoroughly involved in this in the latter part of 2023. I became familiar with the statistics. I like to review the data analytics, the metrics to ascertain why we are where we are. So personally, as you all know, I was married November 11th. I was away the week of November 13th. Prior to that engagement and that arrangement, I've called a mandatory meeting with Badger leadership and all others so that we can get down to where we need to be. So got my arms around that to that effect, and that's probably, as I'm being told, the most responsive Badger had been since the experiences you've all just shared. And frankly, I decided soon thereafter to have individual meetings with the elected officials to bring you all up to speed, as well as to provide an update at this time. So again, I comprehensively got myself together in that regard, and it's fairly recent in terms of the aggregate issues and concerns in that regard. And again, with the estimating part of the process, it is a very common practice. However, our interest is to be accurate and direct the process in which we can have full operations in place for accurate reads. And that's the order of where we are at this time. So again, to point out, once I became thoroughly familiar, I did make time to visit with everybody so that everybody can be brought up to speed, as well as today's discussion. It's not just today.
Commissioner Frankel?
Thank you.
So,
I don't blame you or fault the men and women in your department. It happened. Mr. Moore, I don't blame you. It happened. But the mayor makes a great point of all the discussion, and the discussion has been fruitful. If I got a bill like that, I'd be livid. And I think it's the city's responsibility.
Absolutely.
Is there an option just to waive these fees and go forward now?
Yes, there is.
I'd make that motion.
Well, I also want to say that, Mr. Moore, if you don't know that this has been going on since 2020, that's when they were trying to order these Badger, and that there is no communication between our meters and the meter company, we got a bigger problem here.
It was a small amount of encoders that were not reading, and we were reading those because it was a manageable size.
But how did it get to 30%?
It's just in the recent year that they have really ramped up. And then we've had the ones prior, so it's compounded.
Okay, but how does Mr. Moore not know this? How does Mr. Moore not know that that we've got failing meter information going out? Who kept that from Mr. Moore?
Good evening, Mayor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor, if I may.
Sure,
you
jump
know,
in.
CFO. So basically, the encoders were, as typically is the case, they were not reading 100% from the start, as I have learned. Some of these issues predates Mr. Moore. In terms of keeping him abreast of what has occurred, we realize that the Utilities Department, they have a report that's called accountability. So they look at the gallons of water pumped from the water plant and the gallons of water billed. If there are discrepancies in between those figures, we have to therefore go and determine where the water loss is occurring. When we look at the amount of zero reads, is what they're called skips from the encoders, we decided to convene a meeting with Badger, and at this point, we did not yet figure out what the issues were. So we convened a meeting with Badger. Badger came out, did some field testing, realized that these encoders were failing. at that juncture, Badger said they gave us several scenarios, one of which involved the city paying certain sums to replace these failed encoders. We told them emphatically not. These things were under warranty. So essentially, we have kept the manager to a certain extent abreast. The problem is that we had to bring out Badger to assist in assessing what the problem were. In terms of this is you hit the nail on the head. It's not an overnight. The problem didn't. Most of the increase in the failure rates occurred post-COVID. We were told that there was some manufacturing backlog. With respect to your question of whether we could not write off, so to speak, but we could relieve.
Forgive.
Yeah, we could forgive. Coincidentally, I was involved with this same instance in a previous employer very recently, and the meters there were not Badger, they were census meters. And so the thing with the AMI is they're more accurate. If you have an old meter that's reading slowly, it's not going to pick up the usage as quickly, as accurately. When we switch to the census meters, the customers' bills increase dramatically. And so in that instance, we took an average of the past 12 months, excluding the extraordinary bills, and we went back and credit the customers.
Okay.
However, just to point out, we did give credits. So we have to look at it from both sides of the coin. We're more than open to whatever.
There's nobody complaining about a credit. Trust me when I say that.
We're fully aware of that. But
Mr. Dunkley.
Yeah, just to quickly wrap up, we're amenable to any, if the commission, it is your will, if you want us to go back, we could take an average of the past 12 months, which is what's done in the industry. We could use that as a number to bill the customers, which will be consistent with the bill that they've been receiving, and the difference we will credit back to the account. And
Whatever those big
that's
bills
an
are,
option.
I don't think anybody should have to pay them.
We realize that, and we wholeheartedly understand your point of view as well as that of the
I made
customers.
that motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, is there a second on that?
Second for discussion. I just want to
Again.
chime in real quick.
Thank
Question
I agree with the mayor and Commissioner Frankel that we shouldn't, because of our mistake as a city, hammer residents with this backlog of bills. I think you raised a good point there. However, what I don't agree with is publicly excoriating our staff. I don't think a witch hunt is needed here. I think they were doing their best to cope with a vendor issue. So I don't think that the attack. I don't think the tone is appropriate with staff at this moment, in my opinion. I would rather focus that effort on fixing this issue, what the mayor suggested, and refunding our residents, whatever way makes the most sense, and figuring out how to ensure this doesn't happen again. What improvements can we make to ensure that this doesn't happen again? So I seconded, but I open it up for discussion if anyone else has anything else to say.
Well, I want to just respond because the truth of the matter is that you're not receiving the calls.
Of course
And
I am.
Are you receiving the calls for
I've
$5,700?
received many calls and emails.
We all are.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we all did.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on.
Not as many as you.
I'm just being honest with you.
I'm upset about it too.
I have to tell you, the fact that we are not really talking about what is happening here is part of the problem, and that's the reason why I'm bringing this up. We are getting this information as the public gets this information. The public thinks that it's us that's running this town, and I'm a little upset because I'm the one who gets blamed for this, and I have absolutely no knowledge of it, and that's the reason why I'm so upset. We have had water issues in the history where people were getting their bills were way high, $10,000. I mean, we had that happening.
Swimming pools, yeah.
Even before that, because something was going on with the meter. what I'm trying to say is that when you have a problem that you know is a problem, you don't ignore it. We need to know about it, and it needs to be resolved. Not when we get the public now being billed, but way before that, so that we can go ahead and make a good decision all together on how to deal with that. We were hit with this issue because we have bills going out, and the people that are getting these bills are calling us going, what the heck is going on? That's why I'm so upset, because I didn't get the opportunity that obviously staff did and Mr. Moore did in knowing that this was ongoing. And this has been a problem. And it's been a problem that's been apparently escalating over the last 12 months. So the fact that we've been left off of this, but yet we're the ones who get those calls, is very upsetting to me. And that's the reason why I got a little bit of a tone, and I'm taking it to the people that basically need to have this taken to, because this is not okay. This is not okay at all. In addition to that, and I get it, I understand what you're saying. I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but if we have boxes that are not able to be read, but yet they were being read before, because we did have, manual readers about 13 years ago or 12 years, well, maybe 10 years ago, there's a problem there too, because there is no excuse for not going out and reading. Let me just ask Mr. Dunkley, because you had the question, you said, can a meter be read manually?
Precisely.
Okay, so we have the ability, and we always have had the ability to be able to do this on a manual
It sounds
basis.
like they were, though. They were doing it at their max capacity from what we were told. They were doing, were we not reading them manually?
Yes, absolutely.
You said you had people out there reading 400 to 500 a day manually.
Yes.
And the process is currently more difficult.
Okay, so how-
listen, Mayor, I agree with you, with your solution here, and I agree that there needs to be accountability. I believe it's more productive if we focus on solutions rather than playing the blame game up here and attacking staff.
Well, here's the problem with that, Deputy Vice Mayor.
I don't believe in
Here's-
throwing our
here's
staff under the
here's
bus
problem
over a
with that,
vendor
Deputy Vice
issue.
Mayor, because we have been down this road before, and we continue to go down this road because nobody gets held accountable, and we really don't talk about the issues. And that is the problem right now, and that is the reason why.
We are talking about the issue, though,
No,
right
no,
now.
I understand, but what you're trying to say to me is, let's not talk about all this other stuff. Let's just go for the solution. If we are going to actually make this town accountable, we have to talk about the issues. And I'm sorry that it upsets you. It's upsetting me a lot more, I guarantee you, because I've been sitting on this for a while and I'm not happy about it. So I think that we've got a motion and a second. Yes, go ahead.
So I've also been receiving the calls, but wouldn't we be opening up another can of worms? Because there are people that receive those bills and pay those bills.
And we can return it.
So
It would be a credit in the next billing cycle.
okay. I mean, people that are on payment plans that succeeded.
We would make all the
paid their
adjustments. We know
payments.
where they are. We know how to find them. We can administer that quite effectively.
Let me ask you another question. Is there anybody that's not getting billed, like a zero bill? And that we've all of a sudden we have a $5,700 because you haven't paid anything? Or is this mainly averaging, and then we're seeing that there's a difference?
No, Mayor, there is always.
There's always a bill.
It's a readiness to serve charge, it's a base charge.
All right.
So depending on usage, it's still a base.
Then I
charge.
don't have a problem with just forgiving it and moving on.
Precisely. We thank you very much.
Oh, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that this is not a water issue. This is a technology issue that created a billing issue. And that's what we're discussing today. And I appreciate staff's explanation. I've obviously had several meetings about this topic. That meters are expected to work in most cities 90 to 95% of meters. It's unrealistic that they would work 100%, so that you have fail safes like estimates or physical reading in place. As that number continued to grow from 5 or 10% not working to 20 to 30% not working, flags were raised. Flags were raised to the city manager. They were raised to us. Now we're here discussing it. I'm in full support of the motion that was put forward by I think the mayor and Adam and Rob Long. I'm full support of that. It's very similar to what happened with our waste management situation as well, where we decided to step up and pay that difference. So I'll be in full favor of that.
I would also like to propose, and this is something that we can talk about later, but I would like to propose that Mr. Moore direct that this enterprise fund and everything be put under Mr. Hajimiri. I think it just makes more sense to be under utilities entirely. That's what I would propose. This is under right now finance. So you have a disconnect between the finance department doing the billing and also having the meter readers, and you have Mr. Hajimiri who basically gets the calls, how come my bill is this high, and Hajimiri has nothing to do with it. I think that needs to be moved back over, or moved over to Mr. Hajimiri's department, and that's what I would recommend as well.
It was under that department at one point previously.
I don't know when, I
Was
don't
it?
think, I don't know.
It was?
Some time ago, before the AMI model came about, that's why.
Well, regardless, I think that it belongs under that department, and it makes it so that there's one department that is responsible for it. That whole department needs to be over there. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Call the roll. Unless there's any other discussion, seeing none, call the roll.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Okay, moving on. Mr. Moore, you have some more things on your,
Welcome, Ally.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I recently shared via information letter report that the City of Delray Beach recently selected a new special events manager professional to help us in those particular operations. As you will recall from the proposed budget process for the current fiscal year, the special events manager is a new role for the City of Delray Beach, given the robust level of activities and engagements associated with external functions and opportunities. So who we have here today is Miss Allison or Allie Berman, and she brings to the City of Delray Beach very significant experiences with the City of Tallahassee, most recently with the City of Tamarack. The Tallahassee experience is extremely notable. She served in that organization for about 10 years. As I recall, a graduate of the University of Florida, and other notable backgrounds, she comes highly accomplished and prepared to serve our organization. So with that, a brief introduction of Miss Allison Allie Berman, new Special Events Manager for the City of Delray Beach.
welcome.
Thank you. I'm born and raised in South Florida. Everything Mr. Moore said is correct. I do go by Allie instead of Allison. I'm most recently with City of Tamarack, but most of my experiences with the City of Tallahassee, and I was with Broward County Parks before that for about 8 years as well. So
Now, how does a Florida girl go to Tallahassee? That's my question.
it was the right job at the right time.
There you go. All right, very good.
So, yeah, but I'm very happy to be here. I'm very excited. First week so far is going well. So yeah.
Fantastic. Well, welcome. We're
Thank
glad
you.
glad to
Happy
have
to
you.
meet
Happy
you
to
all.
have you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? No? All right.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ellie. The next item, and this is also consistent with a report I recently offered to the City Commission, and it pertains to the activation of the old Pomosa school site. A previous update was provided to you all that outlined the commitments on part of the school district of Palm Beach County to initiate demolition of the old school facility, and the City of Delray Beach currently has a working relationship with the school district whereby we do utilize some portions of the property for Parks and Recreation purposes, and both myself along with Director of Parks and Recreation Sam Mitat has recently had discussions with the school district Chief Operations Officer Joseph Sanchez to outline some considerations in that regard. So this is briefly an opportunity to update the commission as to what's being contemplated publicly so that we can possibly entertain further dialogue with the school district relative to the former old Pomosa school site, Mr. Mitat, if you would fill in the blanks, please.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, and Happy New Year. Sam Mitat, Parks and Recreation Director. As Mr. Moore said, there's been a continuing dialogue with our school board. I think it's based off of previous commission meetings where we talked about potential land swaps with different parcels, and we talked about this old Pomosa site. It was realized that swap maybe wouldn't work, but the school board actually asked questions of what could we maybe do within that park space to make it more active, and therefore some of the issues that they were experiencing on their closed off section of the property weren't, people weren't kind of squatting in their buildings, things like that. So they were kind of curious on what we maybe could bring forward, and it started brainstorming, but it also is just things we've been talking about for a while with what we call Pomosa Park, which we have a lease from the school board to create a small park space on the east side of that property. It's essentially an open field with a walking track, and there's not much more there to that current park space. But what we looked at, and we talked to the school board, and I actually apologize for Mr. Sanchez. He said he intended to be here, but he can't. So in looking at that property, a very quick thing that we could probably do to activate that space is look at an amendment to increase the footprint that we currently lease from them. And that would include what's really adjacent on the west side of that property is an old basketball court, an old playground, and a pavilion. And if we encompass that into what would be now our park space with some minor renovations, we could open up a playground pavilion, and we could look at making that a basketball court, maybe a couple pickleball courts. I know that's the other thing, right? But it's a court space, right? You could turn it into a tennis court, a basketball court, or pickleball, whatever you.
Too many houses around there.
It's a lot of houses. So, but what it would do is it would create some draw to the park rather than just a path for people to walk to in an empty field space. So we could also look at making that a different grass where they could kick a ball around and play some some sports there for small kids and things like that. So it was a good dialogue. They were interested in what we could do, and then it could be in the future once demo happens. What else could we do with that space to try to activate it? So we just wanted to. I know Mr. Moore brought it forward in his information letter, but bring it to you, have a discussion, see if there was consensus to at least explore those options.
Wouldn't demo start first? You don't want to have people over there with those derelict properties, correct?
So the demo would happen even on another part of the property altogether. So there's like segments of that property that are sectioned
So we're only
off.
talking about the field areas.
Just between the field and the school itself is a pavilion, playground, and basketball court. So we would initially
that open
just look
space
at,
area, not the buildings.
Correct.
Open space.
Yeah, we wouldn't go into that property area at all. So demo could happen apart from the park space itself.
I'd be okay with it as long as we find out what we're talking about as far as investment on our end, because again, this is not our property, and what kind of lease we would have for that investment, that sort of thing I'd like to know about, but sure. I mean, I think it's a great spot it's surrounded by houses, so it's a wonderful pocket park for the community.
Great.
Commissioner Burns, anybody? Anybody? It sounds like does he have support to move forward at least? All right, you've got support.
Yes.
Have a great night.
All right. Commissioner Boylston, did you need to say anything or no? I said yes. Oh, he did. Okay. All right.
Yep.
Very good.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, ma'am. So finally, as committed during the last City Commission meeting, my office hosted a meeting with leadership of the Delray Beach Rotary Club relative to the peace pole placement at City Hall. I did have an opportunity to speak to a couple of you all individually in terms of what that looks like. We're talking about a 8-foot structure, if you will, only 4 inches by 4 inches in square. And likewise, there's interest to facilitate that as a function of the King holiday time frame coming up in that regard. So we do have leadership from the Delray Beach Rotary Club, including former city manager David Harden, who I believe is the club treasurer, as I recall correctly. And they are here before you to offer a word or two relative to the placement of the pole so that City Commission can be advised accordingly. Gentlemen, if you would, please.
You can stand up if you want to, so you don't have to sit. Hello, Mr. Harden.
Good evening. And good evening as well. In all honesty, this is my first time in front of the commission, so I'm relying heavily on Mr. Harden here. But yes, I believe did you have a question to begin with, or was it just introducing the project to you, or?
I mean, I think that most of us aren't really that familiar. We were asking for information just to come back as to what is being asked and where to be placed.
Sure. So, and it does correspond with Dr. Martin Luther King holiday. The Rotary Club of Delray Beach will be hosting International President Gordon McAnally, who is the international president for all of Rotary, which is 47,000 clubs worldwide. He'll be here at the Kravis Center on the 14th of January, in just 2 weeks or in a week and a half. And on the 15th, he'd be coming here to Delray to help dedicate a peace pole. It's an 8-foot tall structure, 4 inches by 4 inches. It's basically just a pole. It has the phraseology on there is "May peace prevail on earth" in 8 different languages. There would also be a QR code to the district, which is encompassing several clubs in the South Florida area website for more information. It would also be added to a worldwide tracking system of peace poles. There are thousands of peace poles out there. We had spoken with City Manager Moore about planting it here on City Hall grounds with all the decisions being made here with the holiday and also with the times that we're in right now. It could not be a more perfect time for a representation such as a peace pole.
Sounds like perfect timing.
Yeah, it couldn't be better.
And where would we place the pole? Somewhere out front here?
We had discussed Yes, having it basically right on the front lawn, I believe just to the right or left of the doors in the lawn area. Something that's visible that you can just see as you're coming in for daily business as a reminder, and also as a informational piece that somebody can go up and learn more about.
Very cool. Anything that anybody would like to say? I know that Unity School had a peace pole, so it was the same type situation where there were several languages, and it was erected, I think, by our garden or something to that effect many, many years ago. But I thought it was really nice.
Our club also planted one in the Delray Beach Library back in 2013 as well. So we've done this before. This is a same situation. But yeah, it's also the end of our 75th anniversary. We're now 76 years as a club here in Delray Beach. So it's definitely a good ending to our anniversary as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Harden, did you want to say anything? Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year to you. Don't really have anything to add. We had talked about putting the pole between the main entrance and the entrance to the north wing and between the sidewalk and the building so that people would pass it and see it there regardless of which part of the building they're going to.
Sounds like a good spot.
And
visible.
The staff has been very helpful in the planning for this, and we appreciate that and appreciate the commission's receptivity.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for coming out, and we'll look forward to seeing it and doing the dedication.
Thank you very much.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you,
Anything else?
gentlemen. And likewise, given the apparent support in this regard, the Department of Public Works and other staff members, Department of Parks and Recreation, will work closely with you over the next coming days, perhaps next week, so that we can have a timely placement a la the King Holiday weekend.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude?
I yield at this time, Madam
All right,
Mayor.
very good. So we are going to open up the meeting at this point in time to the public comment section. This meeting is now open to public comments from anyone wishing to speak on any topic or agenda item that is not quasi-judicial. I have to forewarn everybody here that there are 4 or 5 items that are quasi-judicial. I think it's 7A, B, C, and D. At that point in time, when we hit those quasi-judicial and public hearing items, we will allow public comment to be made then. So please make sure that you sign in, state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Manager, and City Commissioners. My name is Michelle Dadich. I live at 23 Southwest 6th Street. I would like to suggest that if the city were to allow the multi-tenant housing, then the property needs to be rezoned as such, and this zone would have to pay a special tax that is similar to the tourist tax that hotel visitors have to pay in order to accommodate the additional strain and expenses of requiring additional police, city personnel, and the additional wear and tear on our roads, including the additional traffic congestion. The difference with our tourist population is that people come here to visit and contribute to the betterment of Delray Beach by supporting local businesses. Even so, tourists still have to pay an additional tax. Multi-tenant housing is the opposite. Statistics prove that low-income households are the primary recipient of both federal and state aid and benefits that are paid by our tax dollars. Benefits such as SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, SHIP funds, CRA housing assistance, Section 8, Delray Beach grants, the library, local events, and the benefit of calling 911 and having an ambulance to show up. From personal experience as a member of the Delray Beach Police Department Volunteer Patrol, we are already very short on help. The scenario of condensed low-income housing has statistically proven that this defined population contributes to a higher transient population that produces more crime. In light of this, if the proposed amendment were to pass, then the city has a fiscal duty to balance the books to not pass on the needed additional expenses to the Delray Beach property owners. The additional expenses should be paid by the zoned properties, and I am suggesting that a special tax be assigned to this zoning if the proposed amendment were to pass. I would also like to comment that these properties should not receive a homestead exemption. As it stands currently, I believe the city is already short on code enforcement officers and personnel who research current code violations. From my personal experience, there are 12 houses on my street. I know most everyone personally, and I can at least identify everyone who lives at the 12 houses on my street. Of the 12 houses, 9 are receiving a homestead exemption, which means 3 houses are non-homestead and are taxed accordingly. I know for a fact that 9 of the 12 houses on my street have multiple renters, which means 6 of the 12 houses are cheating me and other Delray Beach homeowners because the additional burden of these renters is falling on the law-abiding homeowners. We pay $9,000 a year in property taxes. 3 of these homestead properties on my street that have more square footage are paying, 2 of the houses are paying $1,000 a year, and 1 of the houses are paying $3,000 a year. These properties, the one that pays $3,000 a year, they have 4 families living there. One of them that pays $1,000 a year, there's 7 families living there, and the other property also has 4 families. My personal complaint is that all 3 of these properties dump their garbage on the neighbors' lots to make it look like they don't have as much garbage. They also dump their trash to avoid the higher garbage fees. But more significant is that the people renting are all low income and they do not respect my street. They consistently speed at like 35 miles an hour. They are littering constantly. I literally go with yellow scrub gloves and pick it up. So, well, bottom line is that I think that these properties should not receive a homestead exemption because they're not respecting the property, and that's just what I'm suggesting.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how you followed that up, Mr. James, but I have faith in you.
Well, you know, there's only one way to follow that up. Everybody got what you want for Christmas? Everybody set for New Year's? I'm going to just share a few minutes with you. My name is James McCray. I'm a resident of Derry Beach, Florida. I also organize James Chess Club, which is a free club for the community to teach young people a different strategy of lifestyle. And with that to be said, Derry Beach Park and Recreation present the Mayor's Chess Challenge Saturday, February 10th, 2024 from 10 a.m. to 12 at Old School Square Field House, free parking in the garage. The address is 51 North Swinton Avenue, Derry Beach, Florida. We would have the mayor and a few others, representatives from our staff, commissions, and hopefully, but we know we have the mayor there. This is also an opportunity to help young people of all ages, regardless whether you think you're old, you don't have to be old, you can be young, to come out and enjoy yourself with a free day from Derry Beach, giving you a chess tournament or giving you a chess opportunity to learn. We would have participation there with people that have the time to say, hey, this is the rules, this not the rule. But at the end of at 12 o'clock, we will be feeding. I'll get with the mission again. We will be feeding. Between 1 and 2, we will have what you call a chess tournament. So if you're really enjoying yourself, we could be giving away first prize, second prize, and third prize. That's not going to affect anyone, hopefully. And if there's any question, we have flyers out front with address, phone number, or whatever you need to uphold. And I think she can handle it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and have a blessed day, okay?
We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Mr. James is going to help us out with that chess tournament, and it is something that many cities do. It's called the Mayor's Chess Tournament, so that's what he was speaking about. So, yes, ma'am.
And Stacy Wright, 225 Southwest 7th Avenue. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Kemp Project, Jadis Project. I heard commissioners say there are other avenues such as CLT, Affordable Housing Program. Let me just say the government has set income of $35,000 for these to receive these programs. Let's talk reality and know the average income in the set is $25,000 or less, and it's more of the or less. I challenge each of you to come up with programs that would give affordable housing to all tenants and those on waiting lists an option that is affordable, be an ownership or rental. As stated, these are not transient, but working citizens who have fallen on hard time. I have a cousin that's there. He's not a transient. He's dedicated to his job and he works here in the community. By the way, please get to set a list of financial institutions who will approve loans for the CRA properties that can be purchased for incomes of $25,000 or less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ernestine Holliday. I live at 40 Northwest 9th Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of the Jetta Project. During the time of my home being built, there were construction workers that pitched a tent in the backyard because they were homeless. These are working people. I feel that this project is worth looking into. When I lived in a house of 10 people growing up with one bathroom, I feel these people will be very comfortable in those facilities that Jella is presenting with the bathroom facilities. Because all you have to do is clean a bathroom. And cleaning a bathroom, you'll be able to use it. So I'm speaking on behalf of the people that are homeless, that are making $12 to $15 an hour, that cannot afford from $1,700 to $2,000 a month for rent. Also, I'm also speaking about Florida Power and Light. We have called about lighting outages on my street since the middle of November. They told us that we will have lights within 40 days at the latest. We have been looking at this for over 2 months. Is there any way possible you as the commissioner can help us to get lighting? Because lighting is a necessity. There was a crime committed on my street. They could not say anything because nobody could identify who did it, because there was no lights and nobody could really see. The police department can verify that at 29 Northwest 9th Avenue there was a stabbing, and they know that there were no lighting there. To my request, please look into the situation and look at it thoroughly from a positive viewpoint. Thank you.
Mr. Moore, do we have lighting there, just that the bulbs are out, or are we talking about putting lighting in?
I think it's infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
So again, we're taking notes in that. We'll work to follow up with Florida Power and Light to offer responsiveness accordingly, but it is their responsibility.
We know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Ernestine.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Janice D. Hill, and I live at 309 Southwest 15th Terrace in the Carver Park community. After this meeting, and I'm sure most of us, we're blessed and fortunate to go home to a safe, peaceful, and loving environment. However, there are some people who don't have this opportunity to go to a home, much less a room, after a hard day's work. And it's not because they don't have a job, it's because they cannot afford the high rent here in Delray. I support the concept of the multi-tenant housing development because it's affordable and it appears to be thorough vetting of the tenants and property manager. So to the commissioners who do not support this concept at this time, I'm going to ask you to please take off your blinders, embrace a new concept because this city is growing, and make a few Delray residents happy by giving them an affordable place to go after a hard day's work. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Ridley. I live at 210 Northwest 2nd Avenue. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Delray Beach police officers for helping me during my 12 days of Christmas. I thank you, and I really appreciate all you have done for the children that we serve on the pajama party. I think we had about 300 children and families attending this event. And they say you don't have police officer, but every year you have provided nothing but great service to me. So I say thank you as well. To the city manager who helped me out of a situation about a couple of months ago, I say thank you to you as well. So I do stand before you as well as have lived in this city over 45 years and grew up actually in a rooming house and had one bathroom. I lived in Florida City till my mother passed and we moved here. So living in a one bed in a rental thing has been a part of probably the Black experience for a lot of us living in this condition. So, and I hear that we talk about homeless all the time from this dais. And to hear today that we made excuses of why we can't move forward on something, if we could only help one person to move. You can imagine people as I walk this community and hear what they're paying for rent. $1,800 for an apartment, don't even have central air or heating in their places to even live in. But these landlords got these rents $2,300 or $1,800. And for us who goes home to a place that we don't have that to worry about, and we point you to sit here and make some good decisions over my life and others to say, I don't see the point. You won't see the point because you go back to your pools and you sit in your home and can do your TVs and do whatever you need to do. Where we got homeless people or people with dollars can help, and we sit here and make decisions over people's lives. God bless you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year, everybody. My name is Steve English, 102 Northeast 10th Street. I'm not coming about the multi-living, which I would be in support of, seeing that at least advance the conversation on that. But I'm coming as a representative of the Friends of Del Rey. We're a nonprofit that's been set up to inform, engage, and educate our community about topical events. And one of the events that we are wishing to offer some concerns, at least in our conversations as a group, is about the potential of circumventing the ordinances that allowed the adherence to the DROP program for the leadership of fire and police. We feel that that could set a dangerous precedent and take away from morale and potentially escalate turnover in those departments, which has already seen tremendous amounts of fragility and consistency in that. So I think in the spirit of rotation, seeing leadership change in those departments is essential. It brings new leadership and new ideas, and any leadership that is there, and we certainly appreciate the leadership that has been demonstrated up to this point, but with having a defined space of time that a leader comes in, they know that they need to make their stamp, create their legacy, and move on. So I think if we expand that to 8 years is my understanding at this time, that it could create some stagnation that this city cannot afford to have happen. So I would like to put that forth for consideration as we look to Tallahassee for guidance on that maybe bring it back to the community to see what the street impact would be. So I appreciate your time, and again, a Happy New Year.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commission. And I'm here, my name is Matt Pikarski. I live at 1090 Phillips Road, and I'm here with quite a few of my neighbors. PopStroke has moved into the neighborhood, and it's about their noise pollution. Since we moved in 7 years ago, the development was just finished in 2016. We're just north of Federal, north of George Bush on Federal. They've come in, they started in the middle of November, and the music's on at 9. It doesn't go off until 11. And it's full blast the entire time. And several of my neighbors here, again, we can't enjoy our outdoor space whatsoever. We can't enjoy our indoor space. We hear the music. They've not responded whatsoever. They just keep saying that that's the levels that they're gonna leave it at. The general manager that I spoke to over there, he's actually texted me that he's turned it down as low as the owners will allow him to. So that is it was on Christmas Day all day, and they were closed.
Where did you live? Do you live across the tracks? Or you live on?
No, I live on Federal, on the east side of Federal.
Okay.
And I'm actually on Federal. Several of my neighbors are way beyond that, 500 feet away, and you hear it in your living room.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Mitchell Revson. I'm Matt's neighbor. I just wanted to add to his points, which is that we've talked to code enforcement, and they've come out a couple of times in the middle of the day, but a lot of the noise, there's noise from 10 a.m. when they open until 11 or 12 p.m. 7 days a week, but like the bulk of the noise is probably mid-afternoon to the close. It sounds like a nightclub. So the code enforcement doesn't come out then, so they're probably not aware of the noise level. But I think to me there's a couple elements. One is maybe they're saying that they're adhering to what the code enforcement says are the decibel limits. That may be the case, but another component from our perspective is if you had to hear that 13 hours a day for 7 days a week and you heard it from inside your house, that's a different level of just being being annoyed and not being able to enjoy your own property. So it's also a time element too. What we'd like to do is we have some proposals, not right here, but we'd like to maybe make a proposal to some suggestions where they could, lower their volumes, and they have specific speakers and locations that could be lowered, and then maybe it could be good for everyone. I'm going to like to think of this as a community where people care about other people's, feelings and respect other people. And so maybe we can find a compromise instead of just the big company cranking up their music at the expense of the people who live around there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Anna Mole, also same part of the same community, 1105 Kingston Lane. Same topic of pop stroke, so I won't repeat everything that's been said. I think maybe just 2 points to add. One is we certainly appreciate. Sorry, did you want to say something?
Just name and address.
Oh, Anna Mole.
Okay, and address.
1105 Kingston Lane.
Thank you.
So right across the street from Matt. So I think just maybe 2 points to add. One is we certainly appreciate the interest in having great entertainment and having a draw to the Delray community. It's great for the community. It's great for the town. Certainly appreciate that. I think it's a little bit linked to what you were talking about earlier in terms of accountability for how they do business and how they respect the fact that they are actually in a neighborhood. And so, we are certainly open to the fact that they want it to be fun. I mean, we hear the people who are there and are having fun. All the guests there, and I get that. That's okay. But I don't show up when I wake up for work at 5 in the morning. I don't show up at their house and crank my music. So I would hope that they could kind of respect the fact that there are people living in the neighborhood. Again, as Mitch said, we're open to proposals. We understand. If you live. And again, it wasn't there when we moved there, but we sort of take the analogy of if you live near town where there's entertainment, you expect that there's going to be some noise some nights during the week or something like this, or the weekends, whatever it is. That's totally fine. It's like 95 hours a week, right? 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., 4 days a week, right? Is it 3 or 4 days a week?
10 a.m. to 11 p.m.
And it's 9 a.m. It opens at 9 and it closes at midnight 3 days a week. So I think it's a little bit excessive. There has to be a middle ground somewhere between 0 and 95. Probably there's got to be something in there. So thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I'm Montre Bennett, 323 Northwest 2nd Avenue. The city got to be more creative, innovative, and more creative together with the people. They got to be more innovative together with the people. And it's time to unplug from the system. We must function together as people to bring the changes we want in life. This is why I dedicate myself to the work, so that others may see and create the desire to be a part. The desire to want to be connected as one in the change for greater, in the change against depression, economic suppression, homelessness, systemic racism, at home and at large. The time is now for us to be together, and it's time for the city to literally work with the people and not vote against the people when the people voted for you. It's time to unplug from this racism. It's time to unplug from this racist system. And it's time to release black and white. And it's time to be one. Rob Long, we voted for you. Don't go against us. We voted for all of you. So work with us, work for us, not against us. I put out many sweat equity hours for you. I put out many sweat equity hours for you, Ms. Burns.
Keep the comments to a general, okay?
It is general.
No, you're pointing out to each one of us individually.
Yeah. I did not put no hours out for you.
No, you didn't, I know. But we don't have to talk about that. I still represent you, but just keep it general.
But yeah, we put our time, our sweat to get people elected. And when we are here for certain causes, we need you to support those causes and not go against us.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Happy New Year, Mayor,
and to you,
Commissioners, Mr. Moore, and City Manager. My name is Evelyn Dobson. I reside at 130 Northwest 3rd Avenue in Delray. I was at home and I felt compelled to come out and personally thank the Commission for your understanding regarding the issue of the utility billings. I was one of those people that was hit with a $1,000 bill. The young lady, I listened carefully. She said that all of the residents who were going to be impacted were notified. I was never notified.
Thank you.
And when I got the bill, I did call the utility department and asked what was going on. She stated that there was an error with the meters and that the city had to back bill from November 22nd to when I got the bill in November. And I said, well, I've been in my house 26 years consistently. My bill has been from $100 to $120 a month. So how has this happened? I understand what Mr. Moore said, that they implemented the system in 2014, but I was in my house way before 2014, before the system was ever implemented. My bill didn't change from 2014 to 2022. So I was royally upset. I paid the bill. The young lady put me on hold, Mr. Moore. Then she came back and said, well, you paid the bill, so what's the problem? I said, okay. I sent an email out to Mr. Moore and copied you because my concern is for those people who are not able to pay the bill. Even if you give them a concession from 3 to 6, 12 months, that's still money out of their households that they need for something else, right, especially with the times that we're living in. So I wanted to come and verbalize for myself. And I thank you royally for the decision that was made this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good evening, Commission, Mayor, City Manager, and the Attorney. My name is Andrea Bruton, 703 Place Devant in Delray. I come before you with 3 issues, and I think I'm going to take not even a minute for each issue. My first concern is 232 Northwest 4th Avenue. In the mornings, I drive through there every morning going to work, and I've seen piles of cat food piled up on the sidewalk, and cats are coming out there to eat. I've seen it coming to work and going home from work. I have family on that street that use that sidewalk, and it's unfair to those residents to have to walk on the sidewalk or can't walk on the sidewalk because the cat food is being placed out of there. I saw a man at the resident of 232 with a big bag of cat food coming out there pouring piles of it on the sidewalks. That's uncalled for. That's uncalled for. We've gotten complaints in the alley where people are coming out pouring cat food in the alleys, feeding cats in the neighborhood. I understand there's a $25,000 budget for the city to feed cats, and you feed them in one neighborhood. I just wonder if they're being fed east of Swinton or west of 95. I don't see it anywhere but in the Set community. Secondly, you know what? I forgot my second thought. But my third thought is my own house at 703 Place Devant. For the last 6 months, the street lighting has been out. And I rode around this morning because I knew I was coming here. There's about 12 street lights that are out. And I know I called FP&L back in, I think it was August, and they came out and they did fix it. They gave us 40 days, they did fix it. However, within that month, the light went out again. I'm being told by my homeowners association that it's the city's responsibility for those street lights in Shadow Lane for them to be repaired. And I'm concerned. I live in a corner and the house next to me is vacant. It is so dark out there, just like Ms. Ernestine said. If anything happened out there, you can't see anything because it's so dark. So I'm asking you, I'm pleading with you to please get somebody to fix those lights.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Did you? No?
Hi, I'm back again. Yvonne Odom, 3905 Lawson Boulevard, Delray Beach, Florida. And I come to ask each of you a question. I was at a legislative hearing once, this was several years ago, and the speaker asked the commissioners there, I want to know whose child got to die before you do something about At that time it was the drugs. Now I'm here because they're classmates of mine. I'm old enough now that all of my classmates didn't do well as my husband and I. And I thought about this concept of somebody staying there, because it could have been my brother. And I don't know if any of you have any brothers, sisters, nephews, uncles, grandparents who find themselves at an age where they cannot afford to live other than with their children. We as a society and in Delray Beach, we got to take a hard look at how we treat people who are not as well off as we are. I don't have that problem, and thank God I don't. But I have relatives who have that problem. I have people in my family who have that problem. And those of us who are more fortunate, we need to look out for those who have not been as blessed as we are. Because we can sit up here and say, oh, well, I don't want that in my neighborhood. And 40 years ago in the house I'm living now, I was considered undesirable. And I hate it when we think people who don't have money, they're undesirable. And that's not the case. And we need to take a better look at how we are treating those of us among us who must sleep on a sidewalk or under a tree, and it's no fault of their own. Now, there are criminals that come in all shades, colors, and income brackets. And sometimes we just put those people in a certain bracket. And those of us who live that life, we know that. So here we have someone who probably don't even need this building, who's willing to say, I want to help somebody else. And I think we should take a look as a city to see how we can do this. It doesn't mean we're going to make the whole city this, but they have a right to live here, just as those of us who can pay the mortgages, and those of us who have been fortunate enough to have a home that I can go to and live in and be peaceful. So I'm asking you, take a hard look and examine if it was your people. Because Nick Bonacani created the Miami Project when his son was paralyzed. Elsa Kennedy did the Special Olympics when her child was a special needs child. So think about it, if it's your uncle or granddaddy or grandpa who needed a place to stay. Thank you.
Daniel Rose, 323 Northeast 6th Avenue. I'm here for agenda item 70. I didn't know it was on
It's
today.
quasi-judicial, though. You can't talk about it until we...
Oh, okay, so the way it's going to work, we can
You're
talk
gonna
when
have to
it's
wait.
up?
Yep, you wait until it comes up.
Okay, well, I hope you all had a great New Year's.
Okay, thank you.
Leave it at that. Thanks.
Next, anyone? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Entertain a motion to approval for the consent agenda as amended.
Motion to approve as amended.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
All right, we're moving on to 7A. This is Puppy Palms, and this is a quasi-judicial hearing. So let me read the quasi-judicial rules into the record. This hearing shall be conducted in accordance with quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be allowed 15 minutes each to present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each or a maximum of 6 minutes if a person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commission staff and the applicant will be allowed cross-examination. The city and the applicant will be able to, or be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not be legally made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the number of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. If there's anybody in the audience that's going to be speaking to the four top 7A, 7B, 7C, 7D. Those are all quasi-judicial. Please stand and be sworn in.
Raise your right hands, please. By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, moving on to parte communication on the puppy palms. We'll start with Deputy Vice Mayor.
None for me.
None. None. And none for me. Commissioner Vice Mayor Boylston?
None for me.
Okay, very good. So at this point, we're going to have this staff go ahead and enter the file into the record, please.
Good evening, Anthea Janudis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file 2024-040 into the record, and the applicant is here at the presentation.
Very good. Well, welcome.
Good evening. Happy New Year.
And to you.
Mike Cavelli, Cavelli Design, 1209 South Swinton Avenue. What you have is a conditional use for a pet grooming facility. It's located on Federal Highway, north of Avenue L, in the South Delray Shopping Center, which is probably best known where the Walmart grocery is located. It's in the less traveled area of the center, in the southeast corner, facing Avenue L. This is a picture of where the bay will be that's going to be occupied, and you can see on the site plan also the location of it in relationship to the rest of the center. And this is just another shot of that entire south wing of the property where the bay will be utilized. The request for conditional use is for pet grooming and sale of pet grooming material. All animal services are subject to conditional use per the code, so that's why we're here tonight. Animal services are permitted in the PC zoning, which is the zoning of the shopping center, and the use is consistent with the objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan. A little bit about the proposed use. It is for pet grooming and the sale of pet grooming supplies. It's by appointment only for drop-off and pickup same day. There is no overnight boarding, which I know is the biggest deal with pet grooming. And there is no outdoor use areas as well. The hours of operation are Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6, which is less than what is permitted. In doing conditional use, there's two sets of findings that must be done. The first set is LDR section 3.1.1 that has 4 items that have to be evaluated. And the last item is section 2.4.6A5, which has 2 items that are to the commission to be evaluated. In section 3.1.1, these are the 4 items that need to be addressed. The first item is land use. The land use for the center is GC, and the zoning is PC, which PC is the preferred district for this land use designation, so positive findings can be made for land use. Concurrency, this is part of an overall center that was established, and so this is a bay within the center. There is no external improvements being done to expand it. So when the center was established, all of these items were taken into consideration with a mix of uses related to traffic, water, sewer, solid waste, and drainage. So concurrency can have positive findings made. Consistency is with regards to the comprehensive plan objectives, policies, goals, and the staff report has listed many of those goals, objectives, and policies. So I'm not going to read all these, but the summary of what all of those say basically is that positive findings can be made with regards to the objectives and policy because pet grooming use will add to the mix of uses in the shopping center. This is a new small business to Delray Beach. The use will provide increased service to residents in the surrounding area. It adds diversity of services in the area. It is a potential for neighborhood-based employment opportunities, and the advertisement went out yesterday looking for their first employee. There's no increase in scale or intensity because the use is completely internal to the established center. So positive findings can be made for that. The final one is compliance with the LDR section 4.3.3W. In the staff report, there's a detail in Appendix A of all the items that are in here, and I'll quickly summarize what those items are. The first one is the proposed hours of operation, which I said is Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6, and closed on Sunday. You are permitted to go 7 days a week between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m., so we're in conformity with that. The space must be fully enclosed and insulated to minimize noise. The demising walls in this are fire rated and insulated, so there would be no issue. And the fact that it's by appointment only, there are very limited numbers of animals within the space at any one time, so noise will be minimized. Outside activities are limited to drop-off, pickup, and necessary walks in direct control by means of a leash. They'll be in compliance with that. This is not an accessory use to another use, so the pet services as accessory use is not applicable, and they're not disposing of animal carcasses, so that's not applicable. Parking requirements, when the shopping center was established, there were calculations for all the various shopping center uses. Since this is a permitted use within the center, there's no issue with parking, and there is excess parking in this center, so there's no issue with parking. Overnight boarding, there is no overnight boarding that will be accommodated. There's drop-off and pickup, and this is by appointment, and the drop-off and pickup can be either by the animal owner or by the owner of the shop. So if something happens at the end of the day that an owner can't get there, the shop has the ability to deliver that animal to the owner without having to ever have it overnight. And there are no outside use areas, so no kennels or anything like dog runs or anything like that are being requested. So positive findings can be made for all these items related to section 3.1.1. The next section of the LDRs is section 2.46A5, which establishes the conditional use, and this is the commission must make findings that establish the conditional use will not have a significant detrimental effect upon the stability of the neighborhood or hinder development or redevelopment of the nearby properties. The first one will not have significantly detrimental effect. In the surrounding area, there's a car dealership to the south facing Federal Highway and Avenue L on the south side of Avenue L. There's also a vacant property across the street from Avenue L. There's a mobile gas station to the west. There's a multifamily residence to the east. The neighborhood is classified as stabilized within the comprehensive plan. This is a 1,750 square foot bay that's internal to the established shopping center. So since it is part of an established center, it can have no detrimental effect on the surrounding area. So positive findings can be made for that, and will not hinder development or redevelopment. And again, it's 1,750 square feet internal to the development, so there's really no external use that hasn't been already accommodated in terms of use as a shopping center that's been established. So positive findings can be made for that section. So in terms of LDR section 3.1.1, 4.3.3W, and 2.4.6A5, positive findings be made for all of these items, and I would respectfully request that you approve this. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Appreciate it. Staff?
Okay, I'll go quickly and try to gloss over the parts that are duplicative. I do want to mention that hopefully the presentation will come up soon. It's quickly. The resolution is drafted utilizing the hours that are allowed in the LDR, even though the applicant intends to utilize a smaller window of operation. And we did that because if they change it like a half an hour here or there, we have to process a modification to the conditional use approval. So right now, it's just something for you to consider, that if that's not appropriate, to direct us to do exactly the hours that the business is proposing as opposed to those that are allowed by the code, because it is a conditional use, which means it's exactly what is being presented to you today, typically. So again, just really quickly, this is the shopping center. The bay in question is actually one that faces the side street there. For those of you who are not familiar, so that's what it looks like. So they are proposing hours that are slightly less. Again, the issue with these uses are disturbing adjacent businesses or neighbors, and if the demising walls aren't sufficient enough, we will reach out for sure. No outdoor use area. This is appointment only. There's no exterior modifications proposed. It is an established center. Your findings ultimately are that the conditional use in approving it will not have a significantly detrimental effect on the stability of the area or hinder development or redevelopment. I agree with Mr. Cavelli's assessment. The traffic statement, which tends to be an issue for our community, indicates that there's no impact. There's no additional trips or fewer trips anticipated with this use in that building. And then the parking, just to touch on that, there is sufficient parking. No additional parking is required by this change of use in this bay. So it should have a light touch there, again, as long as we're sure that the pet part of it doesn't create issues over time, which, it's grooming, no overnight stay, no outdoor use area. And so, the planning board on December 18th heard the issues and, again, voted 5-0 to recommend approval.
Very good. Okay, so this is a quasi-judicial hearing. If there's anybody here that would like to speak to this, please step forward, state your name and address, and make sure you let us know you were sworn in. Seeing no movement, public comment is closed. We'll move back to any rebuttal or cross-examination testimony.
None.
Neither from either. Okay, to the commission. I have one question for you. You said a couple of things that you said to me that kind of perked my ears up. You said something to the fact of that as long as there's enough insulation or whatever that it doesn't create a problem. That's not our problem, right? Because basically we're not leasing this space out. All we're doing is saying, yeah, you could have it. It would be the owner of or whoever's leasing out, that would be their issue.
So when we had, reconsidered all of the pet-related uses as they've evolved over time to be not just veterinarians and groomers, right? Daycare, night care, agility, everything. One of the issues was that one of our requirements in our code is that the space that you're going into is sufficiently insulated so that you're not going to disturb the neighbors. So that's part of why Mr. Gavelli was putting onto the record that the fire rating and what they have. If it turns out that the neighboring tenant is complaining, then the first step is, obviously we reach out and say there's an issue.
But why is it our issue if they're leasing the building? We're just giving it the okay.
Right.
Why would it be the city's responsibility to have to deal with that? It would seem to me that the people who are running or owning the plaza would want to keep the peace because obviously they want to keep the places rented. So to me, it doesn't appear that we would actually be involved, right?
It's unlikely that we would have to do anything more than if we get a code enforcement, complaint, address the issue. And I would like to also just put it on the record, this is one of the first conditional uses that are coming in where we have the new process in place to revoke them if there's a prolonged issue, which means that if there's constant barking, the space is not proper for this, it's constantly bothering the other businesses. In a worst case situation, you can have another public hearing to determine whether or not, it is having a detrimental effect on the surrounding area, which is one of your findings.
It's because of the impact. So, and this is conditional, it's not permitted. And so I think it just gives you an additional safeguard that if you're getting the phone calls, there is something in the code that allows you to take a second look at this, essentially.
I would hope that it would be the leasing company
that should
would
be
get
the
phone
last.
calls.
We do not anticipate an issue.
Okay, I'm just saying
again,
because they're going to want to keep their people happy, and obviously what will
Correct.
happen is the other ones will exit, and they won't have renters there if they have a problem, and that usually solves itself without involving the city any further. We're just saying it's okay.
Right.
All right, very good. That's all I just want to make sure of. Vice Mayor, any questions, concerns?
Nope.
Okay, anybody else up here? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Ballston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Got it. All right, going on to 7B. Resolution number 11-24. And again, a quasi-judicial hearing. So what we're going to start with is disclosure of ex parte communication, and this is for, please remind me.
605 Northeast 2nd Street.
Yeah, what do we know it as?
Oh,
The Edge.
The Edge. There you go. I knew it was one of those. Appreciate it. All right, very good. So ex parte communication for the Edge by Deputy Vice Mayor.
I spoke with Ms. Miskell.
Okay, and
Ms. Miskell, the applicant, and there's a couple emails on the server.
yeah, and
I spoke with the attorney, Ms. Mystical.
okay, and Vice Mayor.
Just some residents.
Same here. I just had some residents speaking to me as well, so I think that clears it. So if we can go ahead and enter the project file into the record.
Okay, the file number for the record is 2022-008. This is actually two waivers that there would be separate action under consideration, Resolution 1124 and 1224. And the applicant is here with an overview of the requests.
All right, very good, Ms. Miskell.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members
Good
of the
evening.
Commission. Happy New Year. My address is 14 Southeast 4th Street, Boca Raton, Florida, and I have been sworn. I'm here on behalf of the owner to present to you today the Edge. We'll get right into it. This property is located on the northeast corner of Northeast 2nd Street and the north corridor of Federal Highway, which is also Northeast 6th Avenue. It's shown and depicted in the aerial in pink. Currently, what exists on the site is a restaurant fronting on Northeast 6th with 2 single-family homes to the east. And these are some perspectives. The one on the right is looking from Federal Highway North. That is the existing restaurant, which was the Grange, I think. Granger's, thank you. And then to the left is a depiction of the one single-family home from Northeast 2nd. This is an illustration, a rendering, just for your perspective. And I'm going to turn it over to Nick Netta, who is the designer, who's going to go over very, very briefly this plan so that you can understand what we're proposing.
Just quickly, I know Bonnie wants me to limit my time. What we tried to create here is take an existing property that's actually zoned for 10 units. We looked at the area. We felt the townhouse project would be the most appropriate to blend into the neighborhood fabric. And we designed the property in such a way where we fronted the 2 buildings. There's actually 2 buildings of 4 units, so a total of 8 units that are on the site. And just looking at the design and why we positioned it and how we designed it, we try to do something which is visually appealing. We used a lot of articulation in the way we designed it. We incorporated a lot of different materials to make a very attractive product. The way the property is set up, as I said previously, the property is 15,417 square foot. The density for this particular property would be 10 units. We are going with a lower density than is actually allowed on the property, which is 8 townhomes. The townhomes are in 2 clusters. One cluster faces Northeast 6th. The second cluster faces into the alley. There is a central drive that comes off of Northeast 2nd. When we were designing the project, we looked at multiple different access points into the project. We felt that the access off of Northeast 2nd was the ideal point to access the site. You'll hear later in the testimony why, but basically circulation, sight lines, and safety was what we felt to not only the residents but to the community. That this was the best place to locate the entrance to the property. The central drive provides direct access to each of the 2-car garages under every one of the units. And lastly, the perpendicular geometry of the way the units are laid out and the associated landscaping along Northeast 2nd adequately screen the garage access, so it would be very minimally visible. You would have to walk directly up to it to view.
And just to add, this is a 4-story building, and it meets the maximum height requirements of 54. So as Ms. Gianotti's mentioned, as Anthea mentioned, the requests this evening before you are 2 different waiver requests, and I'm going to get a little bit into the details here. The first one is from LDR section 4.413C, which is the table, and section D2A1 to reduce the front setback at the corner of Northwest 6th Avenue and Northeast 2nd Street from 10 feet to 3.5 feet for the 2nd and 3rd floor only. And then the second waiver request is LDR section 4.4.13 I-3B1 to permit vehicular access to the property off of Northeast 2nd Street, which is considered a primary street. As to the first, we would not be here today if we were not being requested by the city to dedicate a portion of the owner's property for the public's benefit. And that area is shown on the screen in yellow. Currently, that is part of the property. It's part of the property limits. It's what this owner's been paying taxes on. But typically, on corner parcels, the city does ask for this, certainly on primary streets. And generally, the use of this area is more for infrastructure, such as large traffic poles, traffic boxes, and by having that space and locating infrastructure in that space, it takes it outside of the sidewalks. You can look all over Delray Beach and you will see similar infrastructure on the sidewalk because the city didn't have the benefit of a dedication. So this is a traditional request, but we would not need this if we were able to use all of the land that the client and the owner currently owns, but they are agreeable to dedicating it. I'm also showing you the first floor and the second floor because the first floor meets a requirement. The minimum requirement is 10 feet and it meets it. It's only the upper floors that it will apply to, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. As I said, first floor meets a requirement. We are not asking for relief. We are giving additional beyond the dedication. We are meeting the 10-foot requirement. The upper stories will cantilever over a portion of the setback area because we're being forced to give up some of that land. But understanding that the question is whether this diminishes in some way the pedestrian experience. And by meeting the requirements on the ground level, which is where the pedestrians are located, it does not. The waiver and your staff actually in your staff report also concluded, and my fourth bullet point there is a quote, that the waiver is not anticipated to diminish the pedestrian experience of connectivity of the street and sidewalk network and is not anticipated to negatively affect the neighboring area or create an unsafe condition, and it would not. A secondary reason sometimes for the dedication is also related to lines of sight. If a car is going westbound and approaching Northeast 6th Avenue, it gives them a better vista or viewpoint in order to see if a pedestrian is coming on the sidewalk towards them if they're intending to make a right-hand turn. So that is a secondary benefit. But principally, the corner clip area, you will see infrastructure equipment, traffic poles, lights, stop signs in some instances, and the big boxes that make our traffic signal work. The second waiver relates to access onto Northeast 2nd Street as a primary street instead of the alley. And as Mr. Netta explained, we looked at multiple alternatives as to where access could be and where it should be. And the reason that this was chosen is that it made the most sense, not simply from an aesthetic perspective, but also from a safety perspective. And we have a traffic engineer here today that's going to talk about the alternatives and which makes the most sense, most importantly for safety. But we also looked at it from a pedestrian experience as well. And what we have done is we've added pavers and more vegetation than you would normally see in the streetscape in order to potentially mitigate any deficiency or deficit that would be created by that opening. But I am going to, and this will give you an example of the landscaping and the streetscape that is proposed. We have surrounded the property with vegetation, and we have elevated the materials that are intended to be used for pedestrian areas, and this is just an example of it. But your code primarily has defined primary streets that are intended to develop over time as superior pedestrian environments, and as such are held to higher standards. In fact, You'll see the parcel on the left side of the parcel is Federal Highway, on the east side is the alley. Immediately east of the alley, all of the other properties on 2nd Street, Northeast 2nd Street, have driveways on 2nd Street. They fall just east of the core, the central core, and are not considered as a primary street, even though it is the same street. Only this section of Northeast 2nd, east of Northeast 6th Avenue, is considered a primary street. And they're not required for the higher standard or to maintain the higher standard, and they are not required to maintain that streetscape experience that this parcel is and will do. So this is on the lower portion, and I just described to you, that is an abbreviated depiction of the central core as it relates to this subject area. You see the gold star, that is the parcel. Immediately to the east side of the parcel is the alley, and then everything in white is east of that. And as you can see, all that area in white has no limitation or restriction on driveways on Northeast 2nd. Only this parcel does east of Northeast 6th Avenue. Also, what we're showing you in the graphic depiction is the property across the street. And while this property was developed, I believe, and Anthea can correct me if I'm wrong, prior to the change in the code, they also tried to give you an enhanced streetscape on Federal Highway. They don't fully comply because they have a driveway on Federal Highway. Federal Highway Northeast 6th Avenue is also a primary street, and you're not supposed to have a driveway on a primary street. Every other parcel around us, the parcel across the street, the parcel to the south, the parcel to the north, they do not meet the minimum standards today because they were developed previously. So that's why I have that up on the screen. And furthermore, that parcel would not really comply with the enhanced pedestrian experience, even though they do not have a driveway on Northeast 2nd, because they have a wall. The concept is for you to have open space, enhanced materials, pavers, more vegetation, but have some sort, feel engaged with the architecture and the landscaping that is adjacent to the right-of-way so that you're comfortable walking by it. Generally, solid walls would not qualify. So again, they were developed prior to the code, I believe, and they aren't quite compliant, but they do start to move in the direction that your code would require today. So I'm going to turn this over to Adam at this point, but on the existing conditions, again, there are 5 existing driveway cuts. He will get into the specifics associated with that. There are 2 on Northeast 2nd Street. There are 2 on the alley. There is 1 on Federal Highway. We are going to 1. So we are immediately improving the pedestrian experience, going from 5 driveway cuts down to 1. But I'm going to let Adam explain why.
Thank you. Adam Kerr with Kimley Horn and Associates, 477 South Rosemary Avenue in West Palm Beach. I am a registered professional engineer. I've served the city as with traffic engineering services through the years, through engineering as well as planning. And I've been in practice for over 20 years here in South Florida. As Bonnie mentioned, the existing access to this property is 5 driveway locations, 1 on Federal Highway, 2 on Northeast 2nd Street, and 2 in the alley, as well as the alley connection to Northeast 2nd Street. Those are existing. We approached FDOT because they have the jurisdiction for the driveway on Federal, and they would not allow us to have access to Federal, and that's due to the spacing standards that they have. They try to limit the number of driveways, have a certain space between those driveways, and while we have a limited frontage on Federal, there's also a driveway serving the plaza just north of here, immediately north of this property line as well. So they took the opportunity to not allow an access point on Federal for this property, realizing that there are other locations to provide access. So one of the reasons that DOT looks at limiting access points is a driveway access is typically where crashes occur. It's a safety concern. So by limiting the number of driveway locations, it limits the number of crashes or the number of locations that crashes can occur. So that's important because again, we're going from 5 driveways down to 1 is our proposal. So this is what we're proposing is our preferred proposal. This is a single driveway in and out on Southeast 2nd Street, approximately midway through the frontage of the property. And the reason for this is we're trying to limit the or not allow any access off of the alley. Okay. And that alley is, it's substandard in width in terms of a primary access to a development. Alleys are intended to serve, provide services, back of house, maintenance, things like that, not be a primary access to a residential development like this. So for that reason, we're proposing the single access off of Southeast 2nd. We think this is the safest proposal because it limits, again, we're down to 1 driveway location, and it does not send traffic onto the alley that is substandard. I'd also like to point out that this proposal is a reduction of trips. When talking about safety, this is a reduction of trips compared to what's on the site right now, the restaurant and the single-family homes. So in addition to the fewer access points, it is fewer trips coming in and out of these driveways.
Ms. Miskell, are you requesting more time?
Yeah, that's why I stood up. Yes, please. We're just about finished, but thank you. We'd appreciate it if you give us a few more minutes.
It's the commission's
couple more minutes.
discretion.
And so in addition to it being a reduction of trips, we're proposing the 8 units. We could, the maximum allowed would be 10 units, which would be even more trips, approximately 10 more trips per day. This is one of the other scenarios that we had considered. This has access to both 2nd and the alley. In this situation, you still have obviously the access on 2nd, so that really remains unchanged. Provides access to the alley as well. But in my opinion, this is less desirable just because, again, you're putting traffic on this alley. As you can see in the photo, it's not really designed for 2-way primary access traffic in that situation. And this is a similar proposal as well, similar to the last one, except it's 2-way traffic circulating through the site. Same issue, same concern of mine, which is that you're providing 2-way access through that alley that, it's pretty narrow. It's about 16 feet. Even if it's widened out, there's utilities in there. Those utility poles would be within that roadway, and it's just not a safe, desirable primary access to the property. So as I said, the alley's not intended to be a primary access. It's intended for service. We think that the first scenario that I showed here is the safest and most desirable for the reasons that it limits the number of driveway connections and prevents the traffic from having to utilize the alley.
Thank you.
Okay. And really, we're going to be closing in a minute. So the alley that is there today is substandard. We will be adding 2 feet. We'll be giving an additional 2 feet on the west side of the alley to bring it from 16 feet to 18 feet. The owners to the east had dedicated an additional 2 feet, but they did not improve it. And the problem is that they have at least 3 feet of vegetation, most of which is located in the alley. So even if you wanted to expand the alley, you have problems with the light poles. They are in the right-of-way. And then you would have to remove the privacy barrier that is now there for the benefit of the neighbors. They would lose their privacy. They would lose their vegetation. So that would be an additional dilemma. This is the landscape plan. Our landscape architect is here. If you have any questions, we can come back to that. And so finally, and that citation on the waiver criteria, I'm sorry, is incorrect. And we'll just sum things up. I'm sorry. We are in addressing LDR section 4.4.13K5B2, which is a CBD waiver criteria. The waiver shall not result in an inferior pedestrian experience along a primary street, such as exposing parking garages or large expanses of blank walls. We do not exposed parking garages. They are internal to the project, and there are no large blank walls, so we comply with that. The waiver shall not allow the creation of significant incompatibilities with nearby buildings or uses of land. It does not. As a matter of fact, we are an enhanced version of our neighbor to the south. The waiver shall not erode connectivity of streets and sidewalk network or negatively impact any adopted bike pedestrian master plan. Again, your staff has concluded in the report that it does not do it. It does not diminish the connectivity, and it shall not reduce quality of civic open space. There is no civic open space associated with this. And then LDR section 2.4.7B5, you shall not adversely affect the neighboring area. In this instance, and I'm going to go back just very briefly to the plan, that this meets the code. Alternative access, and I'll call it C, but I showed as 2 on the screen. This would meet the code. It puts all of the 8 units, the traffic, onto an alley that is not compliant with your code. It does not add a trip to Northeast 2nd. It would meet the code, and I wouldn't need to be here and ask for this. And if this is what you want, I won't interrupt you. If this is what you want, then you may do that. But what you're hearing from the engineer is that this is not a safe decision. This is an unsafe decision. It puts cars entirely on the alley. And, by the way, it doesn't disrupt the pedestrian experience on Northeast 2nd anyway, because all of those cars are going to exit onto the alley, and they're going to end up on 2nd Street anyway, and their use will be on the alley. So you have the same number of cars going on Northeast 2nd. They're just shifted over east. That's it. So in any event, we are happy to do whatever you want us to do, but we came to you with the safest option because we felt that that should be something that should be explored, and we otherwise meet the waiver requirements. And thank you for the additional time.
Thank you. Please, in the audience, please hold your comments until the speaker's done. You'll have your opportunity to speak on this in just a couple minutes. To the staff report.
Okay. So again, these are 2 separate actions. You have the ability to approve or deny some, not others, both, neither, as we go forward. I just want to make that really clear because they're in one agenda item. So there are, I think, a couple of points to put on the record. This project is in the CBD. The CBD is the only zoning district that utilizes a primary, secondary street distinction. It affects your regulations. That's why the properties to the east don't necessarily, I don't know why this is not working, 2 point, hang on, don't necessarily have that designation because their zoning district doesn't utilize it. So I don't think that we should put a lot of, there's not a whole lot of factual issue related to why this side of 2nd doesn't have a primary street designation. It's purely a central business district tool. This property is zoned CBD. It's in the central core. The central core allows a maximum density of 30 units per acre. The project is only 22, so it's something to keep in mind. The architecture is masonry modern. It was submitted prior to the limitation on that, which is why you did not look at the architecture before. So again, the first resolution 1124 is regarding the front setback on the upper stories on the intersection of Northwest 6th and Northeast 2nd. And then the second one is related to the vehicular access. For both projects, they have to meet all of the criteria of these 2. And you've seen these before, but that it's not going to adversely affect the neighboring area, that it doesn't diminish the provisions of public facilities or create an unsafe situation, and it's not a special privilege. Then for CBD, there are these additional standards because, again, CBD has that distinction between primary, secondary streets and other types of uses. It's a mixed-use district. So does it result in an inferior pedestrian experience along a primary street? Does it create a significant incompatibility? Does it erode a sidewalk or street connectivity, as we talked about at the workshop? Downtown is all about walking, so it's really important that we keep those routes clear, and that that it doesn't reduce the quality of my slide is too big, civic open space, and in this case, that is not one of the issues. So again, the first issue is, and this happens frequently in downtown, is that you have to dedicate the corner clip. When you move the property line, it moves where we measure the setback. So the invisible line moves, the setback moves with it. Okay, but in downtown, again, those waiver criteria also have a lot to do, because the part in the front of the building, the part that's in the public right-of-way, it all comes together to create the streetscape that has the trees, the street lights, the parking spaces, everything we walk on. So that's why the first story is the most critical. And then the second story then is, I think, the issue to consider in light of those criteria. So the code does say that you cannot even consider waiving the front setback unless you meet the minimum streetscape criteria. You have to have at least that 15 feet and all of that. So in this instance, the application does provide on Northeast 6th and also on Northeast 2nd a sufficient curb zone and a clear zone all the way around it. So we've got, the minimum criteria necessary to even consider the waiver per the LDRs. If it wasn't coming through with this, they couldn't even ask for it. There is a slight reorientation that's happening on 2nd. It happened to the building across the street. There's underground water lines. Every now and then we have to rearrange that the street trees are not by the curb. They're pushed back a little, and that has to do with a water line, and that's been approved. So for the first one, the question is whether allowing the corner of the building to come into the setback, if it meets the criteria. It does result in a bigger building. I mean, if you can chamfer the upper stories the same way the ground floor is chamfered, and it would probably change some of the repetitiveness of the building. This was one of the issues where, in terms of that first waiver criteria of how negatively does it affect your experience of the street, this was something that the SPRAD board and the folks that came to participate in the meeting felt strongly about. In terms of granting similar requests, we have granted these, most particularly on downtown on Atlantic, where we had the Pier 2, where that overhang was viewed kind of as an asset because it provided some shelter to the pedestrians that were going into the stores. This isn't that case here. This is privatized. And then the other was allowing it to come forward because it was making the parking work a little bit better. But in this aspect, I think Ms. Miskell is correct that the most critical part is that we keep, that clear zone for all of the things we need on the street, especially at the corners, the view corridor, an area for pedestrians to wait to cross, all of those things. The second issue, again, primary streets are a tool that is only in CBD zoning. If it is a primary street, it's held to a higher standard. You have to line the street with a certain amount of buildings. You can't put the surface parking spaces along them. It has to do with trying to have all of these different properties downtown orient the fronts of the building in the same direction, and the service use is kind of in the same area as well. And it does limit where access happens, right? So on primary streets, alleys and secondary streets, when present, shall be the primary source of vehicular access to off-street parking. Not the sole source, but the primary source. So, those alleys can provide access to parking lots, garages, those small rights of ways are real workhorses in our downtown. So the waiver before you isn't just to have an access point, it's to have the only access point across a primary street. And that's why the waiver's here. And so this is second, if you're looking at the second street here. So the federal highway is here. DOT is not letting them come that way. And so the question is whether, instead of choosing to, widen the alley, there's no limit on how much you want to use of the alley. The decision here, after evaluating it, is that crossing this sidewalk here and not relying on the alley at all is what's before you. So what does that do? So I think in terms of pedestrian vehicular safety, the thing to weigh is that a second conflict point results. I agree that it's fewer than are there now, but this is a new project and we're going to live with it for 100 years, hopefully. So, if you didn't have this access point, would the street trees be more evenly spaced? There would only be the one conflict point at the alley. I will say that in terms of the landscaping, what's before you provides more street trees than what is required along the street. There, by our calculations, I think it was only 4. They have provided 6, but they're not equally spaced because they have to leave 24 feet for that access point as well. There is a new on-street parking space that is proposed here. And then no trips at all are accommodated on the alley. This is the alley today, or Google Earth today. So the property next door that has all the landscaping, that landscaping is in a parcel of land that has been deeded to the city as their dedication. So it has been deeded. We're chasing around. Property appraiser still shows it as privately owned, but it was dedicated to us. It's ours. So it can be expanded. There are power poles that are there, certainly. But if you look at the alley today, not only does this property have several curb cuts to it, but as you drive along it, there are multiple properties that are taking their sole access back here. There'll be there's a main unit facing 7th that has a driveway, but then there's smaller parking spaces here with other uses. This property is utilizing them fairly heavily. So, I mean, without a survey, there is the ability to, with their dedication, expand the neck of the alley here with the full 20 feet because this is here. Now, to be fair to the neighbor, there is landscaping that would have to be removed that they're used to having, so that happens when we do roadway improvements and widening. In terms of where exactly the power poles are and whether that alley would only be able to have a pavement width of, say, 18 feet or less, that comes down to the survey of nickel and diming it. But, the idea right now that whether it's safe or not safe to use the alley, there's a number of properties utilizing it, including this one right now. So where am I going? Oh, this is the property that is across the street. They have a curb cut where DOT is not letting this group have the curb cut. But this is more consistent with lining the street that leads into the neighborhood consistently with housing. So there was, this was considered by the SPRAB. Staff did not attend the meetings with the neighbors or the developers, so you have to rely on the public comment and the applicant for that. What we do know is that in April 12th, the SPRAB heard this. It was continued with direction. There were some minor adjustments made related to the wall height and installing additional trees as a result. However, the access configuration is still the applicant's preferred access, and ultimately the DDA was in support of the waiver requests, and then the SPRAB, with the comment that the architectural features should have a lighter look, use more greenery, and opt for a more tropical modern style. And then SPRAB recommended denial 4-1 on both waivers. And there was a lot of discussion about the configuration of the access, whether it was introducing that other one is a safety issue, the desire for consistent street trees, and the issue with the architecture being heavier as a result of the setback waiver. And so that's it for me.
All right, very good. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing. If there's anybody here that would like to speak to this, please step forward, state your name and address, make sure you're signed in as well. And when you do give your name and address. Let us know that you've been sworn in. If you haven't, we can swear you in.
Hello. Good to see everybody tonight. Jill Schifferly, 321 Palm Trail. And I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
I have lived in the Palm Trail neighborhood for 12 years, lived on Palm Trail, been a association board member for most of that time. The edge at Pineapple Grove, the neighborhood does not oppose the project, the building of townhomes on this corner. We do oppose the design that requires these two waivers. We think these waivers are ill-advised and they will create traffic and safety issues. The edge is really not on the edge of Pineapple Grove. It's separated from Pineapple Grove by 4 blocks and 4 lanes of federal highway. It is on the edge of and surrounded by the Palm Trail neighborhood. Palm Trail neighborhood opposes these waivers. The code states that a waiver should only be granted if it meets the following conditions. 1, shall not result in an inferior, unsafe pedestrian experience along a primary street. By creating an additional car access between Hoffman Lane and Northeast 6th Avenue, pedestrians have to cross one more vehicular access very close to busy Northeast 6th Avenue. Cars are, and I know this from walking this intersection several times a week, to go downtown or to Pineapple Grove. Cars will be rushing to make the light and cross Federal Highway. Northeast 2nd Street is one of only 2 major access points to our neighborhood going east-west. And other cars will be turning into this new lane, creating an unsafe experience. I noticed on their renderings that there were 3 cars stacked up until their driveway. There are more than 3 cars stacked, usually on 2nd Street going westbound, trying to get across Federal Highway. It's going to create cars backing up when they're going eastbound into the neighborhood, wanting to turn left so close to Federal Highway. That's going to stack cars on Federal Highway that are trying to turn right onto 2nd Street. It's a nightmare for pedestrians. It's hard enough right now, but it's going to be worse. Number 2, the waiver to be granted shall not adversely affect the neighboring area. The Palm Trail neighborhood surrounds this project on 3 sides, and we're strongly opposed to this waiver. It's one of the key entries into our neighborhood, as I've said. It'll back traffic up. And the additional thing is we've been trying to get more street trees for years in our neighborhood. This just creates another space on 2nd Street where there won't be street trees. The safety situation, I think we've already talked about. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please uphold the denial of SPRAB 4141. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Gigi Freed. I live at 502 Palm Trail. My representative just spoke from our homeowners association and really said everything that I want to say, though I'll phrase a few things more anecdotally and differently. The other entry to the neighborhood is at 4th. It's a very, very difficult crossroad because people who are not familiar with the neighborhood don't understand how they have to change lanes around 2 one-way streets, and they often turn right in front of you, and the necessity of having a second way to enter and exit our neighborhood that is safe is really imperative. And I'd also like to see that anything that's built in our neighborhood or surrounding our neighborhood is aesthetically pleasing and add something to the neighborhood. This particular project does not add a lot of green space. And if I would love to expand my house and build like a second floor that cantilevers over my setbacks, but of course I cannot do that. I have to put up with my 10-foot setback, with my 30-foot setback in the front, and I do that as a good neighbor and want anyone else coming into our neighborhood and impacting it to also think about that and be a good neighbor and a good citizen to us. We're talking about light poles, and I don't know how that impacts us, but at least where I live, they're burying all the wires. So I think when we talk about expanding the alley or moving the alley or whatever, that's something that, we need to be forward thinking about how that's going to be impacted and what's important there. Lastly, I want to say that the restaurant was not Granger's. Most recently, it was Poulet. So let's give them their due. I was also curious, and I don't know how this impacts it, about guest parking, where, I see that there are 2 spaces per unit, but these are going to be very large units. I assume people are going to be entertaining. Where are they parking? Is there no requirement that there be some guest parking on this property to keep it off of our streets? And our streets are very difficult anyway, because there's so much construction going on, and when there's garbage pickup and construction, you need every available way to come in or out of the neighborhood. We are already always trapped between burying the poles, the garbage trucks, and the incredible amount of development that's going on. I think in terms of our lovely living, our appreciating our neighborhood, the green space, the parking, the cars, the easy access, all of that should be considered, and we should try to make this project be built by people who want to be good neighbors, aesthetically and in terms of safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Garland Williams, property owner on 7th Avenue, just a block up from this project.
Address
pending.
and also, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was sworn in.
Okay.
And address is 25 Northwest 24th Court in Delray. And I'm here tonight to oppose, after we've had a great review from a board that we all have learned to trust. SPRAB, even though I was on Board of Adjustments, SPRAB is such a dedicated group of people that take a lot of time looking at these kind of projects for all of us. Tonight, in an hour and a half, is certainly not enough time to make such a lasting decision that, truthfully, there's no real reason to be given for that density there. This is a small street anyway. For those of you who walk Delray streets, this street's never going to get any wider, and now we're talking about making the one of 2 entrances into it smaller and more congested, and yes, sometimes unsafe. It's a wonderful neighborhood. Those of us who are lucky enough to live on it love it, and those of us who walk it and want people to walk it and share it, they're great too. But again, going back to SPRAB, Site Plan Review and Appearance Board have been courageously helping the City of Delray citizens understand what development really means, and gives us the time to take pause and think about it, each of us, because our commissioners, even for them, when I sat on the board, it's a very tough thing to take all this setbacks, changes, and what it really means. It's almost like we need to have a camp meeting, go there and look at it, and if you really think we need this on this street. And I certainly, like many of our other Palm Trail neighbors and downtown Delray neighbors, I don't think any of us feel at this moment in our time Delray needs much more density than it already has. So, with that said, commissioners, please remember your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Joy Howell, and I live at 25 Northwest 24th Court. and I'm also a property owner in the neighborhood, and I'm on this street at least every day or every other day. I would like to speak in support of the developer's alternative plan, because I actually didn't realize there was an alternative until tonight. And the reason I like that plan a lot is, as has been alluded to, we've got two major entrances into the neighborhood there, 2nd Street and 4th Street. And there's a third one that only goes to the alley, which is 3rd Street. But if the alley was widened and you had the ability to go in and out of that development on the alley, you could exit or access it from 2nd or from 3rd or even from 4th, thereby lessening the impact on 2nd Street. And just to take a broader view for just a minute, we haven't really talked at all about what's south of that. So everybody knows we've got Atlantic Crossing on the corner from Federal and Atlantic. What we believe will happen is there will be a stacking of that right lane, like by Lake Colonial and the other restaurant, as that incredible amount of people try to turn right on 1st Street to get into their homes in Atlantic Crossing. That means you're going to slow down Federal right there between Atlantic and 1st. Then coming down one more block, potentially slow it down again as people try to stop and make a right turn and then scoot across 2nd into the entrance of this development. And while they're doing that, turning right on red, there's oncoming traffic on 2nd Street. And I can tell you the volume of that coming out of Pineapple Grove and with the new hotel that's been built, it's increased dramatically in just the time that we've owned our property, the last 10 years. So I would ask you respectfully to please reconsider this or uphold the SPRAB ruling and consider asking the developer to work with the neighborhood and to possibly come up with the alternative that they've already suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mark Ronald. I live on 722 Northwest 2nd Street, the famous 2nd Street we're talking about. I live 1 block from this development. Walk by it every day with our dog, my wife and I. We're permanent residents. Very familiar with the neighborhood. I normally don't do this, but since we have an engineer expert, number one, he's right. Fewer entrances are better. So 0 is better than 1. I have an advanced degree in engineering. Normally don't brag, but I think we have expertise. I ran a $15 billion engineering and manufacturing company. We had 10,000 engineers. I did that for 14 years. I then retired and went on the board of NYU's engineering school. I know a thing or two about these items. What is proposed is unsafe. There's 2 reasons. One, most of the traffic going into this development is going to come from the west, because the only people coming from the east are the residents. So they're going to come in and have to immediately to make a left turn. So the stacking that's previously been mentioned is a problem. You're cutting across a lane of traffic in a narrow 2-lane road. Now, if they miss that, which many of them will because of the wonderful landscaping they plan to put there, obscuring the garages also obscures the driveway. And therefore, they're going to miss that turn because you don't have very much time. And by the way, 3 stars to 3 cars, if the cars actually park at the line they're supposed to, and granted not everybody does, 3 cars will almost completely block that driveway. And by the way, it's not really an access way. It's not. It's either a driveway or it's a very short street that's dead end. The LDR precludes dead end streets in this town. So cars cannot turn around in that space. Vans can't turn around at all. Cars can do it. and we've all done this in a narrow street 3 or 4 times, and you're around. But if you're a delivery van, you're going to back out. Now, it doesn't take an engineering degree to realize that if you take a 14 or a 20-foot van, like FedEx has, and all the others, can I have a little bit more time?
You can, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
5 people that could give him some extra time.
If there's going to be,
How many people?
you got to have 5 or 6 actually. So
You have my time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
No, it's.
Speaking of time, we had the time, and that's why the board voted 4-1 against. If that doesn't,
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I was just speaking to
Okay.
my neighbor.
we had more time to go into this in more depth at the board meeting. And they voted 4-1 against. There's a reason they voted 4-1 against. You've heard some of the reasons. You'll probably hear some more. I think, let me just quickly look at my notes if I may. Okay, you may hear a little bit later. By the way, the argument on vegetation blocking that's just a silly argument. If that 3 feet are cut off, there's still plenty of argument on the other side for that particular single unit to have privacy. And if you can't get by that one, I'll cut it down myself for free of charge. It'll take me about an hour.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, if we wanted to ask a question of this.
Do we want to cross?
It's your call if you want. Ms.
Generally,
Miskell to do
we
it now.
wait until everybody's done and then you can cross, but just anybody who's speaking, make sure you
they can't leave.
stay here so that we can actually have the cross-examination. Anyone else? Who didn't raise their hand? Oh,
Raising
yes,
my
sir.
hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Terry already has me on record. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Tom Carney, 135 Southeast 5th Avenue, Delray Beach. I happen to be a property owner in this neighborhood and use this street frequently. But I'm here today to stand up for neighborhoods and public safety, all neighborhoods. Our land use laws are supposed to be a fine balance between neighborhoods, commercial interests, industrial interests. But when a proposal infringes on one of those interests, in this case, Palm Trail, the proposal needs to be weighed very carefully, and you should give the weight to the interest being infringed upon, Palm Trail. This may sound quaint, but nibbling away at neighborhoods is how we lose our village by the sea. In reading the materials, I was struck by the following language in the cover report. It read, "It is important to note that providing vehicular access from Northeast 2nd Street will result in a pedestrian vehicular conflict point." And then it goes on, "However, the proposed internal drive only provides access to the 8 townhomes, so the vehicular speed entering and exiting the property is anticipated to be low." Well, that's comforting. The statement in the report that it will be the speed will be slow is actually an assumption with no basis in fact. And even if true, you can't really be saying that pedestrians can't be injured by a slow-moving vehicle. An unsafe condition is unsafe at any speed. In another section of the report, it states that the width of the alley is too narrow as one of the justifications for the placement of the driveway. Pardon me, but any developer of this property, this developer, or if it goes to somebody else, the other developer, will be required to dedicate land to create the 20-foot alley. So it is solely within the city's power to widen the alley adjacent to the site to 20 feet prior to any project being completed, and it will be available for use by the time any new development is finished. The issue is the position of the driveway. It is too close to Federal Highway. By the way, with the position of the driveway, there is another potential conflict point not mentioned in the report. When you turn right coming out of this proposed driveway to go west on 2nd, and another vehicle turns off Federal Highway to go east on 2nd, you get a vehicle-vehicle contact point. When you walk this, you clearly see that it is much smaller than it looks. In granting these types of waiver over vehement objections of affected neighborhoods, you leave the neighborhood defenseless. When the neighborhood speaks out, you need to respect it. Whether it is this neighborhood, our northwest-southwest neighborhoods, Tropic Isle, Lake Ida, go through the list, Osceola, any one of them. It's their neighborhood. This village is a collection of neighborhoods which you need to protect. Please do what you profess to do. Put residents first. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Come on. We'll hold the applause. Come on. Come on up.
Is it okay?
Yeah, come on up. Did you raise your hand when you were
I did.
Oh,
I'm
then you
sworn in.
can't.
I'm Cynthia Lloyd, and
Did she raise her hand?
I did.
Okay, so you can't speak then because you gave your time away.
No, I didn't.
I think she said she swore.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Okay, all right.
I'm
Sorry.
starting off on a great note.
No problem.
Okay.
Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a lot of anxiety.
Start right over again.
Okay. So Cynthia Lloyd, 239 Northeast 7th Avenue. And before I start, I'll just say sometimes I'm a little blunt. It's not my intent, so please forgive me. I've been in these shoes before. In St. Louis, I was on both planning and zoning and on city council for a biotech residential area. So I really respect what you do. I just want to share a couple thoughts that seem to perturb me. So first of all, we've lived here over 3 years. We moved here specifically to live in the village by the sea. We made a choice not to live in Boca. We made a choice to live in an area that reminded us of La Jolla, California, a walking beach community. So this particular project has been a bit challenging. And some of the things I would just bring to your attention, so first of all, my husband and I are opposed, by the way. So my brother-in-law lives on the other side. He's at 120, and his entrance actually to his garage is through the alleyway. And yes, it is larger, but as has already been mentioned, they are putting everything underground because we're living with that construction right now in our neighborhood. So I think that widening the alley is a really important consideration. And I do think that one of the things that concerns me greatly is I've never seen staff come out. And I guess I have to wonder why we were all at the SPRAD meeting and the recommendation and the report that you all got really didn't highlight that 4-to-1 denial. And that concerns me. And I love this government, and I love the teams here, but I do think that for professional development that we have to be more transparent. A 4-to-1 denial is a pretty serious thing. And so I would respectfully ask that we take a look at why that happened. And when the applicant came forward at that meeting, they specifically stated things like you couldn't use it, it wasn't safe. Police and firemen said, we think, and I'm like, is there a study? So I think I'm looking more for hard facts. And when you walk it and you really look at the distance, it is so close to federal. I don't think anybody would feel that that was a plus for our neighborhood. So I want to be respectful, and if I haven't been the most, again, I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. But it would be great to make sure that a project like this that has significant impact is denied at this point, and let's see if we can do something better for our village by the sea. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, good evening, Happy New Year all.
And
I'm
to
Jack
you.
Indicue. I'm here on behalf of the Palm Trail Homeowners Association. I'm the president. I live at 419 Northeast 8th Avenue. We only learned about the appeal 2 days ago. So we didn't have the time, nor do we have the opportunity to put on a wonderful dog and pony show like you just had, right? So we reached out to the neighborhood, and we had strong outpouring against this project. Most of you have received, by now, probably 40 letters from concerned citizens. And I apologize for filling your inbox, and I don't expect you've read them all. We got hard copies of each and every one of them if you need them. What's interesting, these are not form letters. Mm-hmm. These are personal anecdotes of people who've lived here from a few years to 30, 40 years. They know it wasn't Grange. They know it's not the edge at Pineapple Grove. We are intimately familiar with this location. And they have valid concerns about the safety of the project. Most of the arguments have been made. The SPRAD decision was clear. You should uphold it. The request for waivers failed on all grounds. Let me make a few more points. with respect to the DDA, they reviewed the project in September 2022. There was an old rendering. It wasn't the current proposal that's in front of you today. First of all, therefore, it should probably be ignored, and it should be invalid for this argument. Secondly, we did have 3 courteous meetings with the developer following the April SPRAB meeting. We were very disappointed that when came November 29, nothing had changed. It was essentially virtually the exact same presentation that was brought in front of SPRAB. And you should note that the applicant is a respected and prominent architect with offices in New Jersey, New York, and Boca Raton. He's built hundreds of successful projects in communities around the country where they were able to come up with solutions that work within the confinements, the rules of communities large and small. So clearly, when the applicant, when the property owner bought this property, he had the professional expertise to know what the constraints were on this property. He is now ignoring it. And it's like my kids, you try to get away with more. But I would encourage to apply his professional talent and come up with a design that actually will work. Because it's important to know, we are not against development. We understand the property owners have rights. We understand that the residents have rights. And that waivers are in place to strike a balance.
Thank you, Jack.
And Brent, okay, I'll stop here at one more point, but I trust you will all do the right thing and take care of your constituents. And have a wonderful day.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, by the way, I would pay special attention to page 3. There's something there you're not going to like.
Yes, sir. Name, address, and if you were sworn in.
Yes, sworn in, and I did not raise my hand earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Name is Mark Forziati. I live at 610 Renaissance Way. It's the development south of the project. I'm here as sort of the man on the ground. Everything looks great on paper, but I can tell you I walk my dog twice a day. I walk from my home to Pineapple Grove, down Atlantic Ave as well. That traffic light at 2nd and Federal Highway only is green for 25 seconds when you're heading eastbound coming out of Palm Trail. Most vehicles right now are taking a right into the Granger parking lot to avoid waiting at that light. Once this development is up, you'll have another car waiting to go up there. The alleyway, there's an alleyway behind our building. Since they've closed 7th Avenue because of the Atlantic Crossing development, more vehicles are using our alleyway to access First Street to then go into 5th Avenue southbound. All of these additional barriers will create an issue for all of us as pedestrians and as residents. I just think that you need to take into consideration all of the issues that other residents have presented. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. We're going to go to cross and rebuttal testimony, so we'll start with cross. And just, do you know names and stuff? Or?
I do. I
okay,
think
great.
I do. Hopefully I'll get that correct. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the only person that I would like to get some clarification from was Mr. Ronald.
Yeah, Mark Ronald.
Oh, Mark, yes, please. A simple question. You mentioned that you have an advanced degree in engineering. Could you just advise me as to what engineering type we're talking about? Mechanical, civil, electrical? What is your degree?
Electrical. However, the company that I worked for was
Step on up to the microphone so that you can hear
However,
you.
for 14 years, the company I worked for was the number 2 manufacturer of military vehicles, many of which have to operate in urban environments, and also made control systems and energy systems for buses that are operating around the world in very dense environments. So I picked up a little bit from all those other smart folks.
But you're not a traffic engineer.
No, I'm not a traffic engineer.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
coming back. All right, I have no cross-examination for Anthea. I'd just like to do a little rebuttal. So is this the appropriate time,
This
Madam
would be
Mayor?
it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Unless you have any cross first.
I just have one point of clarification about what's before you tonight, which is that the SPRAB board did not take a final action. They're charged with making a recommendation, so this is not an appeal.
Right.
I just want to make that really clear
Yeah, this is-
while we move forward with the hearing, that
Sure.
It's a recommendation to the city commission, who has final action over both waivers.
Correct. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
If we could put our presentation, the graphic may be helpful to remind our neighbors of what's before them. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so. Just to refresh everyone's memory, this site would allow an FAR of up to 3.0. What we've proposed is 1.7. So I want to make it very clear. It seems that the neighborhood may believe that we are over-intensifying the site. We are a little more than half of what we could do. What is there today is a commercial restaurant building, which is currently vacant, and 2 single-family homes. And there are 5 driveways. If we did nothing and we just maintained what is there, there are 2 driveways on Northeast 2nd Street, there is 1 on Federal Highway, and there are 2 on the alley. We are proposing 1. So what is there today is obviously less safe. I don't think anybody in the room would debate that. But what you're seeing, which is the existing... What you're seeing on the screen...
Please respect the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is on the screen is a very small percentage of what could be built here, whether you have a driveway on the alley, a driveway on Northeast 2nd, or like the neighbor to the south, a driveway on Federal Highway. You could do significantly more, up to 3.0 FAR. So probably 4 times what's sitting on that site today. And it could be on 1 driveway, and it could be on the alley. If they redeveloped it, would, again, the rule would say it has to be on the alley. And the alley, there's no doubt about it, we're in an urban environment, and the distances between alleys and streets are narrow, so we're in agreement on that point. I want to go to the alternatives. And by the way, I think we're in agreement with the neighborhood that the primary decision tonight has a lot to do with safety. In fact, it has everything to do with safety. And when we came up with the proposed plan, which came as you're seeing here, we had, and your department and your city staff and your engineering department reviewed it. Our primary concern was safety, and our traffic engineer, in fact, the only traffic engineer in the room and the only technical expert as it relates to traffic engineering, has testified that this is the safer of the 3 options that we presented. Again, if the commission deems that the alley should be the access, then we can come back and revise our plan to show the alley. But the expert in the room has said that that isn't the safest decision for you to make. So let me just get to the alternatives here. Okay. Oh, and by the way, the existing conditions is 3 times greater in traffic than what we're proposing. And at max, at build-out, at 3.0, it would be probably another 4 times more intense than what we are proposing. So staff's recognition that the nature of this use would make 2nd Street, it would mitigate some of the problems with 2nd Street, was realistic, because you could have so much more intensity on this site, double what we're proposing. Okay, so this is our alternate access 1. And by the way, the access could be reversed. This is showing a singular ingress on Northeast 2nd with a singular egress on the alley. We could reverse that so that you could have singular ingress on the alley and singular egress at Northeast 2nd. And it would probably negate some of the comments that are associated with cars that are heading northbound on Northeast 6th that make a right on Northeast 2nd Street and try to make a left into the site, and there's that conflict. It would erase that conflict, because if you push the cars to go to the alley, which any alternative or the other two alternatives would do, the cars would come onto the site and any queuing would be on site. So that is an option as well. We didn't show it like that, but we have a few options, and we could come back with a number of them, whatever would please the board, because we believe that you are looking at globally what's important for the city. But we could reverse it, and there could be egress out of the site, and all queuing would be on the property. That is another option. But it would have 2 driveways, and again, today we have 5. But it would distribute the traffic in a way that would mitigate the concern about any backup on 2nd Street as people are trying to make a left into the site. This one, someone mentioned something about dead-end streets. Dead-end streets aren't prohibited. You have to accommodate turns on them. And as far as the delivery comment, we have areas for delivery, and it is not on site. They are in the areas that are shown in yellow. So there would not be delivery trucks. If an Amazon Prime truck pulled onto the property, they would go in areas that are designated for delivery, and they wouldn't pull into the site, so we don't have a backout issue. All right, so that, and I'll quickly, I'd like to respond to some of the comments because they're just not correct. First of all, creating additional, Ms. Schiffery, creating additional vehicular access diminishes the pedestrian experience. We have 5 driveways. We are proposing 1. Or if it pleases you, we could do 2 with entrance into the site through the alley and out onto Northeast 2nd. So there would be no additional conflicts, and we are reducing driveways. Adversely affecting the pedestrian experience. Your code actually speaks to and defines what that is, and it's not what Ms. Schiffery said. It is defined as diminishing the landscaping and creating a wall, an unappealing, aesthetically unappealing wall. That's in your code. We're not doing either of those. We are proposing 6 trees. We are required to do 4. So we're actually adding landscaping above and beyond the code requirement and well above what our neighbor to the south did. Okay. I want to remind you that we have 2, and Anthea mentioned this, we have 2 different requests. We have a request about a driveway, and then we have a request about a setback. We meet the setbacks if you measure our building from what the current property line is. The city is asking us to give property for the benefit of all to the city, for the city's purposes, for general public purposes. And by doing that, they essentially are taking a piece of the property. And I don't use the word in the form of a condemnation. That's not what I'm suggesting. But what it does is it forces our setback line to be greater than other people that are east of us. We're being treated differently because we are a corner site and we are in the core. We're certainly willing to do that. And we are meeting the requirement on the ground level. And as Anthea mentioned, the ground level is what the city is striving to be able to be compliant with. There are 2 other requests for the same thing that the commission has, and most of you, and perhaps not Commissioner Burns and Commissioner Long, but the other commissioners have heard before. One was on Southeast 3rd and Atlantic, which is a much bigger pedestrian area, and that was approved. Identical to this. They made sure that the first ground level was stepped back to meet the requirement, and the upper levels were allowed to encroach into the setback because they did not want to penalize, and there was one commissioner in that meeting that mentioned that, is that we shouldn't penalize an owner for giving us land for the global good. As long as they can do what we need them to do on the ground level, which we are following their lead. Another one was done just a few blocks north of us on Southeast 4th and Federal Highway. Same thing. it was approved, and that was done very recently as well. So we are not asking for something that isn't consistently given. And finally, we looked for other examples, and maybe Anthea knows them. We could not find one case that was denied for that particular variance, which is the frontage setback variance, because the city received a public benefit for it. It got additional land that created and gave the city rights and opportunities that they would not necessarily have without that dedication. So really, we're speaking about the one I think that is the most difficult for the neighbors, not to put words in their mouth, but the one that they seem to focus on, is the 2nd Street access. And again, we have options. This is one of them. This results in a dead end on Northeast 2nd, and they're leaving little room for more landscaping, but certainly we would provide the same landscaping. And then the one before it is, here it is, and I'm suggesting to reverse it. It can be either way, but access off of the alley into the site with only exit out of the site onto Northeast 2nd Avenue, which would result in queuing on site and would have no impacts on Northeast 2nd Street. And so that's really it, I think. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Carney is not a traffic engineer. I know he's a good lawyer. He may have left. But he is not a traffic engineer, and I don't disagree with him. Public safety is primary, and that's what we gave you, and the only technical expert in the room has told you that the most safe proposal was the one we landed on. But again, there are other options, and we're just looking for feedback. Thank you.
Rebuttal?
Oh, yes. I would like to rebut a couple things if I could. So first of all, the proposal before you with the waiver request with the sole access off of 2nd Street is the only alternative that staff had until after the SPRAB recommendation came out. So I want to be really clear that we do review every proposal for safety. The city engineer is part of the TAC review. But I want to be really clear that there was no weighing of options, and then the proposal with the waiver somehow rose to the top from staff's perspective. It was the only configuration that we reviewed in a TAC format. So now that we see other options, we could review those in more depth. I did show Ms. Miskell's PowerPoint to the city engineer, and we did discuss, the movements and the configurations informally before this meeting. And our city engineer is, the one who advised me that the alley has circulation on it now. And just because somebody put landscape in it doesn't mean that, that happens. We take it out if we need to widen. So I want to be really clear that this was not an evaluation of multiple configurations and then staff is somehow advocating for the one that's here. This is the configuration that came. They were told they needed a waiver. Rather than make an adjustment or choices, the waiver was requested and we're processing it. And this is why we're here. There were a couple of other comments as well. Not everybody, I think, reads every report. Staff always formats the agenda cover memo with the background, the standards that you have to consider, and the votes that any board that saw the application at the very end. Some people flip to the end and just look at the vote, but I'm sure none of you, past commissioners, but it's always in that format, so it is not a lack of professionalism. It's just it's just the system that the city has used. We don't lead with the vote. We give you the background, we give you the standards, we tell you the vote. So just to that point. And then in terms of whether or not I'm just going to use Ms. Miskell's because there's no point flipping back and forth. I think I went over this pretty well, but this waiver has been given mostly to mixed use and commercial buildings where the overhang is viewed as a sort of benefit to the customers. I don't think that we've processed one on a townhouse development before. And again, cities are filled with buildings that have chamfered corners, maybe balconies on the outside. I'm sure, that the building can be built without it. It's not that it can't. It's just a question of whether or not this is an acceptable arrangement. I've generally never have, I always say this to people, I never have people come and tell me the buildings aren't big enough in the city, and there's been a reaction, I think, from the neighborhood, the concern that this is overpowering at the entry. But it is, the building can be built with or without that waiver. That's not affecting the number of units. It's a question of whether or not it meets the criteria and the standards to allow something different than what the code requires. And it is masonry modern, so there's that reaction as well typically. And I think that's it. I think, ultimately, if any of the alternatives are not a given until they've been through a thorough technical review. I just want to put that on the record as well.
Very good. All right, to the commission. Start with the Deputy Vice Mayor.
All right. Well, first of all, for Mr. Carney, I don't know if he's still here. If I'm featured in his campaign video, I hope I get a royalty check for that.
He's still here.
Wait, is the camera good?
Do you need my address?
I'll send you W-9.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So, I also want to thank all the residents who showed up. I hear your concerns. I think they're extremely valid. I appreciate your passion and concern for your community, as always. I want to talk about SPRAB for a minute, which is a board I served on at one point. I think there may be a few misconceptions about it, which you sort of cleared up. Anthea, SPRAB's not an approval board. They make recommendations. This was always coming to our board. This isn't an appeal, just so you guys understand that. The other thing is, there's some suggestion that SPRAB may be more well-versed or does more research than we do up here on a particular item, which isn't the case. In fact, that may have been that particular SPRAB board's first meeting. We appointed a brand new SPRAB board. So that, I think, was their first or second meeting, if I'm not mistaken. So that was a brand new board. And I just want to make sure folks understand that we get the full report from the SPRAB meeting within our report. So we see it. We see everything that they vote on. We have all the information and more whenever we make our decision. In fact, their purview is actually more narrow than ours, so we get more information. I just want everyone to understand that dynamic. And it does appear to me that after that denial from SPRAB, the 4-1 denial, the applicant actually came back with more alternatives based on the commentary that was made by SPRAB, which unfortunately staff hasn't had a full chance to review as far as I can tell, right? So you've only really been able to review the initial sort of template that they put in. So I wanted to ask, based on the sort of the other alternatives offered, can you make an assessment on what you think, Anthea, is the most safe condition based on what is, or do you guys need to do a deeper analysis to really make any sort of assessment there?
I'm not going to let her make that
Fair enough.
recommendation. As much of a genius as I think she is, that's really outside of her wheelhouse,
Okay.
and she can't.
That's
It
fair.
would have to go back to our subject matter experts within the city, which is that Technical Advisory Committee, TAC, that I think she referenced, and they would review it and bring it back to, in this case, it would actually, I think it would go back to Planning and Zoning Board and then back to the Commission.
Got it. Understood. So, when folks were talking, I was taking notes and trying to note all the different concerns that the residents have here, so we could try and address them. The main one, obviously, being traffic and safety, and I want to hear what my colleagues' thoughts are on that. And I hear the engineer recommending obviously the version that was first presented with just one access point. I would be open to a more in-depth analysis, though, of the other option that Ms. Miskell offered, that was singular ingress and egress with the entrance off the entrance through the alley that would potentially reduce queuing. I'd like to see a more in-depth analysis of that. Maybe that's a more favorable option. So we had traffic and safety as one issue. So for me, the first waiver comes down to aesthetics, really, right? I mean, I think there's a point to be made that they are dedicating a piece of land to the city. And if they weren't dedicating that piece of land, they wouldn't need the setback. So technically, the amount that is cantilevered over is encroaching on land that they technically would own had they not given it to the city. And if there is a precedent for granting that waiver in the past with other applicants, to me, I don't have an issue with it. I think it's fair. And for me, aesthetically, I don't think it's a huge issue. If it's not going to affect the pedestrian experience, it says that in the staff report, which is our requirement to grant a waiver. So for me, I don't have an issue with the first waiver, but I would like to hear my colleagues think about the safety issues with the second one. And the other issue that came up from residents who spoke today was the density issue, which, as we've stated, they could build 10 units there, and they're only building 8. They're entitled to 10, meaning if they didn't need these waivers, they wouldn't have to come here, and they could build 10 units. So density really isn't a thing that we can even incorporate into our decision today in regard to this particular project. So that's where I'm at now, but I'd really like to hear what my colleagues think mainly about the safety issue.
Commissioner Frankel?
Sure, thank you. Anthea, I have a question. Couple questions.
We'll see if Lynn lets me answer them.
One you're going to be able to answer, one you may not. How long have you worked for the city?
7 years in this month.
Okay, good. In the testimony, we heard a statement from the HOA president, Jack, that Palm Trail is not against development. Identify any time they've been for a project.
So I actually would say there's a recent example,
Really?
just off the top of my head, which is the temporary parking arrangement involving replacing the bowling alley area or the lawn bowling
Park?
and moving those things around. They actually wrote a letter in support of that change.
Okay, that's one.
Okay.
If to the best of your memory, if you don't remember, you remember. You don't.
I don't know that I do.
I'm not asking you, sir.
No, I don't remember. I can tell you that Miss Schifferty is somebody that.
Come on, guys. Let's.
So Miss Schifferty is always available to us. She's very active. She calls, and if waivers and other things are posted, we usually have a good dialogue with her, explain questions. But I do watch most of the boards, but I don't attend every one, so I don't know how often she comes out to make comments. I'm sorry.
The residents are very nice.
Yes,
they're very
they are
passionate,
unfailingly
they're very
nice.
Active. No doubt about it. But to go back to some of your questions, and the two issues, right, are traffic and safety. And I think the emails and the comments, to me, that were the two biggest issues.
Yeah.
I would assume that I live closer than maybe anyone that spoke about this project. I live across the street. And I know about traffic, and I know about safety in this area. So let's talk about traffic. The only problem with traffic is traffic going eastbound, not westbound, and I'll tell you why. The cars stack up a little bit, not terribly, but in front of Death by Pizza. And the reason why they stack up is because people are trying to make a left, and if there's 1 or 2 or 3 cars coming out of Palm Trail, they have to wait for the people going straight. That's the only time I've ever seen stacking. And this is since June of 2006, so I realize I'm new to the area. The only other problem with traffic is actually 1 block to the south, and that's the safety issue too. And the reason why there's a traffic and safety issue, and if you remember a couple years ago, there was a bad accident with the Uber driver, because you can't see the cars coming northbound on Federal Highway, and there's no traffic light. We've asked for a traffic light, and we've been denied by FDOT, is my memory. But you can't see because the townhouse is there, so you have to inch out, and the people are trying to make a left. That's a safety issue. However, where the traffic light is, there is no safety issue. It's also, as far as traffic, I can identify, since June of 2006, I've driven in Palm Trail once, and that was for a Palm Trail candidate forum, and it was because it was a church inside of Palm Trail. I have never been inside there, ever, and I live across the street. People want to go on Federal, they want to get out of town, they're not going in there unless you live there, or you're an Amazon driver, or you work there. It's just a fact.
Or you're dropping off your children.
Okay. So let's talk about some of the other issues we spoke about. It's zoned for 10 units. They want to put 8 units. FAR, they could do 3.0, and it goes to 1.7. The alternative, number 2, that was on the screen, that meets the code. to me, I don't think it's as safe. I have an engineer that is smarter than me. He thinks what is being proposed is the safest for everyone. And the pedestrians that walk up and down, which I am one of, I've never had a problem walking on Federal Highway. I've never had a problem walking north or southbound Federal Highway or on the first streets, and I do it daily. So to me, I don't understand the impact that it would potentially have. I think this is the safest alternative. I can't wait to hear what you ladies and Mr. Boylston have to say, but I totally support traffic safety, and because I'm a neighbor, I live there. So unless there's information I don't know about it, I don't see a problem. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes. I just want to say that I received the overwhelming comments from the residents there. I appreciate I got 28 emails, and this packet here, I didn't get a chance to go through that yet, but I'll go through that. But I appreciate the comments that you just made, Commissioner Frankel, because I was going to ask, don't you live across the street? And I was going to ask your perspective about that. So thank you for that. I am in agreement with Commissioner Rob according to that first waiver. I mean, the applicant is giving property to the city, and I think that I really don't have a problem with that. I am concerned about the safety because the residents are, but thank you for your comment, and also the professional in the room, the engineer. However, and then I also want to thank the explanation about the SPRAB and this not being an appeal. I actually looked at the video of the meeting of 11/29, and I just thought that I was listening to a bias comment that was made. I think it was, "I'll never vote for a waiver," or "I don't like waivers," that was made by one of the SPRAB members, and I just feel that that is bias, and that we have to make sure that we are not biased and that we go by the facts and the data that's presented. So, and I also appreciate the applicant for her willingness to work with the community and the commission on a second alternative. And as was stated, staff didn't have a chance to work on that, those additional options, but I would like to see something, if we could work something out on an alternative to make sure that it truly is safe. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Vice Mayor?
Well, a lot has been said tonight, and I feel like we could use this as like a model for considering waivers like this. I really want to say that I appreciate Ms. Miskell, setting the record straight on a few, I think, important details, such as density and the 3.0 FAR versus the 1.7 or 1.8 FAR. I think that's really important. I think, Anthea, it's really important, some of the things that you pointed out, like the staff hasn't actually seen some of these options, and that we were supplied with all of the notes and everything from SPRAB, well prepared for this meeting with staff at a time to discuss the SPRAB's decision. Ms. Burns, Commissioner Burns, I think you point out there were some comments that are anti-waiver, and I think it's really important for us as a community to get over that subject. There are waivers that make projects better. There are waivers asked for that don't make projects better, and it's our job to look at it in the confines of a quasi-judicial hearing, to look at whether it significantly diminishes the provision of public safety, or it doesn't create an unsafe situation and makes the project either equal to or better than if you didn't require these waivers. And I think that's key. And lastly, I'll just note, because Commissioner Frankel, you put me in this situation. I have worked with the Palm Trail community on so many projects. Think about their entire street being redeveloped with different townhomes and duplexes and quadplexes and Atlantic Crossing and their seventh roundabout, which we've been working on together for years and will probably for another year or two. George Bush and all the development there. They've been nothing but great to work with. They are not one of those groups that are out there to stop development. They're out there to really look at these waivers and make sure that it fits their community. And that's when I get down today. I look at these two waivers, and while I appreciate the applicant pointing out what's there today or pointing out what they could build up to, neither of those things are relevant when I'm looking at these waivers. The waivers are, if you were to build this project or a similar project with the waivers or without the waivers, do the waivers make it equal to or better? And I have to say that it doesn't make it a better project for me. And pointing out some of the areas in our city where we have allowed overhangs like this, the overhangs, underneath those overhangs, made the pedestrian experience better because they're accessible by the pedestrians. As you can see here in your rendering, which you have up on the screen, there's a wall there. There's residents there. This is not creating any type of promenade or covered overhang for pedestrians. So it's not comparable. I don't think two entrances, being both the alley and your new entrance, does create a safer situation, which is what you'd want the waiver to do. It's to be as safe or safer. And I do think it does adversely affect the neighboring area. Both of those waivers. So I'm not in favor of either of the waivers tonight. And I honestly think it's pretty clear. And if we were even to discuss any of these other options, which were sprung on us tonight, I'm not designing this project from the dais. We haven't done that in the years that I've been up here. Prior to me joining the commission, that was something that was done often into the late hours, which we're getting to at this point. If we were going to look at any of those other options, this would be put back to planning and zoning. The applicant can go back to the back to the drawing board a little bit, make those revisions, present it to our planning and zoning, see what happens there, and see how it comes back to the commission.
Okay, very good.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I just pipe in for just a little bit, because I feel like we're kind of getting a little bit off track. So remember, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and we have to rely on competent, substantial evidence in order to make our decision, whichever way the commission's going to go. And so, while Commissioner Frankel is an expert on a lot of things, his opinions and his personal insight is not really relevant to your consideration. The other thing I wanted to mention, and Commissioner Boylston just said it, we are not going to be redesigning from the dais. So if you're not comfortable with the option that staff has vetted and that the applicant has applied, then we need to deny it, and then they can take whatever steps are necessary. The last thing is, waivers are very site specific. So we look at the site and you determine if the waiver is appropriate for that subject site. So while you may have granted waivers for other projects and things like that, that's not going to be relevant to the consideration today. You need to look at the criteria, look at what's being applied for, and determine if the findings are met. So I just wanted to put that on the record, because I'm not sure why everybody's standing up right now, because this is commission discussion.
I don't know why she
This
stood
is
up,
not
so
a
I
free.
figured
It's not time for discussion. It's time for our discussion. Unless we're asked a question, nobody speaks except for the commission.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Are you in the
Okay.
commission?
I'm just standing here, I'm not speaking.
I
wasn't speaking.
Okay, we all need to take a deep breath and relax.
Point of procedure, Mayor. We have two items on the agenda. If the question is about the Second Street access and not the other, the frontage setback, since they are two separate items, we would prefer that the front setback request, that there is a vote on that, and we would be agreeable to postpone the second one to give staff an opportunity to consider the safety issues of all three alternatives and to come back to you at a future meeting.
Well, I think that's obvious. We have two separate things that we're going to be voting on. So we can do we can vote in or out both of them. It's not separately. So we're going to be doing
thank you.
both.
I wanted to make sure that
we're aware of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to say something, and I know that this doesn't relate, but I'm going to say it anyway because it's important from my perspective to make sure that people understand. I've sat in this seat for close to 11 years now. That's it. You got 1 year on me. And I have been told by experts certain things were going to work. And in my mind, I knew they weren't. Okay? So I rely on me now. I don't rely on the experts. I have driven that area. I understand it. And I know you're going to tell me to shut up. And I'm going to tell you that I truly believe there is a safety issue here. It is too close to that light to be having exits and entrance. That's why they didn't put when the founders were looking at putting alleys in, they don't put alleys half a block. The half a block is where they put the alleys. They don't put them a quarter of the block to create that additional problem. Now this is going to be something that is at a light, which is even more problematic for me, because you don't have access to go through that light at any given time. You got to wait for the light to tell you can go through. So you're creating a stacking distance that will interfere with ingress and egress. Not to mention when you're coming off of that right-hand turn on 2nd and coming out of that, you are looking at a head-to-head. It is very difficult. And here's the reason why, and this is logic. Because when you're coming off a federal highway, you're coming pretty fast. You got to slow down, and you got to slow down pretty quickly because there's traffic behind you that's coming fast, and you don't want to be rear-ended. That's how it works. So you're coming in, and you're trying to make that turn in. How do I know this? Because I have a lot of people that I have friends with over there, and I'm over there a lot. So I think that there is a true safety issue here. Now, what has been said is, well, but the old space is worse. The old space has 5 entrances, exits. It's worse. So we're doing a better job. We have the opportunity of doing not just a better job, but making it truly safe. Not just making it a little safer, but making it truly safe. And because of the fact that this is going to be a building that's going to be there, hopefully for another 75 to 100 years, that is the responsibility of this commission to make sure that we are making things safer in the sense that it's not just safer than what it was, because we would not permit what is there right now. We just wouldn't permit it. It's not practical to have all those entrances and exits right off a federal highway. That site was designed way back before we had the traffic that we've got right now. So it just makes sense that we've got rules in place that dictate what's happening today. We don't carry the rules from 60 years ago or 40 years ago and bring them forward with the traffic that we're dealing with. This doesn't work here. That's my opinion. That's what I see as far as a safety factor, and so you will not have my support.
May I ask that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Anthea,
thank you to the two.
As Ms. Miskell proposed, having you or staff or someone in your department review the second request, how long would you need? What would be necessary for that? Oh, and I don't want to put you on the spot twice tonight.
All right, I'm going to answer this one. So if the motion is, it would be the second waiver, the vehicular access. If that's denied,
well, what if we don't vote? And
I think it has to go back to Planning and Zoning Board because it's an application that they haven't seen, and they would have to make a recommendation to this commission. I think that would be the right process. So the only reason why I went back to SPRAB after we changed our rules was because they had postponed with direction, and I felt that it should stay in that board because they were the ones giving the direction. But because the new rules are in place, I think it should go to the Planning and Zoning Board because, as you know, they have the full purview of these types of larger applications.
And that would be the proper motion if that was what we were seeking, or?
To be honest, I think it just should be a motion. Well, I guess if you deny it, then the application's closed. So you can do a motion to postpone or
postpone. And I mean, in terms of speed, and I give this lecture to every applicant, the more thorough the information you provide us, the faster we move through it. So based on the comments we've heard tonight, and based on my conversations with one of the city engineers, a survey that shows us exactly where those power poles are and how wide can we really get the alley, turning analysis in terms of the trips coming out, all of those things that Adam Kerr is a consummate professional. I'm sure that he can figure some of this out for us and demonstrate.
Is that one of the power poles that's going under, or is that a different power
And
pole?
that's the other thing. What's the schedule on the
But I mean, is that going to be
improvements?
disappearing?
They are disappearing to Fourth at this point, but ultimately.
But I mean, that's something to maybe
yeah.
find out, because that would,
The
that
schedule. I
could
mean,
make
we
a
don't
whole
control
different-
it, so
I know.
we can see what they're thinking. And Missy Barletta will help me reach out to those folks. So I do think, maybe there's some more analysis in terms of the turning movements that would be coming in and out of these 8 townhomes and how they would work. All of those in a survey that really isn't just about the edge of pavement, but the actual impediments that maybe are more difficult to move would be ususeful to
So
TAC.
Would it be okay to do a motion to postpone with no time certain? Because it sounds like there's some things that.
I think you can do just a motion to basically, I don't like doing this, but you're going to send it back down to the Planning and Zoning Board to consider the other alternatives for the vehicular access.
Anything else, Vice Mayor, before we move to a motion?
Nothing for me.
Okay.
So I move approval of resolution number 11-24.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, call the roll.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
No.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
I move postponement of, or actually not postponement, how do we phrase that if we're going to send it to planning and zoning?
So you can move to defer a decision on the vehicular access waiver to the Planning and Zoning Board to provide a recommendation to the Commission to have this matter brought back before you at a date not certain.
Just say so moved.
So moved. Sorry.
So seconded.
Anthea knows what I said.
It's on the record.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Can't wait to see you guys again. All right. Good luck. Maybe they'll work something out too with the communities. All right, so we have now, we are moving backwards, guys, so just don't assemble just yet. We've got a couple of removed items. All right, let me let these guys get out. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to this one, we've got the 2 that I pulled. Okay. Go do your thing, go do your thing, go do your thing. Go. I got a big tank. I hear you. So you're in trouble now because I'm the only one up here to make the decisions.
You've got to insert somebody, because if you do Cavelli, Nisco, and Weiner right in a row, you guys are all going to be out of here.
You know it. Yeah. Okay, back in session, and we are moving to the 7CC, which was 6C, which is resolution number 17-24. I removed that. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. There were two funding. We're taking $90,000 and $40,000 from what was, I believe, interest in order to pay for finance department consulting services, yes, and some software package.
Yes.
So we're getting procurement advice, and we're getting a funding package, and we're paying for that out of interest that we didn't that we have, but we didn't put towards anything. I guess my question was this. Why did we not know that those were things that we needed to have in our budget to begin with? Why are we now trying to find ways of, kind of what transpired there that's causing that?
Precisely. So, Mayor, the purchasing consultant was, if you might recall, we engaged the purchasing consultant, which he was introduced to you a few weeks back.
I recall.
He was engaged after the actual adopted budget.
Okay.
We went through the budget process, and so we're trying to incorporate his costs into.
And what about the software package?
So the software package, that was not conceived during our budget process, and what we have done in looking ahead, we have two budget, actually collective bargaining negotiations coming before us. However, what this package is, it's a cloud-based budget and performance management package, which is roughly $28,000 annual subscription. The cost that's before you represents a setup fee of $4,500, a prorated fee of roughly $7,000 through April, and we pay the annual subscription May 1st or thereabout. But the beauty of this software is that it's going to increase citizen engagement. It increases transparency, and it's in contemplation of the collective bargaining agreement. It is extremely robust. It allows us to do a lot of goal seek. We could drop in various scenarios. It increases the efficiency of the collective bargaining effort.
Okay.
That's one particular option there. Also, with respect to the citizen engagement piece, it's extremely robust. I implemented this in another municipality. Boca used it as well as other municipalities, but not so much to toot my horn here, but with respect to this particular software, the citizen or the resident will be able to go in and look at expenditure and revenue trends. They'll be able to collapse data, create graphs, look at demographic information. It's very, very robust. If you want a demo, you could look at Boca or Village of Tequesta.
And Madam Mayor, just to conclude, we discussed some opportunities during the conclusion of the proposed fiscal year budget to offer more robust, transparent opportunities for sharing budget information. We learned this from Boca Raton. This is therefore the recommendation. Therefore, it was not initially incorporated in the proposed budget material as adopted back on September 18, 2023, but we did make a footnote commitment to come back with a recommendation to get to this place sometime via the first quarter, and so here we are.
All right, very good. Thank you. I appreciate the explanations.
Likewise.
And I'll, if somebody can give me a motion.
Motion to approve.
And a
Second.
There we go. Good. Thanks. Call the roll, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boston?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And the second item, which was 7CC, was 6L1, I think it's 5, the Marina Way Historic District. They're going to be doing a very large installation of a generator, but it's a building, and it's pretty significant. And I think that what I would like to do is to have I don't want to don't want to deny this, but what I want to do is to have the city bring back what it's going to look like and how it's going to what it's going to look like in that area. We've got a beautiful marina, and I don't want to have it, in any way denigrated by something that doesn't really fit. So I just would like for us to be able to see what it is, how this is going to look, because from what I saw in a picture, it looked pretty blockish, and I would like to just make sure that we're taking the extra step if we need to make it look like it belongs there. That's all.
So just for everyone's benefit, the Historic Preservation Board, when they approved it, they deferred some of the authority to make some changes to staff. And so Anthea had the idea that if the commission, it's your project, so you don't need to appeal it, but you can ask staff to bring back a presentation
and that's what's
once they
being
have a
asked.
final rendering.
That's what I would like to do. Because, I was going to say, there was something that was placed there, and I don't know if anybody was on the commission then, that it was a very, very large obstruction, and it could have easily, not easily, but it could have been moved. And I just don't want to end up with something, again, that's going to kind of make that space that is so beautiful and really just pristine anything less. So that's all.
So, Madam Mayor, secure consensus. It appears we have that. We'll make arrangements to bring that back at an upcoming meeting.
That's all I'm asking for. So if we can have a motion to approve.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was
we do.
pulled.
It was pulled.
Second.
All right, call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
All right, moving on to 7C, and this is resolution number 31-24. Thanks for joining us all night.
Let me see if for the record, Michael Weiner, with Sax Kaplan, 6111 Broken Sound Parkway, Boca Raton, Florida.
And we are still in a quasi-judicial hearing. This is quasi-judicial, so let me just make sure that we have any ex parte communication being by the commission with Ms. Burns. This is about the parking lot, the temporary parking lot at 551 West Linton.
Correct.
So if there's any ex parte communication.
No.
Anything would be on my server.
None.
Anything ex parte for you?
None for me.
And how about you, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I spoke with the applicant's representation, which I believe is there tonight. Mr. Weiner?
All right, very good. And so do you want to go ahead and put the file into the record? And then we'll start with Mr. Weiner. Sorry, I know I'm so off base here because it's like we took a break.
It's file number
Yes.
2024-026.
All right. Go
So,
right ahead.
so thank you, commissioners. I know it has been a long night, so I'm going to try to speed through this. Actually, I'm starting with my conclusions because there's a little bit of a story that you have to know. But basically, this is about 551 West Linton Boulevard, owned by Delray Village Shops. And what we're going to be looking at is the commercial zoning for that and why a parking lot is allowed. So, as I said, I'm here on behalf of Delray Village Shops, an affiliate of Ocean Properties. And they are renting 551 West Linton Boulevard to Greco Motors LLC for the purposes of parking automobiles during the renovation of the Mazda dealership. The Mazda dealership started about 23 years ago after Greco's family bought the dealership on Federal Highway from the old Morris Group. The franchise agreements with dealers require a major renovation to buildings and facades and service operations, especially true of the older Mazda operation. And as a result, the storage of inventory and parking will be impacted substantially. This has been a problem in the past that you have seen on many other dealerships, and there used to be a system in place for temporary parking rules that were within the code. Actually, you were really altering some temporary parking that you used for carnivals to make this happen, because we all know what it would be if we didn't have some kind of alternative parking for the dealerships. I mean, there'd be greater problems if they just parked haphazardly on the street, and closing for long periods of time is impossible. So on behalf of the Greco organization and the other dealers, we truly wish to extend our appreciation to the city for making such accommodations in the past. And we do acknowledge that a great many dealerships did it at the same time. It just was the way the dealership agreements worked. The Mazda dealership has been taking a particularly lengthy period of time to approve since it's an older dealership, and staff is asking for additional issues to be addressed. There's no problems with that. We're not talking about that here. That's another night. And the work has to be accomplished under this system. But the old system is no longer there. So, as I've said, the old system is set aside, but a need exists, and there is a way to go forward under the code, and it has nothing to do with the old system, and I've tried to point this out to staff, but the staff said that no, you're not allowed to move forward. But the rejection of that old system is not appropriate, and let me show you why. So let me get to these things. So this is the parking. That down at the south is Linton. This is to the north. It was, remember, under the old system, it was approved, and it did park cars for 2 years. Give you a closer look at the area. That's it on the west side. That has nothing to do with us. That is a dead-end road. I'm just telling you, you can't see it from the residential area, that particular parking. In fact, if you take a look in the upper-hand corner, I just want you to know that has nothing to do with us. I have no idea why a mobile detailing operation is on the other side of the wall next to a house, but that has nothing to do with us. There's a complete wall between that as well as that shrubbery on the west side, so you can't see the parking lot from there.
I think we need to get code in there. Go ahead.
I don't know. Code's after us, and somehow or another they're not after them. This is on the east side of the property. Notice a big, wide apron. It's built for a big shopping center. Notice the fences. Those are temporary, but it's also surrounded by a significant wall. The only residential that could possibly even spot this is 140 feet. You can see that apartment building in the back. So it's a half a football field away. During the 2 years, there never was any problem from that apartment building with respect to the operations there. Oh, I've covered a lot of territory. Hold on one moment, please. So here's what we're talking about tonight. The big area there is general commercial. That is the shopping plaza. That is the zoning. It is section 4.4.9. If you take a look at that, and I know that type is, I just wanted to show you that is out of the code book. 4.4.9 general commercial has a section called principal uses and structures permitted. And it has a subsection to that, services and facilities, including but not limited to, and here's the big build-up, including but not limited to commercial or public parking lots and parking garages. About as plain an English language sentence as you'll find in our code. So throughout your general commercial, not just this one, throughout all of your general commercial, you are allowed to have independently commercial or public parking lots and parking garages. Now you notice it's not even, they've explained that it's in two categories. It's commercial or public parking lots, and it's parking garages. So it doesn't necessarily need to be tied to a use in the shopping center. It's got commas around it. It's an independent standalone use. And so as a result, we are not asking for any use waivers. We're not asking for anything that couldn't be done there. In fact, there could be an argument that you could just go get a building permit. I know that's not, and we're not doing that, but it stands there in your general commercial code. Now, some people have said, well, but it's an outside use. Again, specifically in 4.4.6b, it says the following aspects of a use may be conducted outside, off-street parking. Again, plain English language sentence. This is off-street parking. Now, we're not doing this to fence you in on anything. You're not even approving here tonight anything. What happened is that I put in an application to do this after the old system ended. And I was told that because I was asking for a use waiver, it would be impossible for me to move forward. But in a general commercial district, it is possible for me to move forward. I know that since the old system went out and there were problems with the old system, we are not trying to solve all of that here tonight. In fact, if you do this, what will happen, and it will allow us to move forward, you can examine the system. Sticking our heads in the sand and having no system when we know all of the dealers are there, and while a lot of the dealers have renovated so far, you know it's going to come up again in the future. That doesn't seem to be the approach, and especially since your code says that you're allowed to have parking lots and garages, you don't want to be surprised. Somebody who is not like Mr. Greco and has a standing in the community may just say, as I've said, well, let's go just do it. So there's reason to let us go forward with the application. That's all you're voting on here tonight, and you've had a long night, so I think I've made myself clear.
And we appreciate that. And to staff?
Okay, so I've been jokingly calling this the vote on whether Anthea is right or not. Okay. All night, I'm sorry. Okay, so
I hope this goes well.
So here's I don't want to get too wonky, and there was a little bit of a sort of a legal aha moment with the way that the city had been processing some of these. So, okay, so we agree on the property and the zoning. So this is the property, this is the zoning. But what's before you is an interpretation of what I'm calling a commercial parking lot, or what my interpretation of a commercial parking lot is. So the first thing, and I promise I will go fast because I'm tired too, but a principal use is it's allowed by right in the zoning district. And I am sorry, but car dealership storage of vehicle inventory is only allowed in AC zoning if it's the principal use, or it's the accessory use, actually not even allowed to be principal there. So the accessory use is either something subordinate or it's something associated with principal use, like that outside parking that is outside of the store that it serves, right? And then there's conditional uses. We had one tonight. It's a use which is generally requires a special review for it to be considered appropriately. The quote old system is still the same system. Instead of being in 2.4.6F, it's in E. So the only thing that changed, and it moved into a table, but all of the old rules are still there. The way that we were processing the dealership temporary lots, where they would come in and we just want to be here for a year because we're redoing our showroom. And I want to be really clear, because they're an important industry. We are accommodating some major upgrades, right, to some of these dealers, and they have to stay open and they have to figure out where to put the cars. So the way that those were being handled was they were being approved through the temporary use permit, which allows the city commission to approve temporary parking lots. Some of those were okay, but the code actually, and it still has the same areas listed, tells us where those temporary parking lots can be. And they're mostly in the downtown, which is how, Mr. Weiner and I were referring to it. It was sort of in support of special events that you would have a temporary pay lot. In my opinion, for general commercial, the service and facility commercial lot is a pay lot for customers. It's the commodity is the parking, and I know we have some trouble with some of them out there, but that's what that means. It doesn't mean off-site storage of car dealer inventory. Okay, but so the way that this was approved, and it was approved on this exact parcel in the past, was a temporary use permit, which is good for 1 year, usually with a 1-year extension, was approved in 2020, except it included a waiver to the location criteria. So when Mr. Weiner brought the new one in, you're not supposed to do use waivers or uses of the land. So waiving that location criteria was what sent the flag up. It's like we'd always done it that way, but it was one of those moments of what we always did was not the way to do it, because you can't do a de facto rezoning by just waiving the boundaries of where something is supposed to be. So where do we go from here, right? Okay, This is another example of why storage of car dealer inventory is not the same thing as a pay lot, because you're going out to a restaurant and you're going to pay somebody $10 to park your car. It comes with other impacts. I personally took this photograph when this lot was previously active and I was coming out of the Starbucks and inventory is getting unloaded in the street. So, and this is an older picture, but there's cars on it today. So I appreciate the picture of the empty lot, but you know, we've moved forward without it. When we approve these temporary uses, if they're in the right location, there's all kinds of rules. You don't have to pave it, so it's not a parking lot that's paved, lighted, striped. There's a series of conditions about screening. You can't do sales or advertising. You know, we can customize it. So if we think that this is something that we want to move forward, and we can't just waive the location where the code currently says temporary parking lots are, I think that the direction that we would need, if you think that other zoning districts beyond the small area of the central business district that is defined for these temporary lots would be appropriate, then the direction could be to tell us to go into those location criterias and acknowledge that it's okay to store dealer inventory during improvements. And we can look at the zoning district's GC where a parking lot as a standalone use is appropriate. That would allow you to consider them on a case-by-case basis for temporary periods of time. It would allow them to be accommodated without having to do a full-on parking lot improvement, because it would remain temporary. And then, you know, we could process this application under that direction, if this is something you think is appropriate. But then we'll go into the code and say, you can have temporary parking lots, including those providing off-site dealer storage as a temporary use in AC, GC, and other zoning districts, potentially. And that's kind of, and it took me a long time to figure out how to legally move this forward, because it was hard. So it was like, conditional use waiver.
And just for the record, you know, saying anything is wrong, you know, the interpretation, it has far-reaching consequences, right? Because now you're saying that you believe that a commercial parking lot is the same as a temporary storage. And so the reason why I'm saying this is, if you're okay with this location, there's a way that we can get to the end without having to say that the interpretation's wrong, and that's what I would prefer. I'd rather do a text amendment, and it still gives you all the same, you know, regulatory abilities that you had before, and, you know, we can put in there that they can still continue to operate. Clearly they have been, but they can continue to operate because there's a pending code violation. Mm-hmm. And I would go before the magistrate and tell him what you did today. But that would be my preference, for you to say, no, staff, we want you to do a text amendment and fix the code, as opposed to making this interpretation.
So by doing that, just question before we open it up to the public, is that going to create any kind of an issue for us moving forward with others that are coming forward, or is this the best way to go forward so that we don't have any like precedent set or somebody coming in afterwards and saying, well, you know, you did it here, you have to do it over there?
Well, it would allow you, okay, so if we say GC, which allows parking lots, mm-hmm. is an appropriate place for these temporary parking lots that can also be storage, then anybody can ask for a temporary parking lot within a GC zoning district. But because there's a request and then there's all this criteria about screening and sales, and there's a time limit, right? It's 1
mm-hmm.
year or
mm-hmm.
it's 2 years. You know, there's mm-hmm. usually clauses for extensions. I think that the best way to do that, it allows you to evaluate each location on its own merit and its own impact to surrounding neighbors. And then, because, you know, we're growing, we're changing, sure. A place that's okay for this now may not be the best place for it 5 years from now.
Correct.
So I think if you make the interpretation that they're the same thing, then every zoning district that allows a pay parking lot or a public parking lot can also now be private dealer storage that actually isn't providing that service that was expected to serve customers in an area that has a lot of general commercial uses. So I think that this is, I think that.
And this one differed from others because of that waiver. So they made the request for the temporary parking lot with the waiver. The waiver was what was the problem because of the location.
Gotcha.
And they finished, and we were like, oh, okay, good.
Sounds good. So why don't we go ahead and open it up? If there's, you're both finished with your presentations, open it up to the public. State your name and address, and
It's
make
late. It's past my bedtime.
And make sure you let us know that you were sworn in.
What is it? 9:30. We've been
Yes,
here since
I know.
4 o'clock.
Yes.
Little tired.
Long
Anyway,
time.
still Christina Morrison, and I still live at 1000 Lowry Street in downtown Delray Beach. Little
you sworn
background.
in?
I am sworn in.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mayor. Little background. Our auto industry, we don't have a bazillion square feet of office space like Boca. We don't have a huge medical industry like Jupiter. We have an entrepreneurial, small business atmosphere, and we have car dealers. Currently, we have 22 car dealers in our city. They pay in excess of $5 million in real estate taxes. So it's a significant industry in our city. They are constantly mandated by their manufacturers to upgrade their dealerships. As you all know, you've sat up there for a long time, you know that they all have to go through it because they have to keep up with industry standards. So we know this is going to be an ongoing issue. This particular site, if you brought up the site map, you notice that it's not fronting Linton Boulevard. It's zone general commercial, but it's not sitting on a main thoroughfare. It sits way back. In addition to that, it's going to sit adjacent to our new fire station, which is directly to the west of this site. Since this will continue to be an industry need through our city, this is the perfect parcel for this particular use, and I highly recommend you recommend this use. You approve this use. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Any cross or rebuttal testimony? Applicant, no?
I didn't understand if Anthea was right or wrong. I really don't care.
We're going to call her right.
Yeah, well,
All right?
I'll call her right.
That's right. That's right. She won't sleep tonight if we don't. All right. So to the commission.
I have
Yes,
a
go
question.
right ahead.
So,
Commissioner Burns.
and I appreciate your comments, but I just want to ask, temporary, how long is temporary? Is it
Right.
permanent?
Plus
It sounds like
extensions. They have extensions.
So that list of temporary, it includes like circuses and things too, but each one of those items on that list has another set of supplemental rules, and temporary parking lots are allowed for 1 year, and then we've allowed a 1-year extension where they come back and ask the commission for a 1-year extension. There's other limitations on other uses under a tent and things like that, but for temporary parking lots, the current LDR is it's 1 year and a year extension. So it's temporary. That's the definition of temporary.
So tonight you're not approving anything as far as, essentially they're looking for another renewal is what they're doing. So you're not going to be approving that tonight. Essentially, if you do what I'm asking you to do, we'll bring back a text amendment. If that will potentially get approved, and then that will give them the avenue to submit their application and come before you for another request. And then at that time, you can determine, if you think that this is temporary or if it's starting to look a little bit permanent.
I don't want to be like the turnpike. It's supposed to be temporary. It's decades later, we're still paying turnpike fees.
Oh, yeah. Some things.
I just wanted that clears it up, but I agree with what you were saying and your suggestion. So,
Commissioner Frankel?
So on my drive on Federal Highway to VNS Subs to get dinner today, I drove past a lot of car dealerships, Greco being one of them, and I noticed the improvements your dealership and the other dealerships are making. And Ms. Morrison's absolutely correct. It is a vital industry to our city. It is, maybe the #1 industry, that and tourism. But not only do we play a game called Is Anthea Right, is Lynn right? And I know Lynn's always right. So I do also have to say, I hate these parking lots. I understand why we did it because of COVID, and I want to work with Greco and all the other dealerships, but I'm going to have to be going with your recommendation.
Deputy Vice Mayor?
I agree. Great comments from Ms. Morrison, and I agree wholeheartedly. And I also agree that Anthea and Lynn are pretty much always right. And whatever option we can do that allows Greco to continue to use the lot but doesn't create a problematic precedent, that's what I'd be in favor of here.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Over the last 6 years I've been on the commission, this has been requested a few times as our dealerships has gone through, like Ms. Morrison pointed out, renovations. They're going to continue to go through renovations, and it's just good to have, a set tool for making this accommodation for a very important industry in our city. So I'm very much in favor of what Ms. Jelen and Ms. Giannotis have put forward tonight.
And I likewise, if there's a way to be able to do this that's not offensive, and I'll tell you, this lot, nobody would even know the cars were there. It just makes sense to do it. It accommodates a very important industry in our city. I felt it was a little bit more offensive when we did it on the federal, between the federals for many years. But it's a blighted area still. It's not, done anything. So, it just makes sense because it allows for the industry that we have here to be able to do what they need to do to make their facilities better. And so obviously we want to be there for you. So I'm with the same thing that you're recommending.
So it'll be a motion to deny Resolution 31-24 with the direction to staff to prepare a text amendment.
I make the motion with the amendment that Anthea was right.
Second.
Oh my, it'll be on the record.
Anthea, I was.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Ballston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes. Thank you guys for spending your evening with us.
I was never so happy to be turned down.
Our pleasure. All right, on to resolution number 32-24. This is the mural. Let's go ahead and do ex parte if there's any. We'll start with the Vice Mayor.
Yes, I've been in contact with the applicant as well as his neighbors who came and spoke at our last public meeting.
All right, very good. Commissioner Burns?
Just some emails on the server.
Applicant, Mr. Mayo called me, but we were in a meeting, so I couldn't pick up. So we attempted, but we didn't speak. Good to see you, Rodney.
Deputy Vice Mayor?
I did have a phone call with Mr. Mayo.
Okay, and I think that the only person that reached out was a neighbor or two neighbors. So that was it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and enter the project file into the record.
Okay, I'm going to enter 4 files into the record, just to be clear. Sorry. While it's a continuous graphic, each facade is its own permit. So I'm going to enter file number 2024-009, file 2024-012, file 2024-013, and file 24-014 into the record. Thank you. And the applicant will provide the presentation,
Yep.
and then I'll follow up with some analysis. Thank you.
Okay, and you've got, that's the clock just in case you want to keep an eye on it, so
Okay.
you know where you are.
Sure, if my computer opens. There we go. Hello, Commissioners and Mayor. Sorry it's so late. I would have brought you coffee if we were open.
Could have used it tonight.
But we're not open yet, but I promise next time. Do I just go through this like this? Oh, okay. This is a proposal, and I apologize in advance this is a little sensitive subject for me because all my family are artists. My 2 sisters are artists. My father was an artist, and I have a very soft spot for artists. I grew up in New York, which is a completely different art mentality than South Florida. So yep, we're opening finally a permanent home, Subculture Roasters. We finally, after moving 2 locations, we finally found a building that we could purchase. So hopefully we won't be moving again for development. These are just some of the murals that we've done. This is PGA on the left and Boca. And the lower right is actually our 2 amazing artist couple, Renata and Craig. Did the mural, the Dali-esque mural on the right. Trying to follow along here. And if you don't know, Subculture Group, started 36 years ago, and we've always supported, one of the top things we've always done from day one is support local art, music, culture. It's kind of been ingrained in our culture of Subculture. And with the coffee shops, what we are doing is, rather than just doing generic repeat coffee shops with the same atmosphere, each coffee shop has a different theme. So this one, since it was a 1950s gas station originally, if you notice, we put back in the rolling garage doors that they took out previously and put in the fixed windows. We love history. We have Dada. So we try to preserve. I love old buildings, so we try to preserve history and art. Dada, if anyone knows, from the Dada art movement, kind of similar to the mural that we're proposing is kind of from that period, the 30s, 40s. This is just a little history. Second thing I apologize for is the process of us not knowing this process for murals in Delray and West Palm. It used to be really complicated, and they made it very simple now. We just go to the building department, we file a permit, and we get it in a week, or we don't get it. Usually we get it. Because some murals, what we like to do in West Palm, we have a couple walls that we like to do 4 murals a year. So just imagine this process happening 4 times a year would be impossible, but the city kind of worked with us and the artists and made it as simple as possible. This mural actually had a ton of controversy. This is a famous artist, Cobra from Brazil, that has blown up all over the world, just did a 20-story building in New York City. We were lucky enough to get him right before he blew up, but when this mural came up, just to kind of bring the kind of a little bit of the controversy we're getting, we had so many people that were like, why are you doing a gay pride mural? We shouldn't be on city property, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, within 24 hours, we had over 100,000 views. It turned into, we were listed on Instagram as going viral. The city then used that mural as the cover of the Arts Entertainment District that they proposed, the travel guide for West Palm Beach. So it's become a controversial mural in the beginning to absolutely loved, and still to this day, every time I walk by, there's a photo shoot going on in front of it, or people are taking photos. Locations, this will be our 5th location, and we have a 6th one now coming in Lake Worth. Just more examples of our artwork. So you can see it's varied all over the place. We try to have diversity between the locations and each one different. This is when we found out that we were turned down by the DDA, or that the DDA voted against us. The recommendation that I heard third hand was, well, go out. It's like, well, what do you want? Because we can't just keep, altering the design, bring it back, denied, alter it, tell us what you want. So we just got a kind of ethereal, go out and look at the murals that are out there. Well, we did, but we saw no continuity, obviously, as you can see. We have murals that are full wrapped, single, like bright colors, muted colors. We have skulls, Americana. So we just couldn't find any kind of like, all right, what do they want? We're just we just filled out the guidelines according to the application, and we thought we were in compliance with everything. Just wanted to point out, same with other municipalities. Everybody loves art in the cities, and everybody wants to promote art, and it becomes a destination. In Miami, Wynwood is a very blighted community that turned into huge, thriving, the most expensive real estate right now in Miami, and it was all because of the local artists that started and put up murals and did full murals and really interesting murals. So I noticed in the DDA, Delray Beach is continually adding inspiring and diverse pieces of art, ensuring our city's place as a premier arts destination in South Florida. If that's true, you want sometimes challenging art, and sometimes you want a wide variety of artwork, not just pineapples, ocean scenes, beaches, etc. So when I saw that, I just thought it was interesting, and I'm scratching my head, because I think our proposed piece is right in line with that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's tired.
Or no, it fell asleep.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Our mural. Next. So, amazing artists, Renata and Craig as a couple. And if you have any questions for them, but I was so happy when they came up with this design. We'll get to it because I love this artist. They do as well. One of the breaking artists, you can read all about him, but kind of the same data period. But just to me, one of my favorite artists. So when I gave Renata as an inspiration, she was excited and she created this. And the first time I saw it, I was like, this is going to be a showpiece, not only for Delray, but I could see this being South Florida, being on the cover of an art magazine, because this, I don't know, for some reason I wanted something that stayed in character with the gas station. And to me, maybe it's just my view, but it looks like kind of like a really funky gas station with gears and everything. So it stayed in the kind of like in that theme. Out of all the murals I've done, this was the one I was most excited about, and these guys were crazy excited about it too. So just, and again, this is a sensitivity part, so don't take this the wrong way, but I'm just so defensive of artists letting artists be artists and not going in and saying, well, can you make that blue match my couch and a little darker blue? I've never done that. An artist is either gives me a piece, I say paint it, or not for me, I'll go on to the next artist, usually the former. So little history, I'm sure all you know, but these famous artists back in World War II, starting with Pablo Picasso, etc., depressing time in our history, 5-man commission, no correlation. I guess 5 is just the right number. Went through and designated all this art as degenerate art. And not that anyone here or the DDA, but I have, and speaking with our neighbors, I have gotten the comment, well, why don't you lighten the colors up? Why don't you mute the colors? Why do there have to be so many colors? We want more flamingos, we want more pineapples, we want more beach scenes. And I'm like, oh my God, how could I ever appease everyone with art? And that's the whole thing of art. You can't, because it's in the eye of the beholder, the mind of the beholder. So it just, this is just a sensitive, like, I hate personally when people say they don't like a piece of art. It's just art, and it's not for you to like or not, it exists as art. And then no two people have the same opinion of art. I am sure everybody will agree with that. And I only bring this up because so a couple of people recommended, when we had problems and it was denied, they said, why don't you reach out to your neighborhood and your community and see if you can kind of come to some agreement. And in my mind, my head exploded when they said that, because I'm like, you want me to knock on everybody's door, show them a piece of artwork, ask if they have any comments or changes to it. And so, but what I did is I reached out to 2 people that I guess spoke at the last meeting, because they were the most vocal about it, and they were my neighbors, and I wanted to make them happy. So I reached out, and just back to this, and I reached out to the one neighbor. The other neighbor didn't call me back. I left several messages. The one neighbor, we did have a great 1.5-hour conversation. But at the end result was, I said, okay, an option, my other option is to paint the building charcoal gray. I like the color charcoal gray. Would you rather have this art or charcoal gray? He chose the charcoal gray, like no questions asked. Definitely the charcoal gray. And I was like shocked. And I'm like, yes. And his explanation was, we are not an art district. We don't want to be Wynwood. I don't like the art. I'm going to have to look at it every day. So, this is one of Legier's famous pieces in a library, I think in Germany. A full piece, but just imagine that. Does it have quite the same effect? And it's a huge mural. It's probably 120 feet long. But I'm sure nobody said just take out this color or whatever. So I'll try to rush up here, but the committee. So again, this is one of those sensitive things when we have a committee and a committee. I know we have their artboards everywhere, but when a committee says this, I like this piece of art, I don't like this piece of art, it just scares the bejesus out of me that we are legislating artists and art. And I think you don't build. Wynwood didn't start that way. Wynwood was hands off. You would no permits, nothing. Artists would just paint buildings. After a while, they started legislating it. I don't think it has a creativity, but you are not going to excite local artists to come into this community and paint pieces of art if they have to go to this board and that board and they have to have their art critiqued as whether it's acceptable art, or even in some cases saying it's not good, which should never happen. So I just don't think, that's kind of the situation we've been playing for the last year, for the last month. And I just think, it's, and when the public comes out and speaks, everybody's going to have their opinion. But I just, again, don't think that a board like this should be swayed or cajoled or convinced or dictate what the community accepts as art, because I've shown that piece to 30, 40 people. Michael Weiner is a big art fan. I just showed it to him. He was blown away. He said, oh my God, that is going to be the most amazing mural in Delray Beach and a destination. So just some of the things, and again, I only put this up because I was asked to go talk to our neighbors and see if I could work something out, and I did. But after an hour and a half of one neighbor, these were the comments. The colors are too vibrant. The design is not attractive. It would be better if there was just flamingos. Will cause traffic accidents on an already traffic accident-prone street. I will have to look at it every day. We don't want our neighborhood to be another Wynwood or Art District. We have been here much longer, and we should have gone through the neighborhood and asked permission first for the mural design before applying to the city. The DDA should be the one making this decision, not an art board. The art board approves everything, and they do not know what art is. I didn't say that. You should not have been approved for in-lieu parking. You should not have been approved for beer and wine license. Your business patrons are going to park in my parking spots. Your business will be a nuisance and too loud for the neighborhood. Obviously, there's more in this than just the artwork. And I just bring that up because this is one. So imagine if I had to go to 10 doors. I think I'd still be at those doors. And I did reach out to the other neighbor again and just have not gotten back. So it's been suggested, why don't you just do one wall, two walls? Why do a wrap? We're not doing a wrap, we're doing basically, the front half of the building. But it is an odd building because it was a gas station. And if you look at number 1, number 3, the actual amount of artwork, we have 3,260 square feet of total wall space. The art mural contains 1,000, so we're basically 32% of the facade. And the way that they designed this artwork, it's because it's a full piece. This, just want to say personally, I was really insulted by this because it said the DDA, would you, an economic or whatever the second one, would it benefit the economy for your business to be there? And it was no. I'm like, well, are they judging the art based on no, or is it the mural? I just had no explanation for that. And thank you so much. Sorry for keeping you. And if you have any questions for the artists, they're here.
We may. We're just going to go ahead with the staff report, and then we'll come back around. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Don't go far. Okay. So I'll go over the technical. Sorry, I wasn't sure it was even still on. I'll go over the technical requirements. It's on. No. I guess we just scoot. So I'll scoot. Probably. Okay. How about now?
Nope.
No, it's not us. Darcy?
Andy's always ready.
No. Want me to just go to the podium?
I think it went off at 9:30. I think all of them are off. I don't have it. Yeah.
Hello. No.
They're tired too.
Yeah. It's on a timer. 9:30 was it.
I start the meetings at 4. We never had these problems.
This one, it's lit, but
yeah, mine is too, and it's off.
Could you hear Mr. Mayor? Can I just move over?
Yeah, maybe that one works. Oh, I think we're back on. There we
We're
go.
back on.
Okay. Okay, so, good.
Now we got it.
Okay, okay. And now I'm echoing. I can't.
See
How
if
about now?
Carrie's
How about
around
now?
here somewhere. He was the one who always had this happening.
How about now?
That's good.
That one's good. I'm going to stand. We'll do it old school. Okay, so this property is located within the Central Business District, which is one of the zoning districts in the city that are identified as being appropriate for murals. The use is a restaurant. It's turning into subculture coffee shop, hopefully soon. And this is important because it's in the North Federal Highway Redevelopment Plan. So when we're looking at the economics and the strategy and the need for investment, that comes into play. It's a 1950s building, and in April we had a change of use. To facilitate that change of use, the city approved 5 in-lieu parking spaces so that it could move from what was categorized as commercial office into restaurant, which has a higher parking requirement. But given the surrounding uses, the residential coming in on the Ave, or not on the Ave, on North Federal Highway and the surrounding areas, it was deemed that it would be appropriate for this type of use to not be required to have so much parking. There were no exterior changes proposed at the time, and luckily, so many of the buildings here have their parking literally will back out onto Federal Highway. That's not the case, so there's no real safety issue that had to be ameliorated. So each facade or surface of a building can have one mural, but you're allowed to utilize a consistent image across contiguous walls. We are basically telling people where they are allowed to put murals, and then it just requires a separate action for each one. So all 4 elevations are proposed, and I think the applicant did a better job of giving you the percentage of openings than I have, and he's certainly gone over the work of Fernand Leisure. And this building is set back from the street. This isn't a building that's right up on the sidewalk, and I think that's also important to take into consideration. The code does allow a mural to cover 100% of the wall. It does limit that we don't want you painting over architectural details that should be respected or responded to. This proposal goes around those. And then there's been a little bit of discussion about public safety here that I want to touch on, because our code identifies that the public safety concerns would be if there were moving pieces or flashing lights, or if it was illuminated in a way that's going to cause glare to a motorist. Having a brightly colored piece of art that people may turn to look at while they're idling or waiting to go somewhere is actually a safety strategy that West Palm Beach is using for their parking garages, which have open stairwells that are glass. They painted the back very vibrantly so that people would look at those areas as an effort to improve, like the sept head situation of providing sort of that natural oversight while you're waiting for the light to change. So, to call this, I think, a safety concern is a bit of a stretch for motorists. The building is set back, the movement of the vehicles is fine, and a brightly colored building does not necessarily create an obstacle for motorists. I was also surprised by the DDA recommendation. We actually have an economic prosperity policy that says to continue to work with local arts and cultural organizations to promote the growing arts community in recognition of Delray Beach as an arts destination. This area is located within the North Federal Highway Redevelopment Plan, which seeks to extend the downtown revitalization effort to these underdeveloped properties. This property's been vacant since 2023. Murals have been a revitalization tool throughout the downtown, and this would be the first one to extend down North Federal Highway. So I I think also we've had a lot of discussion about this, and I think everybody knows it's across the street from Ridge Wagons. So maybe the discussion about this might be good for that job's identification. Your standards and your criteria for evaluating this art proposal is whether or not it meets the definition of public art, whether or not it's compatible, and that might be the area you're looking at, whether it's detrimental to public welfare, provides a safety issue, is it of quality and enduring value, does it promote cultural diversity, is it appropriate to the site, or should it be installed in a different location on the site, is it going to require some amount of extraordinary maintenance? We do require, and the art board does review sort of the paint and the maintenance plan over time for all murals, just to let you know, because you don't see very many of these, and whether it conforms with all aspects of the LDR. And so we spent a lot of time talking about the DDA, but we didn't spend any time talking about the Public Art Board. The Public Art Board unanimously approved this, and they were quite adamant about its quality. And, you know, I appreciate we have business owners and other people that are weighing in with their opinion, but the Art Board is seated with actual people who have an artistic training or profound interest, and they supported this heartily. And then I'm going to go back to the actual picture of the building, and I'll leave it there. It is only paint. I know that it started there, and ultimately it's not like a building came out of the ground with foundations. If we need to make adjustments, it is only paint. It is sort of sketched out onto the building. It actually looks quite interesting already. So that's my presentation so far in terms of the LDRs. I can put the criteria back up if you need to, and then we'll go from there.
All right, very good. Well, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so if there's anybody here that would like to speak to this subject, you can step forward now. State your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. And also indicate that you've been sworn in. If you haven't, we can swear you
Albert
in.
Richwagon, 298 Northeast 6th Avenue, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
So I did meet with Mr. Mayo, and the only thing we agreed on is that we disagree. I love all of the other art pieces that he's put on his other locations. I do not, however, like this one. I think it's a sad attempt at an attention grab for our neighborhood. I think that other art could be considered, but this is an entire building wrap. It's not a mural. It's an entire building wrap. It's 4 murals, as they've said themselves. What else? I think it's very disheartening that the DDA is being bashed so much. I find that the DDA represents us business owners and property owners, and the reason they disapproved it was because 3 of the property owners on the 3 main sides of this all spoke to them and said, we don't like it and we don't want it. So the art board doesn't represent the business owners. They represent art. I love art. Like I said, I like the other murals on his other buildings a lot. I don't like this particular one. I think it's too much for the neighborhood. I think it's too busy. There's too many colors. I think it's strange that you have to get a SPRAB and a site plan permit to change your awnings to one color, but yet you don't to put, I don't know, 7, 6, 7, 8, however many colors there are on your building. Mr. Mayo did say that he was going to do a bit of a community outreach and a charrette to let's get, I said this is a democracy, not a dictatorship. I found it disheartening that they, after being told to stop working on the mural, that they still continued to work on it a few days after that. And in fact, to this point, it was outlined in black. Now it's all outlined in red. So it has also continued after they were told to stop working on it. I think it's a total disrespect to the commission. I think it's a disrespect to the whole process. And it kind of makes me feel like it's already been decided long before this meeting, and that really is bothersome to me. What else would I have to say? Yeah, I mean, we are not Wynwood. We are not West Palm Beach. We are not an arts district. I love a lot of the murals in Delray. I don't like the red one on Atlantic Avenue. Personally, it's too busy. It's not my type of art. I have a lot of art in my house. It's mostly Newman's of old Delray structures and Ken and Hazel's, the old Powers buildings and things like that. That's more of my style of art, and somebody might hate my art and I might not like theirs either. So if Mr. Mayo likes that particular art so much, I think he should put it all inside of the building so he has to look at it 365 days a year and I don't have to look at it all those days. If you look at the inside of the building, it's painted a beautiful single color of blue all inside. It's all nice, one color. It's very nice and contiguous. I think he said he fashioned the interior design after a BMW cafe racing motorcycle. Love it. The outside of the building design, don't love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Finally, Daniel Rose, 323 Northeast 6th Avenue. I've been sworn in. Good evening. Just touching base on a,
And
on
you
a
were
few
sworn
things.
in, right, Daniel?
Yes, I've
Okay.
never met Mr. May. I've never spoken to him. I'll get to that in a minute. I only have 3. So it's not an area of blight. It's not an art district. He wants a wow effect. We have crashes there all the time. I mean, at least once a month we have some good ones where people are turning left, and me just even crossing the street because I walk to work with my dog. We probably could have been killed maybe once a week. People just don't look. So now you're putting a wow factor, and if you notice where I love that project, Atlantic Crossing, where Hampton Social is or whatever it's called, people just stop and they drop their friends off. You know, there's too many distractions. Look what happens at Anthony's every week. The biggest and worst crashes happen in front of there. So listen, I'm not anti-art. I just had a meeting this afternoon. One of my clients, who's a very well-known artist, we do NFT stuff. I know nothing about art. I love art. I just bought artwork from my house over the weekend, spent a fortune, but I make suggestions. I'm not even making an opinion on this art because I'm probably the last person in the world that should be asked to render what good art or bad art is. But there's been no input from the community. I was told by Albert the holiday week that he was going to have like a charrette on the 3rd. Never happened, so I would suggest we can continue this so the community can come in, because I just found out about this at about 3:30, 4 o'clock, made it here for 5 thinking I was going to have to speak in public comments. Again, I'm hardly against art. When I was on the CRA, I was one of the few people that actually voted and supported a tattoo parlor being put downtown, because I'm all about First Amendment and art, and I was adamant about that when that tattoo place opened up over in the Pineapple Groves Village. This is going to become a loophole. You guys just had a quick thing about loopholes with the car dealership and the parking lot, which I think is great. You're going to open the door. If I don't like the fact that I can't paint my building blue, am I going to go to this non-elected Public's Art Board and say, hey, you know, I've got this mural that's blue with yellow suns, and they're going to approve it, so I get my building painted blue? You are literally opening the door to allow people that want to do more than paint colors to get around this by going to a non-elected board, which I have no opinion of. I didn't even know it existed, and I was on the CRA, that this board is going to be allowed to now help us get around it. So like I said, if I want to paint my building blue, I'll just show up with ask for a 4 mural approval for the 4 sides of my building. I'll say, look, I'm going to do blue skies and clouds. It's approved. So now I've got a blue building because that's what I want. So we have to draw the line. There has to be reasonableness. I did get a social media message from Rodney. I don't use social media that much. People know that. I responded and I let him know that, like, you know, he should have had a conversation with us. I think this is a done deal. That's just my opinion. But I'm more about compromise and being fair about things. And if I was back on a board that voted for this, I'd probably have to recuse him across the street. But I don't have an objection to the 2, just not facing Federal Highway. We're not an arts district. We're not downtown. You know, on the sides, fine. On the back of the building, fine. Not straight ahead. Or like I said, I guarantee you that whole street's going to be painted and no one's going to like it, because, again, I could tomorrow go to this Public Arts Advisory Board and find the worst colors that I've ever found and paint my building that way under the guise of a mural. So it's time to say, let's stop for a minute. And again, my request tonight would be to postpone this if it's possible, so that the powers that be and all the citizens that are want to have a conversation about this and do what he promised us on the 3rd, have an open conversation to get to resolution, could do so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, very good. So back to rebuttal, testimony. Yeah, go ahead.
May I?
Oh, public comment, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Renata Rodrigues. I start doing art when I was 14 years old. I have my bachelor in graphic arts. I have a further technical training in printing arts. I've been doing this all my life. I feel very lucky to get into the subculture family and start doing murals with them. public art is something that I truly believe in. I have participated in public art in many different cities. In the 8 years that I've been living in South Florida, I love living here. I do this because I believe that public art is very important to every city, and I love this project. And I feel very insulted, and you think it's terrible, but I think this is gonna change the game for art in the array, because you cannot restrict. If you every time an artist come to you and you have to listen to all the community to what they like and don't like, you're never gonna have a mural done. Art is very subjective. I think it's in a great place, and I hope you guys approve it. I'll be heartbroken if it's not approved. I think this is a very good thing for the array. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I want to point out one thing about the
Name and address.
Sorry.
Yep, and if you were sworn in.
Craig McInnes. I was not sworn in.
Oh,
I apologize.
I thought you
was
guys were
signed
sworn
in.
in.
Raise your right hand, please.
Yes, ma'am.
By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay,
thank
Craig McInnes, West Palm Beach, 523 Colonial Road. Professional artist for the last 25 years, mostly in the public art realm. I'm lucky enough to have things all throughout South Florida. Only a couple things in Delray, so I'm looking forward to increasing the amount of walls. This is my wife, Renata. I want to point one thing out about the mock-up. The mock-up is very, I would say it's a touch on the brash side because it is a digital mock-up. So all those blacks and reds and yellows and aquas that you're seeing are extremely vivid because they are taken from a digital realm and just kind of smacked on the building with a Photoshop, let's call it. It's not going to appear like that. It's not going to be that much in your face. So that's just something that's kind of a technical edge of things that maybe we should dial down our mock-ups so they look a little more like they will in general ambient lighting during the day. It's going to wash that thing out a good bit. So just want to note that. The other thing is the precedence. I think it's a dangerous thing, and my wife alluded to it, of getting the community involved. It's important what they think, but not to the point where it should restrict the art. I think art, when you have an art advisory board, whether or not that is something Delray wants or doesn't want is not really the issue because it's already here. And I think that you should maybe adhere to a board that is set up for this very specific purpose and not start bringing in just everyone's opinion about art. It's like asking, where do you want to go to eat? No one can agree on that either. Compatible with the neighborhood, if that's the bullet point, that is the contention here. I think that's very subjective. Because as Rodney showed, there's just a myriad of different styles of art throughout the city. So what's compatible where and whether or not it fits Delray, I think, has already been answered by the fact that you have so many diverse murals throughout the city. And this is just more diversity. So whether the red and white building is a good piece of art or not, or whether this is or not, that ship has kind of already sailed because of the subjectivity of art. I think that Delray is headed in the right direction, and stopping something like this, I think, is going to do a U-turn on the whole thing. So thanks for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Take your time.
Hello, Max Engage, 1705 Northwest 4th Ave. Yes, I was sworn in. I am the chair of the Public Art Advisory Board. I'm here as a resident and not speaking on behalf of the board. I would just like to ask Jeff to explain how thorough the application process is for a mural, because it is very thorough. And this is the first appeal that has made it this far, the first appeal ever, actually. So this is an educational purpose. How thorough is the process? And that's all I'll say.
Thank you.
Tomorrow's a great time.
No.
Tomorrow you can.
Okay.
I would like to rebut a couple,
Sure.
just a little minor things.
Well, I mean, are we done?
Oh, are we done?
We're done with public comment. It's closed. Go ahead.
So I did want to just point of, if you can put the PowerPoint back up, Darcy, please. The SPRAB is an appointed board by this commission that reviews changes to facades. The Public Art Board is also an appointed board by this commission for the express purpose of reviewing public art, including murals. So there's no disconnect between the boards and their sunshine laws and the ways that they do business. They're both equally representative of their specific purview, and they are seated in that aspect. I just want to put that on the record. So, and that's it. And I think in terms of the color that one of the artists, Mr. McGinnis, raised, this is the sort of the, you can see a little bit because it started, a little bit of the level of, I guess the mute, I'm going to use the wrong word, I need an artist. The saturation maybe of the colors is not as vibrant as the drawing when you can see it in daylight on the building. And so that's why I asked for the photograph to be put back up.
All right, thank you. Any rebuttal testimony from the applicant or cross?
Just really quickly, and Greg, tell me if I'm lying, but as soon as I walked up and I saw what they did, they weren't supposed to start the colors. They were just supposed to start the detail, because you can't see that, and they wanted to get jump start, and we were supposed to open next week, and that is the only reason they kind of went. But when I went them, when I saw these colors, the first thing I did was text Craig, and I said, why did you lighten up all the colors? And remember, and I said, I thought, because he heard all the controversy about dark, really strong gold colors. And when I looked at that, I said, what'd you do? You changed all the colors. He's like, no, that's just how it comes out, because when you look at it on digital versus the actual building, this is how it's going to come out. And I go, I love it even more. That's all I said. I said, whatever you did, it looks amazing.
Thank you. To the commission. Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm getting hangry, but I'm
beyond it.
I'm frustrated that we're even have gotten to this point, that we dragged Mr. Mayo and his wonderful artists here, made him sit here till 10 o'clock for something that we should have approved on consent, in my opinion, something that was unanimously approved by our public art board. Yes, it's not an elected board, it's a board appointed by us, the folks who are elected, to do exactly this. There is nothing in our code that prevents us from having artwork, murals, on these walls. And the board that approves that, approved it. The DDA has no stake in this. They have an opinion. They're not an approval board. They're not an advisory board for the city. They're not. So if we let the community and business owners decide what art gets approved in our community, nothing would get approved, or just everything would be gray walls, because no one's ever going to agree on it. That's why we appoint people who have a background in that and expertise in that. We can't have a charrette on every single piece of artwork, because no one's ever going to agree on the same thing. So we have these wonderful artists here. We have a business owner who's been in our city for years. Yes, they jumped the gun before they got our final approval on consent. It seemed like an honest mistake to me. So I feel like we have put them through the ringer. We've dragged them back out here. Can we just please let them get to work and open this subculture finally? Thank you.
Commissioner Frankel.
Well, I get to follow that. So I come from a family of artists too. My mother makes glass beads in the basement of their home in Toledo. My uncle Leon Applebaum, he is a world-renowned glass artist. He's got pieces on Atlantic Avenue. He's been throughout the world. His son Eli is following him. Spectacular. My grandmother Catherine Kitty Frankel, she used to make ceramics. She was great. And then there was me. Last month I went to Art Basel. I went to the convention center. That's the main hall. And for those of you who know, the best artists in the world are there. And guess what? Some things I liked, some things I didn't like. Who am I to say what's good or what's not? It's I want to go back to the SPRAB comments, because I remember the old SPRAB board, and Thea, correct me if I'm wrong. I think some of the comments were, this is too gray, the grayification, right?
The graying of Delray.
Okay, the gray, thank you. I think it's nice. You're going to have my support. And the one thing I wish you wouldn't have started. I think that was a mistake. No, it's okay. No problem. No. I just, if you ever do it again, please don't. But you'll have my support. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Well, at least I know now what Rob gets like when you haven't fed him in 6 hours. I can't see him, but at least hopefully he has his beard back. I wouldn't want to see hangry, beardless Rob Long. I pulled this, so I'm the reason why Mr. Mayo had to be, I don't know if we dragged him back in. But I think it was important for us to have a conversation about this. I very much respect the art board. I respect the process. Obviously, we appoint those individuals to make these decisions. But a lot of the examples that were put up, and this is coming from someone that sat on the Pineapple Grove Arts District Board, a lot of the examples, if not all of them, were in districts that have master plans that ask for public art. Osceola, Set Transformation, or West Atlantic Plan, and of course, most of those murals are where? In the Pineapple Grove Arts District. So now we have a mural coming to us outside of any of those districts in an area where I don't know of any art murals, and this is one of the DDA's concerns. I think the DDA's comments in regards to the art itself were inappropriate, but in regards to where this art is located, and it's not a mural, it's 4 murals. And those four murals make a wrap of the building. And yes, technically it's not on the back of the building, but we don't see the back. So it feels like a wrap. And I think it was worth a conversation for us to look at this and say, you know, is this appropriate? I don't mean the style or the colors, but is it appropriate to wrap a building in this area of our city with 4 murals? That's why I pulled it. I think it's an appropriate conversation for the city commission to have on this board's decision. So that's what I was opening it up for. For me, I think you have to think in this district, what if all buildings started wrapping their entire building with art? Now, I'm not concerned about accidents happening because of public art, and I'm not concerned about someone trying to use art to paint their building a color that we wouldn't let them paint their building. It's still got to go to an art board to be reviewed, which is a properly appointed. But let's say each one of them got a talented artist like this and wrapped each one of their buildings in that entire area on Federal Highway. Does that align with our vision for that area of our city? And that's a conversation that I wanted to have with my colleagues. And I don't think it does. I think 1 or 2 murals wrapping maybe a corner of this building or on one wall of this building, I think that is appropriate for any area in our city. But for full building wraps, I think that's only inappropriate in areas of our cities that have master plans built by the community that asked for that level of public art.
Thank you. Commissioner Burns, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the criteria for board action. I'm only having a question for one of them, which is number 2, which is whether the public art is compatible with the neighborhood, which Althea thought that would be the one that we would wrestle with. But further on that one, not injurious to the neighborhood. It hasn't been proven that it would be injurious or otherwise detrimental to public welfare. So I am not an art expert, so I'm inclined to follow the advice of the experts and approve this piece. And by the way, I hate the red and white one too. I don't like that. It blinds you. In the beginning, your eyes get used to it.
So I also come from a family of artists as well. So it's, it's actually married into but artist reps and things like that. So, you know, I recognize that you can't please everybody. I understand that. My concern, and I agreed with the vice mayor for pulling this because for 2 reasons. Number one, we had a history of murals going up in the dead of night before we actually even had an approval process, and it really had the distinct feeling that the same thing was happening here. And then once the art is up, it is almost impossible to ask somebody to paint it over because it's art, you know, you don't want to do that. So we want to just make sure that our process and our procedures are followed to the point where we actually have the opportunity of being able to say a yes or a no before anybody puts, you know, any time or effort into the actual project. This is also a little different for me because of it being not just 1 wall but 4 walls. It does feel more like a painting or a wrap of a building versus versus a mural. Generally, most of our murals, I don't know of any of them except for maybe on El Camino, that really wrap around and have like all sides of the walls. And again, it's in an area that has none of this happening. I do see what you said, Mr. Mayo, about it looking, a lot like, garage parts and pieces. I thought that was kind of an interesting concept. But I also agree with the vice mayor in how many of these in this area do we want to see? Is it every other one? Is it every one? Not that that's necessarily going to happen, but it could. And maybe, our board might feel that that's okay, whereas the elected body says, no, we don't want to see it that happen down there because we just don't think it's appropriate for the business. So this is a really tough one for me. I think that, I'm inclined to approve, but I'm not sure that the entire building should be done. But again, I think that I'm going to be outvoted anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And it's late. So I think that we're at a point where we can go ahead and make a motion.
Motion to approve 32-24.
Second.
Not that I'm in a hurry.
All right. Am I the first person that's going to be voting or the last? Or am I the rotation?
No, you're not the last.
All right. All right. So call the roll.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
No.
Mr. Franco?
Oh boy, look at him. Look at him. He knows he's going to say yes.
What are you in a hurry to go somewhere? Yes.
He loves being that decision maker. Okay, very good. Well, now you have the direction. Go paint away. You can start tonight if you need to. So you're all set. All right, guys. Good luck. And good luck on your opening, too.
Thank you very much.
All right. And thanks for sticking it out with us.
No worries.
Moving to 7E, nomination for the appointment of Code Enforcement Board. We have, oh gosh, I forgot to look. Are there three of us?
There's
I know
three.
I start.
Petrolia, Frankel, and Long.
Yourself, Franco, and...
Okay, I didn't know if it was 3 or 4. I know I know I'm first, so I'm going to go ahead and move the name Robert Cohen.
Second.
All right, any discussion or concerns? Seeing none, call the roll.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to Commissioner Frankel.
Move the reappointment of Wayne Pasick.
Okay, it's going to be my other. Is there a second? I guess
Second.
not.
Second.
All right, call the roll.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
All right, and then we got Deputy Vice Mayor.
I move the name Todd LaRue, and apologies if I mispronounced that.
LaRue,
Second.
is it?
No, you got it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Franco?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
All right, resolution 21-24. And this is Mr. Orris. You're going to be.
It's not the first.
Is it the video?
No. This.
I think, Mr. Sengage, you can go ahead and begin with your presentation while the documentation is being loaded to the
My presentation follows just presentation.
And I can start without.
Please.
There it is. Good morning, Mary. Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening. The item before you is a sponsorship request. There we go. I put together, this is the first time you'll see this. I hope to use this as a template in the future. Just a quick facts on what's being requested. This item is a sponsorship request from Delray Concourse Foundation for the 2024 Concourse Day Against Car Show that will happen over at the Old School Square campus on the lawns. The date of the show is April 21st. The request is for a sponsorship not to exceed $20,000. Sponsorship, of course, is in the form of waived city costs, excluding direct art costs to the city. So it's basically just the use of vehicles and staffing costs. The current city cost estimate is in this instance is $14,000. The higher number is being asked for simply because we know there are some adjustments we need to make to some of the wages due to the most recent fire agreement. We haven't been able to update all of our cost estimates for that, as well as the producer has indicated there are some other things he wants to ask for that have not been a cost estimate included with. Particularly, one of the things he mentions is having representation of the police department, the SWAT vehicle, that sort of thing. So it may increase. Of course, you can reduce the number if that's what you choose, or you can stick with 20,000. It's still a not to exceed number. Just a quickie on the special events policy. Requests for sponsorships have to provide information on how the event serves a public purpose. Basically, in the policy it says that promotes community welfare, improves quality of life for citizens and visitors, builds a sense of community, or provides enriched cultural opportunities. The producer's submittal, which you have a copy of, talks about their quality of life for citizens and visitors is improved by uniting and engaging past, present, and future youth. You can see what's there. I'm sure you've taken a look at it through the backup. The sense of community is built alongside the overwhelming support of local and regional business sponsors. Again, the producer's words. And enriched cultural opportunities are provided through the free, public, accessible sharing to all walks of life and socioeconomic backgrounds of automotive history, both classic and contemporary, from across the world, etc. Just a quickie of their finances, because they are asking for a fairly substantial sum. They have shown what their anticipated expenses are, the costs that are waivable, as well as the donations they anticipate to make after the event is over. Those donations go to 4 nonprofits that are based in the city of Delray. We've vetted those already. We have letters from them saying that they are in favor of course, participating. So it's all there. I would just like to note, you have seen this producer before on several other events and granted sponsorships. He has provided us proof that those donations that he anticipated and were presented to you on those previous items were all made as anticipated.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
Is the video? There's also a video. Is that what?
There will not be a need for a video at this time this evening. I would like to give the City Commission an opportunity to chime in and address specific questions as stated in Jeff's presentation. The ladies and gentlemen of the Commission are familiar with the event, the activities, and so forth. So for the sake of efficiency, Madam Mayor, I would like to encourage you all to offer any specific questions or concerns you might have. Otherwise, we await your direction.
All right, the only question that I have or concern that I have is that we are marking this up 40% for incidentals. We don't do that for anybody. I think that the cost of the hard cost that has been put before us, that's what we do. If somebody has something more, they can come back to us and ask us for it, but why would we increase it by 40% just in case there's something else going on? I mean, nobody else does that. It's the hard cost that you have, determined is going to be the waivable costs, and that's what we do. So I don't want to set a different precedent, because I know that there's others that are going to come in here and maybe they're going to want the same thing. I don't want to do that. I think that what we do is that's what our program is. It isn't just, how about this and then some, just give us a little bit of an extra buffer. No, and especially 40%, or whatever it was. I think it was 40%. Okay, that's my opinion.
If I may respond to that.
I think Ryan wants to check in.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan? No, we're discussing.
Yeah,
Ryan.
I just wanted to piggyback on that and just ask Jeff, is that because we haven't provided updated estimates?
No, he said that it was because of some things that they may or may not want to do. So it's not even in stone. And then the costs of possibly increasing for I guess additional costs because of changes in our fire employment, but that can't be 40% more.
No, it
Okay.
wouldn't be.
Jeff, can you just answer that question for me?
Yep.
I'm sorry, if you could say it again, Vice Mayor?
You mentioned city estimates.
Yes.
You mentioned, yes, the portion about him, about the applicant, possibly requesting more, but you also mentioned city estimates, so that's why.
Yes, and I can tell you where the estimate came before we actually had a cost estimate from staff, and was based a little bit on what the previous concourse was and some understanding of that. And I think Mr. Zengage wanted to make sure that he was going to cover up to that level. And that's why in any of these that we brought forward, we've always made them a little bit more just in case there's some costs we don't know about. Certainly, if the commission wishes to reduce that amount, it's certainly within your purview to do so.
I don't want to reduce it.
Was the cost estimate provided last year $20,000?
Well, actually, we had actuals when we did last year's, because the show had actually already happened when we brought it forward to you.
And how much was it last year? No, it was like 7, I think, right?
No.
Oh, how
I
much
think
was it?
Do you recall?
It was 11,000, but it rained, therefore shortening everything. And the new policies are undetermined by the city for parking rates. The order to request the SWAT truck can only come after the city sponsorship is approved. Therefore, the estimate is not possible beforehand. And the other option, this is up to. It is not a check of a sponsorship. It is a waivable fee. We are still writing a check for hard costs. Therefore, the money saved actually goes into the donation check for the nonprofits.
Why does it say on here, city services is $13,968.19? It says that in our backup, and so that's maybe 14,000. That's why I think they rounded
it up.
Right, they rounded it up. So if that's not it, what is it?
Well, we don't actually know until the event happens.
Okay.
Things change.
Right. So if it's something that basically, I mean, if you're going to give a little bit of extra, I understand that, just to be able to have a little bit of a buffer. But 40% buffer just doesn't cut it with me. I just think that's a large, because I'm going to tell you something. Listen, I don't know. I just don't think that it's right. I think that we know approximately what it's going to be. We give that. If it ends up being a lot more, you can come back and ask for it. Because what if it's not something that we would agree with?
I would just agree with the mayor in that if you would just put forward the estimate of $20,000, there'd be no confusion and we'd be having a conversation there. But you're actually putting 2 estimates forward. You're saying there's one estimate we did of 14, but we also have this other estimate of 20.
No, he's saying that he just wants a buffer.
You're right, right, which is
We can reduce.
a buffer on your estimate, right? Which is another estimate.
I think there would be, ladies and gentlemen, I think there would be an interest in making a reduction in terms of the overall request based on previous precedent set. Again, this was the former request of the producers coming forward in that regard, so we were compelled to bring that. So on that note, I'd like to ask that we consider maybe the $20,000 straight up and leave it at that, and we do the best we can with what we have. I think there's some interest in working with the city in that regard, and we can go from there if there's an interest to be supportive, as noted.
Commissioner Frankel.
Thank you. I appreciate that this is a popular event. And I appreciate that there are 4 amazing charities that are benefiting. One I've been involved in for about 20 years. These requests of taxpayer dollars are becoming numerous. And we're asked to give 20 and 40 is giving to the charities. Why don't they just give 20 to the charities and call it a day, and we stop giving taxpayer dollars for these events? I'm having more and more difficulty as the requests keep coming. I really, really am. So I'm kind of in the same boat as you.
Listen, I think that there's a benefit to being able to offer some of our services if they can match or double it, like we had talked about, to the organizations. But to me, it's the line item organizations that I'm actually more concerned about, because that's where our taxpayer dollars are going. That's the reason why that whole issue with the Muscle on the Beach came up, and it made sense, because that organization is looking to put a generator in, add that tank for the sharks, and all the different things that the city of Delray Beach would be asked to do if they didn't raise the money. So that's the whole reason why it made sense for that organization. But these are not line items for us. So it's just if somebody can come in and create something and just, kind of give it to their favorite charity, we're going to have to be buckled into that. And I just don't know that that's really what we want to be doing. But I don't have a problem in doing this one, but I think we need to have a bigger conversation on this. And I'm telling you, I would hold it back to the amount that actually is the hard cost.
So I'm going to chime in since Vice Mayor's already spoken a couple times. I agree about the bigger conversation, but I definitely won't have any more big conversations tonight.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
So I want to stay focused on this event.
Yep.
This ain't our first rodeo. We've done this. We should have a precedent for what we've done. So I agree with City Manager. If 20,000 conforms with what we've done in the past,
It doesn't.
It doesn't. What's
twice the price?
It's actually a bit more. So the previous sponsorship was somewhere $11,000 and change in that.
So
But
that's
based
why I'm
on
saying put the 13.
okay.
But based on the previous calculations and all other variables, that makes sense in many respects. However, if the direction is to support the previous commitment in that regard, that's a plausible arrangement as well.
I support the 14 that we have on the
14,
table,
yeah.
and if there is anything that comes up in the future, that comes up as a result of this, come back to us and we'll make good on it. But I do believe that, that's fair. It's not to give a 40% increase to just go ahead and say, oh, now we can do this, that, and the other thing. I'm sorry, this is taxpayer dollars.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
So that's what I'm good for.
I'm fine with it.
Please.
Anyone else? Did you want to pipe in? Commissioner Burns?
I'll just say I'm in favor of the hard numbers as well, because,
right.
Other organizations are gonna come in and wanna do the same
I agree.
thing, and,
Yeah.
those hard numbers.
Vice Mayor, do you have anything else you want to add real quick? Because we want to just go ahead and close this out. I think we've got the.
I would just say, what is the one estimate that we can't provide prior to approval is for the SWAT truck? Jeff, do you know approximately what that costs?
I do not.
To be determined.
So in other words, what we're
Okay.
doing is we're going to pay for the city to bring out the city's equipment. Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, to add on to the bottom line of the tax dollars. Let's do a show like we've done in the past.
Motion to approve the sponsorship at the $14,000 level.
Second.
All right, call the roll, please.
Mr. Frankel,
Yes.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Boylston,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia.
Yes.
Thank
Just
you.
mocking you.
Not the first time, not the last.
All right, good luck. Okay, moving on to our final area here, which is comments and inquiries, and let's start with the city manager. Oh my gosh, we've got the internal auditor we got to talk about.
No, it's not much of a discussion. It's basically an announcement. I've had an opportunity to confirm everyone's availability for
16th.
January 16th, 3 o'clock to 5 p.m. I made a commitment during the last city commission meeting that I would provide an update January 4th. Here we are. The names of the 3 firms that are being considered finalists: Carr Riggs, Ingram CPAs and Advisors, EFPR Group CPAs, and Plant Moran. So a couple of them have a significant presence in Florida. One is more national, and more information will be forthcoming in this regard. And therefore, my request is that you all formally authorize a special meeting for Tuesday, January 16th, 2024, 3 o'clock p.m.
All right, very good. Lynn?
We need a motion.
Oh,
I
I'm
got
sorry.
one thing.
Oh, wait a second. Motion?
Motion to approve the special meeting on January 16th at
So
3
moved.
o'clock.
I need a
Who
second.
made the motion?
Rob.
Rob did. Second? Go ahead.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
Mr. Boylston,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia.
Yes.
Mr.
I don't
Frankel.
know if I'll be there, but yes.
Oh.
I got a case in Stewart.
You can appear telephonically if you want.
Yeah, I'll be driving back probably.
Okay.
I'll put you on the phone.
All right. One other item, and that is a point of clarification based on feedback from one of the residents. It was Andrea Bruton, I believe, asking about or making commentary about the dairy cats program relative to feeding activity and so forth. And as we've clarified, late summer, early fall, the city's program is catch and release only. And we've made that clear. We've updated the program to make that clear and effective in that regard. Therefore, feeding is not a component of the program, and what the observation actually is are individuals who are making those opportunities happen. It is not a function of the city's program whatsoever. Again, purely catch and release based on commentary we offered here at the dais back in 2023.
Is there somebody that can go over and speak to the gentleman who owns that and is taking the bag out and putting it on the sidewalk and instead say, listen, if you want to feed the cats in the neighborhood, do it on your property? Could we have that happen?
I believe we can make an effort
So
of that,
maybe that's what we
yes.
should do in order to be able to make it so that they don't have to, be walking over cat food on.
I will work with Code
public-
tomorrow to
All
make
right.
arrangements to that effect. Thank
She
you
gave
for that
the address.
suggestion.
I have
Yes,
a couple
ma'am.
of locations. I have a couple of other addresses.
Yeah,
as
please
well.
email me that as soon as
Okay.
you can, and we'll get to work. Thank
Attorney
you.
Jelen.
3. Okay, really quick, and I apologize. In our local rules, we have a requirement that boards have to wait 30 minutes before they can call a meeting. So they might know 5 minutes into the meeting that they're not going to meet quorum and that the meeting's going to be canceled, but because of the local rules, they have to wait the full 30. I'm requesting to change that to 15 minutes.
Sure.
So moved.
Second.
Yes.
Do we need to
Yes.
have it? Okay. So we have a second. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia.
Yes.
Mr. Franco.
Yes.
Mr. Long.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Is that it?
15
Okay.
minutes?
Well, before you turn your microphone off, I wanted to ask you one other favor. We are continuing, and this I have all this stuff to talk about. I'm throwing it off. This is the only thing I'm talking about. We have over and over again with new commissions bringing up the same stuff, and then we get the same result. Can we have a 2 and done? And maybe with a unanimous or if the only way that something can come back to any commission, okay, after it's been done twice and said no to twice, that we have either a unanimous commission that says we want to hear it or a supermajority commission that says they want to hear it, so that we don't have to revisit these things over and over and over again. I know I'm not going to be here, but you guys are, and let me tell you something. 5 times we've been through that.
What happens is every time there's new people up here, that's when the request comes.
Always. And it's from the new people, because basically you guys haven't been through what
And
we've
you're,
been
and
through.
you're being nice and
Yeah.
a lot nicer than me.
That's right, because we've been
Yeah.
through it 5 times,
Yeah.
and we know that it's the same outcome, because when you don't have the city supporting it, you don't have the fire, the police supporting it, it just becomes another thing. So I'm saying, can we cut to the chase and have something in our rules that basically says, once we've had 2 times at bat, it's over, unless you get a super majority or a unanimous commission that says, we want to hear this, because things
Well, I mean,
have changed.
it's still going to be brought before you, though, right, to make it unanimous, to bring it back. So right now, you have to wait 1 year before you can bring it back a second time. You could say if you want to bring it back another time, or you could just, wait 5 years, 3 years. But the unanimous would still be brought before you in some way, shape, or form.
No, I'm saying that if there is.
Commissioner would have to bring it up?
Let me just say, if the pedicab people came back this next go-round, they can't come back to the commission unless they have a unanimous group that says, we'll listen to what you have to say at a workshop meeting. In other words, you've been before these commissions twice, well, he's 5, or whatever, twice. At that point in time, unless the commission asks as a unanimous body, or maybe a supermajority, they request that we see this. That's the only way it goes. That way we're not wasting your time, our time, the public's time. It just makes sense, because
You
it's
can.
so.
There's no constitutional right to bring forward a text amendment, right? So
I mean, I hope I have support.
I don't know. I'm.
Yeah,
we
you haven't been through it enough.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. I hear you. I mean, I think you have a valid point, but I mean, we already have a rule that you have to get sponsored by 3 people, right, to bring something forward, and we already made
Yes,
that.
but we have to
change.
go through the same presentation
Form
over
shopping
and
is what it
over.
I get it, but it's like a
It
10
is.
it's like a 10-minute presentation. My fear is if we do that, like, conditions change, things change in the city. It's not
So
just
we
the
can bring
commissioners
it
that
up.
change. But like, what if you can't get all 5? It's hard to get 5
How
to
about
agree on anything.
supermajority?
That's why we do supermajority.
I mean, I think 3 is enough, frankly. In my opinion, 3. I don't feel right about
Okay,
creating
so
anything that
3
limits
to
people's
just even
ability
get
to
it to
bring
the
stuff.
point where it's at a that's a good idea. 3 to get it to the point where we're actually we're addressing it at a workshop. And here's the reason why. Because you know what? If there ain't 3 that really wants to hear about it, we won't be
It's not
listening
gonna
to
pass
it.
anyway.
That's right.
I mean, that aligns with our sponsorship
Fine.
anyway, right?
Fine.
3
Can
makes
we do
sense
that?
to me, but unanimous, I think, is too
It's not
big.
1.
You can do 3.
It's 3 after they've already
So
lost
after
a couple
the
rounds.
second request, you need 3 people in order to
I
make
agree.
it to the workshop.
Yeah.
So there's 3
It's just going to save you guys a lot of energy and time. Trust me.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, that's it for me. Anything from the vice mayor?
I have a super long list of stuff.
Well, I did too.
I'm
but
kidding.
I I put mine up, but I'm gonna pull it back out. If
I
wanna
actually
go.
did.
Hard
I'm like-
stop at 11.
I'm 86ing all the stuff.
Good, I did too. I'll
Except-
bring it up next week.
Except for just the things that came up from a few of the public speakers earlier. The folks talking about the excessive noise from pop stroke, they seem like very reasonable, valid concerns. Like, can we look into that? I know our noise ordinance is still kind of in limbo, and it creates some enforcement issues. But
We talked about it. I think she's got a plan.
okay, good. So I want to make sure we're doing something there. In regards, as the resident cat dad, I feel like I need to chime in on the cat issue. I agree. It sounds like we're not actually feeding them. Our staff isn't doing that. It's volunteers doing it. They're doing it where they apparently shouldn't be.
Volunteers not connected with the Dairy Cats program.
Is there a way we can create designated areas where this is appropriate so people don't feel the need to just put it out? Bring it to my house. I have enough cats at my house.
I don't think it can be done on public land, right? And
can't.
And so it would have to be someone's private residence, and so that's
okay.
you can't really designate that.
All right, I was trying to think of a solution here so people don't feel inclined to put it in the sidewalk, and create issues. But whatever. The Chatelaine lights that Ms. Bruton brought up, is that under the city purview, or is that FPL?
It is FP&L. However, we're working closely with them, as I recently reported, to do what we can to coordinate in that. There are some issues and challenges that they're working to resolve, they being Florida Power and Light. Okay. So we are bringing that to that attention, and Missy and I were able to communicate that with one another. So we'll do our best.
Cool. Last thing, the mayor's suggestion about the utility billing going under the Hassan Utilities Department. If we wanted to have a more in-depth conversation about that, would that be appropriate, or is that all under your purview?
It's a function of the office of the city manager, and let me just take our time with that, because right now, as I articulated at the beginning of the meeting, the present focus is to get squared away with Badger meters, AMI, get that all squared away, knock that out over the next few months as we all have a path forward underway, one. Number two, execute the direction having been offered relative to the averaging adjustments that we talked about as well. So that's the focus for the time being. I will be in touch with the commission in terms of any reorganization considerations being appropriate, but that would be a function of the office of the city manager to lead that charge. I've accepted your feedback in every regard, as I typically always do. Nevertheless, I think it would be responsible that we focus on the immediate task at hand so that we can be productive in that regard, get everybody squared away so that we can have a smooth process from there. But we will get to it.
Sounds good. That's all I got. See y'all in Tallahassee.
All right, very good.
So my bedtime reminder just went off, so I'll be very quick. And I'm not lying, it really just did. A couple things I noticed from the holiday period, which just ended, and happy holidays, happy New Year's to everyone. There were certain traffic issues immensely downtown. And even during the day, but particularly at night, it really went back on West Atlantic Avenue towards the police department, the courthouse. It was really, really bad. That, and also, I guess there was a valet questionnaire of a review that went out, and two people sent it to me today, and I spoke to our city attorney earlier about it, and it was identified that the commission directed this to go out, which I don't remember. But I'm going to circle around to include, I think it's important to have, well, let me go one further. When Woody was the mayor, we had a discussion about no left turns on Atlantic Avenue in between Federal Highway and Swinton. The reason why it stacks up because anyone trying to make a left-hand turn on 2nd or 4th, now we have more pedestrians than ever. It totally backs it up. So I'm seeking if there's any interest to have a more in-depth conversation about some of the, not tonight.
No, I know, but I mean, we've had this conversation, and you know what, the valets stack it up too. People stopping and waiting for the valet to open up.
But would there be any solutions that could be made?
No valets on Atlantic Avenue, no left-hand turns. That would be a solution.
Well, that's a discussion.
Yeah, well, we could.
I'm interested in it. It took me 20 minutes from Swinton to get to Seagate Hotel.
Yeah.
Because of those left-hand turns.
Right. The left-hand turns are really, to me, the number one thing. The valets.
At night, it's bad for valets.
But guess what? Even during the day, though, too.
Yeah.
So,
well, this is
let me work with everybody, given the feedback coming down the pike relative to a workshop.
Yeah.
Well, soon enough.
Yeah.
So would that be consensus? Because I think that's a fair dialogue. I live here and I see what you're talking about. I've experienced the same.
And just really quick, the questionnaire that you saw was actually to come into compliance with the valet parking license agreements and some of the information that is required to give to the city. So it probably could have been done a little bit better, but that was the intent. It wasn't really a survey. It was more to be in compliance with the valet parking license agreement.
Cast no blame. I'm just was
No, I know.
repeating, and I told you
I did
what
speak to Missy about it, and I saw she just walked in.
Missy's awake? Yes.
Okay.
And, just one thing, I received an email concerning the very high cost of the not valet parking, just parking in some of the private garages. I know we talked about that. Is there anything being done about? There's nothing that we can do about it. Okay.
We're preempted, but we are bringing the ordinance forward with the signage to try to assist people in
Makes it so
knowing
that
which is
people
private or
don't think it's a
city.
city. Vice Mayor?
The only thing I want to say is that I just want to recognize our first responders for the accident over in Gulfstream
Oh, absolutely.
today. And, that I'm sure our prayers are all with the families that were affected by that today.
Absolutely. Happy New Year,